Hello everyone and welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Here's a brief disclaimer for tonight's show. Let's watch.
That's ignorant! Allegedly, that's ignorant! Ignorant.
Judgment, Arthur.
Boy, you read my thoughts. You've got the shinning.
You mean shining?
Shh! You wanna get sued?
Judgment, Arthur.
You just use that shin of yours to call me and I'll come a running. But don't be reading my mind between 4 and 5. That's Willie time.
Hey, yo, father. I love it when he does that.
All right, everyone. Welcome back to my channel. This is Lady Freedom here coming at you with another raw narrative. Tonight, we are going to go over a few different interviews. We are going to conclude the interview with Aiden and Aiden, or the two Aidens from Lore Lodge that we were watching the night before. And I also prepared some clips from Jennifer Coffendoffer and some comparisons. So it's going to be a lot of clips tonight. So I'm going to dive right into them. Hi, brown-eyed girl. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh my gosh. You know what? I'm trying to do it a little bit earlier. It's just quieter for me to do it at night when most people are sleeping. So I'm sorry, Brown. I know Nano said the same thing. She said she usually watches the replay. So, but I'm grateful for you guys. So thank you. Thank you for the third thumbs up. And tonight we're just going to kind of talk about why true crime doesn't have a space for personal drama. But I wanted to kind of just go over the quote that I put up by Edgar Allan Poe, and it says, "Believe nothing you hear and only one half of what you see." And I think that's really important to remember. Like, nothing is absolute. There are always optical illusions of maybe something that we've heard on the YouTube streets, or YouTube verse, as I like to call it. Hey, Poppy Love, good to see you. And so I just kind of want to go over that. But then I also found some really interesting pieces in Jen Coffendoffer's interview. So I wanted to go over that as well because I missed it last night. Oh, I know. I completely understand, Brown. I know. It's not easy, especially with everything you're going through, but it's better if you get rest and then, just turn it on when you're cleaning or something. I don't have too many words in these episodes. Just a couple funny images that I added, but nothing too big. I did add some dates in just for the interviews, just to kind of give it some perspective as to when it happened and what was said when it happened. And so with that, I'm gonna start the first clip because we have tons of clips tonight. We're clip watchers tonight. So here we go.
But Hinterkaifeck, no. Let me look that one up and see if what would that be? How was it spelled?
I'll tell you 1 second. It was Hinterkaifeck.
Hinterkaifeck.
Also,
the Hinterkaifeck murders occurred on the evening of 31st of March 1922, when 6 inhabitants of a small Bavarian homestead located approximately 70 kilometers north of Munich were murdered by an unknown assailant. 6 victims were Andreas Gruber, his wife Godzilla, their widowed daughter Victoria, Victoria's children, and the maid. They were all found struck dead with a mattock, also known as a grub axe. Okay, interesting. The perpetrator or perpetrators lived with the 6 corpses of their victims for 3 days.
what?
Weird.
That's intense.
Yeah. Oh, my nose. What's next?
Patrick McNeely for $5 said, to add some humor, if the Ramseys went to Atlanta, does that mean that the devil went down to Georgia?
That is the title of the very first episode or chapter of the next episode.
Is it really?
Yeah, in the Ramsey case.
That's phenomenal.
Devil went down to Georgia.
I love it. Elena suspects that I believe she said the Randys, but I believe she meant the Ramseys did it. They spent so long dodging the police. Why not just do the interview, even with your lawyers, especially nowadays?
For me, honestly, that's the big one.
Yeah.
That is the big one. Is I get not doing the interviews like without lawyers present. Why not do them with the lawyers present? There's no good reason.
Yeah, no, it doesn't make any sense. Ryan Wickett for 832 saying we're not angry, we're just disappointed, or we just got to move on. Is saying you're not angry, you're disappointed, almost like talking to a child, which is an interesting point to point out.
There's something that also might come up. How the way he talks in the interviews is almost as if he's telling someone it's okay. There's only one person he would tell it's okay to.
Himself?
No, Burke.
That was referring specifically to Chris.
Oh, sorry. I thought that you said Randy and then Ramsey.
That was the previous super chat.
Okay. So I must have just misunderstood.
Yeah, this one.
Sorry, guys. I'm still getting over something.
Yeah, no, you're good.
Which
Interesting though, relevant. I'm curious to see how that pans out. But no, Ryan was specifically saying we're not angry. We just got to move on.
Yeah, no, that's what the Ramseys said.
Oh, I thought that was Chris said. He was like,
no, that was
move
Ramsey.
on.
That was John.
Got it.
During
Okay.
his interview, he said, we're not angry, we just want to move on.
Right.
The person he'd say that to would be Burke.
Somebody had mentioned earlier that Chris also had said that we just want to move on, so that's where I got.
No, I hadn't caught that one.
Yeah, no, that's what mixed me up. J-Mo was asking if we could do a Team Fortress 2 lore vid at some point for the fun of it.
Maybe.
It would definitely be lighter than most of the stuff. Also, thank you for everything else you've sent, but just by the nature of, time and all that stuff, we can't get to it now, but we did read it. We did enjoy it. Thank you. And that goes for everybody that we haven't read aloud yet. It's primarily just we're keeping things as focused as possible. Indy for $1.99 says, is Susan Bennett still on YouTube? Do you know?
No idea. I haven't looked. To be clear, I do mean the only Susan Bennett to which I refer is Jameson.
Yes. Birch McCallum for Canadian $6.99 is saying, hey fellas, you always make fun of the RCMP. If you want weird, crazy, and shady, check out the Portapeak shootings in Nova Scotia.
I will happily do that. Portapeak?
Yes. It's an interesting spelling there.
You'll have to put that in.
I shall. Here, let me add that actually.
There's a bunch of recent-ish Canadian cases I want to look at too when I get a chance.
Oh.
One of these days, the RCMP is really going to be mad at me. And on that day, I will celebrate. Ugh.
Yeah, hopefully it's sooner than later. Sunspire Cryptid for, I believe, another Canadian $10 says, the fact that Chris Proudfoot said he had information that would stop people from looking for an actual child speaks more than anything how little he cares about him. Mm-hmm. We don't care what he did. We want him home. Yeah, honestly, it doesn't really make sense to me what he might be insinuating there. Because there's really, granted, this is really good credence to him being a horrible stepfather, but there's nothing that a child really could do that should make any parent say, yeah, we don't want him home in that instance.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Aside from maybe trying to harm your other children.
Sebastian and Chris play Name That Song in the car. So on the radio, he'll be like, who sings this song? And I'm like, I don't know, but I know the words to the song. And Bastion in the background is like, it's so-and-so.
I play all kinds of music from, go back to Motown to...
Yeah. He loves Uptown Funk You Up. Uptown Funk You Up.
Oh, yeah.
Uptown Funk You Up. Oh, yes.
Bruno
Mars.
Yeah.
He loves that song.
But I played it one. It's like, Sebastian, try not to laugh when you hear this song. He was like, what? and I played Chuck Berry's "My Dingaling." It was a silver bell on a string. I mean,
I was upset. She lied.
Well, see, you were a child. You probably didn't want to like ruin your mind over it.
It's about a dude playing with his, you know.
But definitely keep.
no, I mean the song, it tells you right in the beginning of the lyrics.
Mm-hmm.
When I was a little bit boy, my mom gave me this cute little toy, silver bell hanging on a string. She told me it was my dingaling.
Yeah.
Silver
Oh.
bells.
That's like the first chorus or the first verse of the song.
Yep.
I hear Silver Bell and I think Christmas.
And then he gets into it and he gets everybody to all start singing. And he was like, if you're not singing, you must be playing with your own dingaling.
Mm-hmm.
See? No, we always found different types of music for him to get into. But
That's good.
I mean, but he has a very eclectic taste. I will give him that.
Okay, well, I think he has a very disgusting taste. I'm talking about Chris Proudfoot there. I think it's very disgusting to show that to a child and then to turn around and say that you don't want him around other children because you're teaching them how to do nasty stuff. So, with that, guys, I wanted to just really talk about what was said by one of the other panelists. So they said that they told Clue that her mom probably didn't want to ruin her mind over it since she was a young child and asking about that song. And I'm just wondering, what about Sebastian? What about Sebastian? I mean, he has some mental delays, right, with his chromosome deletion, and then also was recently diagnosed with autism. He also had history of some SA. And so why is no one talking about that? Why is that something that everyone wants to stay away from? I understand not talking about Sebastian's trauma, but the fact that his stepdad is showing him this nasty song, like, no one could have stood up on the panel and said, that was inappropriate. Like, you probably shouldn't have showed him that. It's just really, really disgusting, actually. And CP says that he has information that would stop people looking for Sebastian. So I just want to reiterate that really quick, and then we'll go to the next clip. And hello to everyone coming in.
Chris admitted that there was something that had happened with Sebastian.
Yeah.
Which, if I remember correctly, was implied to be I don't know how to phrase this. Implied to be related to what Chris had allowed to happen to Sebastian in California, when a 13-year-old boy did something inappropriate to Sebastian, and charges were not pressed because the boy was under the age of because he was too young to be prosecuted for them. That just wasn't true, by the way. There was no law saying that 13 was too young to prosecute for a sex crime. And in fact, as of 2018, California does prosecute children under the age of 12 for sex crimes. Under the age of 12.
Yep.
Yeah. Can't be prosecuted for anything under the age of 12 except for 5 things. They're all sex crimes. I think Chris just didn't care.
Wouldn't be shocked.
Yeah, I mean, Chris said to one of the interviewers at one point that there had been an incident with Sebastian and I guess a family member, he wouldn't say who, where some people, like Sebastian just, he tried to kind of he almost made it seem like, this was something he had a feeling might happen if Sebastian was around, when it seems like the issue might have been that Sebastian just didn't realize what is and isn't appropriate. And it sounds like it might have had something to do with his side of the family. So I don't know what that would have been. But the way Chris talks about Sebastian does not appear as a loving stepfather to me. I know what a loving stepfather looks like. Chris is not that.
No, not even close.
If I had gone missing at the age of 15, like legitimately missing, Christian would have turned over every stone. Like,
oh, I can easily picture that as well.
Yeah. I mean, it wouldn't have been there would have been no question. Like, he would have been out there every day.
Mm-hmm.
Chris didn't lift the finger. You're such a piece of shit, Chris.
Yeah, it's sad.
You go into a very special club with John Ramsey and Roberta Laundrie.
Yep.
The club is the We'll Never See Heaven club.
Next super chat from my wife for $7.33. Sorry, saying
number.
Yeah, it is fun. Saying, remember, Aidens, Freemasons are seen as cultists. If he wants a quick win in the public's opinion, he'll throw that out. Be ready for it.
Oh, yeah. As we all know, what we do in the lodge is sacrifice babies to Moloch. That's definitely what we do, and it's not we argue over what we want to order for dinner and talk about finances.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, these days anyway.
Yeah, it's mostly a charity organization. Once you get a little higher up, people are like, oh, once you get higher up, they reveal the Satanism. And it's like, once you get a little higher up, it's a little bit more esoteric, and it's a bunch of old guys talking about, like, philosophy and religion.
So basically any club ever?
Yeah, I mean, people do this weird thing where, like, the first 3 degrees are from this time period, and then all the stuff they have a problem with is from a lot later. And they're like, well, clearly the stuff that was added later is the real stuff. You know, it's basically fan fiction.
Yeah.
Like, the first 3 or 4 are really the only ones that matter. Like, everything after that is not Freemasonry, it's Freemasons talking. Do I like all of it? No. Do I approve of all of it? No. There's a reason I'm not part of it. But that's kind of like saying, you know, I went to Penn State, therefore I must agree with Sandusky.
Yeah, not a whole lot of logic there.
Like, there's a connection, but the connection is way back here.
Yeah.
Also, if I come to find out that, like, all that weird stuff about Freemasonry is true, and up at the top they're telling you God's name is Jobulon, and you know, you like the Christian God isn't real, and blah 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 blah, I will simply not take part in that, or I will leave. Or more realistically, knowing me, I will be like, hey guys, see all this explicitly Christian material from the Middle Ages when we were founded?
Remember that oath I had to
making
take?
That stuff real.
Yeah.
I'm bringing that back.
Remember that oath you made me take when I signed up?
Yeah, like, so, you know, if Freemasonry does turn out to be something hokey up at the top, you'll hear it from me first.
I was going to say, are we going to get a Freemasonry?
No, you would just get me very adamantly saying I'm no longer a Mason.
Part of the oath.
Yeah.
Yep.
See, the thing is, that oath was not me and the other Masons. That was me and God.
Yeah.
So, unlike some people we've talked about tonight, I take my religion seriously.
Hey.
Don't use it as a robe to make myself fit in.
Okay, guys, so really quick, I want to just say hello to everyone that was coming in. Brown Eyed Girl, I'm so glad that your puppy's feeling better. I hope she is feeling better. And Laura, I'm glad that you're getting your heat fixed. It's good to see you. Minnie, Gina, it's good to see you. Thanks for coming in. Ginger Girl, you're not late. You're a wizard. You arrive precisely when you mean to. And let's see here. I'm glad to have you here. We got Poppy and Panda Bear's mom, I said. It's good to see all of you guys. Okay, good. I just didn't want to miss anybody that was coming in. I think I said hi to you guys twice. Okay, so basically in this, there's a little bit to unpack here and there. They are doing a Ramsey comparison here. So, of course, they were talking about in the last episode how basically Patsy and John used religion kind of as a front, if you will, basically saying like, look, we go to church and, you know, we're good church people. And even if we were unalivers or red rummers, you know, we should still be able to go to church, of course, because, you know, we need more help than anybody, basically, is what they were kind of putting out there. So they did kind of go over some of that. and they were talking about Freemasons, which I do find it odd. I know that they kind of discount something as like, of course, if you go to the same school as somebody, you don't agree with everything they say, right? But there is a certain amount of teachings that do go on at certain well, certain institutions, we'll just put it that way. And so it may be somewhat similar. And if they ran in the same circles, there could be a connection. Like there are a lot of Sumner County sheriff's deputies and officers that I've noticed that have attended Northwestern University. Craddock is one of them. And then the gentleman that we spoke about in Bobby's video, he is also a graduate from Northwestern. So, you know, I don't think that there's a direct connection or anything like that or some sort of a conspiracy. However, I do find it noteworthy. And with that being said, let's go back to what we were talking about before. So because it's kind of, they go back and forth, right? So it was said that the only reason that you may want to get rid of another child or get them out of your house, for lack of a better way to say it, would be if maybe they are hurting your other children that are in the house or another child in the house, right? So that may be cause for concern, right? Because you're protecting the other child. Okay. So basically, they were talking about the essay that occurred and saying that it may have been something where Chris didn't care. What about Katie? That's his mother. She's the one that needs to be caring about it, in my opinion. Chris is a stepdad. Again, there are wonderful step parents out there. I'm not saying anything against them. What I'm saying is that it's not up to Chris to get Sebastian the help that he needs. It's up to Seth and Katie to figure it out, co-parenting, whatever they need to do, but get Sebastian into some counseling. And Seth was trying to do that. He was actually trying to find the right type of counseling and counseling that was actually going to help, because according to Seth, there was some discrepancies there where the counselors were actually helping with the situation. They may have been making it worse. It takes a lot of shopping around, if you will, when it comes to mental health, because you do want someone who is going to listen, validate, and help you through whatever you're going through. They need to be a good listener, that sort of thing. Again, I'm not a big person on a whole bunch of different medications, but if it works for somebody, it works for somebody. But you have to have somebody that's going to listen to you, so that way they can get the right kind of medication that you need, right? So with that being said, there was another discrepancy when it came to why nothing was done about the harm that was done to Sebastian. And so when we talk about that, it's very much, it's sad. It's sad because Seth says that they could not prosecute this child. And according to Aiden's research, California does prosecute under the age of 12 when it comes to sex crimes. So even if it was that scenario, I don't know why nothing was done. And it seems to me, in my opinion, and from what Seth has said, that he tried very, very hard to help the situation. It's extremely difficult. And if they're not willing to prosecute, there is not much that you can do about it. And it is horrible. It's not right at all. Again, Sebastian didn't know what was appropriate. Well, I would argue that it's not up to the kids to know what's appropriate. It's up to adults to tell them what's appropriate. And then, of course, they have to have the understanding of what is and isn't appropriate. So, but that all falls back on the parents. So if you're showing a child who takes things very literally, a song that talks about playing with himself, then he is going to probably go out there and think that that is approval to act in that way and in that manner. And again, I just think it is absolutely disgusting. And then Aiden goes on to call him a piece of shit, which I've called him a piece of shit too, but here we go. He's a piece of shit for doing that to Sebastian. I'm sorry. I think that there needs to be some accountability there. I understand Mr. Struggle Snuggle, probably it isn't on his big list of things to do. But again, I don't understand why we're not talking more about this, because this is something that happened to Sebastian and that he is being blamed for basically by Chris and holding it over everyone's head, like if I told you how he really was. And people have come into my chat, people have come into my comments and said some really awful things about this situation. And so I just wanted to kind of clear the air about it and again show you guys the clip where Chris is actually admitting to showing Sebastian inappropriate behaviors and then turning around and saying, well, he's just inappropriate. And I'm sorry, I stand very, very, sternly on this. I feel very strongly about it, and it's something that I probably will talk about again. Just because, without getting into details, I don't need to do that to talk about the actual meat and potatoes of what we're looking at here. There was a lot of abuse in the household that Sebastian came from. And if we listen carefully, we can hear them telling on themselves. I do believe that. They talk about the Freemasons. I have done some research. I've read a few books about symbolism and different secret societies, things like that. I find it interesting. We're not going to go into it in this episode tonight. Good to see you, Chief. We're not going to go into it this episode tonight, but if we're interested in it, if I find we have people that maybe are in the comments that are saying we'd like to hear more about it, I could definitely go into what I understand about it, and then also I'll do a little bit of research. But whether Chris is a Freemason or not, I don't think that's going to help him at this point. When they slap those cuffs on him, or Katie, or whoever is involved in this situation, allegedly, in my opinion, they aren't going to have a very good chance. They're waiting until they have enough evidence, in my opinion, to pounce. And when they do, it's going to be enough to convict. That's my personal thought on it. But I'd love to know what you guys think in the comments. I'm not going to do as much crowd interaction tonight, and that's just because I have a lot of clips to go through. But I want to at least say hi to everybody that's coming in. So if I miss you, just holler at me in the comments, be like, hey, I'm here. But let's go ahead and look at another clip.
We're coming up on the end here. Kellen, let me know what your hernia situation is in terms of what the surgery is they're going to have for you to repair it. Because I've had one since junior year of college that I haven't done anything with that I really should. And I was just talking about that over the weekend, that I really should kind of get that fixed.
You probably should get the hernia fixed.
When I went to the doctor, they were like, it's small. You don't need any surgery right now. Eventually you will. But no,
I would do it. You have insurance.
Yeah, it was more along the lines of the methods. Well, no, it was the methods for repairing it were not great at the time. And so both the doctor and my parents were like, wait 10 years and see if it improves.
Weird.
They would go in and put like this mesh in there, and it would kind of, there were people who would have the mesh degrade because it's an upper abdominal one, and it is small because my abdominal muscles have always been pretty weak.
Gotcha.
I actually found out in high school, sorry, minor tangent here, we were doing a bunch of exercises for water polo, and we were in the weight room, and the lifting coach was in there, and I stopped him. I brought him aside. I was like, hey, just wanted to clarify something. Every time we do an ab exercise, I feel it in the top of my legs and not really in my abs. So he had me lay on a bench press bench and do a couple of movements, and he, after about 30 seconds, he was like, I genuinely have never seen anything like this before in my life. And I was like, well, what does that mean? And he said, your body has found a way to bypass your abdomen in terms of stabilization muscles. It's activated, but nowhere near as much as it should be. And I was like, really? What can I do about that? And he's like, I have a doctorate in this. I have no idea. So, yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. Yeah, a little tidbit of my history there. There's a reason my lower back is always really stiff. and it's because it's overcompensating for the lack of strength in my abdomen.
Okay.
Yeah.
And I need to process everything I just heard.
Yeah. Anyway, so yeah, Kellen, let me know. And then we've got a few other ones. Somebody's asking if we're ever going to get a lizard people conspiracy video.
I don't even know where to start, man. Where do I start with lizard people?
Start at the beginning.
I guess you go back and find the first time people mentioned lizard people.
Somebody's asking, Alyssa Snodgrass is asking us if we've heard of the Alyssa Turney case, similar to the Chris Proudfoot, to the stepfather in that case. Both made the children seem bad, like it's their fault.
Alyssa Turney. Let's see.
And then
2001, Phoenix area. She was 17.
Just heads up, Tony Matthias is in the chat saying, Seth will come on your show, no questions asked.
Oh, sick. Yeah, Tony, you can reach out to me on Twitter. You can shoot us an email at thelorelodge@gmail.com. Just let us know what the best way to have that conversation is, and we can get it set up. I'll come up with a list of questions.
Yeah, that'd be great. And then lastly, from Yowit for $5, saying, been watching for a while, and I must say I love y'all's content. Also, I had 2 hernias when I was 4 and 6, and I was just talking about it with my wife. Weird. Thank you. And thank you to everybody else.
Hernias are one of like my greatest fears. Like, it's just, I would not like that. Like, it would make me deeply uncomfortable.
It's weird. When I'm thinner, you can see it.
No, don't tell me that, because I'll be looking for it over the summer. I want to see your intestines or whatever.
It's fine. It's not
those inside.
They're inside, technically. They're just outside the inside outside.
Oh, God. I am too sick for this conversation.
I know. But yeah, thank you for everybody who has sent stuff in tonight. We're sorry that we were unable to get to all of them, but we are trying to focus on keeping these generally under 2 hours if we can moving forward. That is the main reason for the prioritization of things being relevant. But nonetheless, thank you to everybody who sent things otherwise. It is greatly appreciated, especially Gomb and JMO sending.
You guys send a lot of stuff, and we appreciate all of it.
Trust me, we read them and we enjoy them.
Some of them we just can't read.
Yes, yeah, not allowed on this show. Not at this stage. It's about 2 years ago.
Too serious.
Yeah, we've gotten too serious with things. But
I will say, everybody who's part of the Sebastian Rogers community there, who's in the chat, let Chris know. Let Chris know Seth is volunteered to come on.
Yeah. No, I think it'd be great. I mean,
yeah, I part of the reason that I can't let him know myself is that anytime I go in to like comment on one of these streams and be like, hey, why don't you come talk to us? All of them are in subscribers only mode. That's just crazy, right? It's almost like you're trying to keep dissent and conversation at a minimum.
Yeah.
But hey, he's blunt and he's brash.
We know where he belongs.
All right. What is that one from? Is that Gom?
Gom is saying, miss the goofy. Bring it back,
I
please.
know. We'll try and have maybe one goofy stream a month. Also, that's what Liquored Lore is. So
yeah,
if you go on Patreon, you'll see a great episode of Liquored Lore.
Maybe we'll start doing a Liquored Lore segment where we go through all of the heinous super chats from the previous month.
That's just a segment on Liquored Lore or live that we do live?
No, segment.
Okay, yeah.
Segment, yeah.
Oh boy.
Could be fun.
That could be horrible.
So,
right.
Gives you reason for them to still occur.
Well,
but nonetheless.
Thank you, all of you, so much for being here.
Yeah, seriously.
Yeah. It means a lot. We're so glad that we get to do this as a career and that every once in a while we get to make an impact.
Yeah.
And, actually. And I saw that Queen Bee seems like a rational person who is trying to get the truth rather than profit off of a horrible tragedy. Whereas you, I feel somebody who, puts people in maids dresses, which is weird when I've already done that on my own channel. But, videos of people peeing, cartoons, all these things. I don't respect you. That's why I didn't bother with you. I have some respect for Queen Bee. So, and I said an hour ago, I actually said half an hour ago, I can only be on here for 20 more minutes. And then I stayed an extra 15. So, you know what? If you want to say your shit, but be aware I'm hearing it. Okay, go fuck around and do your own thing elsewhere.
I mean, in fairness,
Okay, guys. Hey, Tony. How are you tonight? I hope you're doing well. So, yeah, that was Aiden telling off Cluminati. And let's see, Cluminante, I guess I call her usually. Um, that was from some viewers, so I appreciate you guys sending that to me because I tried to watch it. It was really, really bad. It was like a whole bunch of people piling up on people and well, Aiden mainly. And I can't stand that. It's just like, and then just people that they don't have the best interests at heart, right? They just want the drama. Well, I thought you said this, and this is what was said, and none of it's coming from any type of receipts or anything like that. It's just really, it's a lot. It's a lot to deal with, and I don't know. Maybe I'll go over it and try to pull some interesting clips out of there. Ginger girl, good to see you. Good to see you. But yeah, I don't want to deal with it. And then of course, I had to add the lot lizards in there when they were talking about lizard people. I thought that was funny. The Aidens sound like they're really, really funny. So Tony Mathis was in chat and he says that that Seth would be willing to interview with the Lore Lodge. So hopefully that'll be something that we'll get to see in the near future. I hope anyway. I think they would ask some really smart questions, and I think it would be a good opportunity to kind of get someone who is kind of away from everything else and just kind of asking intuitive, intelligent questions. And they brought up an interesting point that Seth will talk, but KP and CP refuse to talk to anyone or refuse to answer questions in the format that Aiden was talking about. I don't think that Aiden is going to bring Seth on and ask him things like what's Sebastian's favorite color. I think that he would have some very pointed questions that would be in a fashion of actually getting some information out and, straight from Seth's mouth, maybe even debunking some of the things that have been going on. But it would be really, really nice to have that sort of a format. We haven't really quite seen that. I know that BHB did a really great interview that was real informative. Josh from the lab did a really good interview that was very informative, but it would be really nice just to have like a candid interview with Seth and the Lore Lodge, because I think that just those young guys have a good vibe going, and I don't think it would be a situation where people would be necessarily hostile in any way, but asking questions that are relevant, which is really important. So now what I'm going to do is just go ahead and play our next clip. I believe it's going to be Coffin Daffer. Yeah, it's Coffin Daffer. Okay, so and then I have some follow-up clips of some comparisons. So I'm going to go ahead and play these through, guys.
We're going to be talking again tonight about Sebastian Rogers. Now, today, I've been thinking just a lot about Sebastian, probably because it's the first of the new year, seeing all the other missing cases that are getting solved one way or the other, and thinking, oh my gosh, February 25th is going to be a year since he went missing. And I thought it was really important to look at this case from the vantage that I really always should have presented from, at least for one show, strictly. And that's what we're going to do tonight. First, though, before I get into that specific view, I wanted, for the people who don't know who Sebastian Rogers is, he was a 15-year-old when he went missing on December 7th. He turned 16, so he's 16 now. But he went missing from Hendersonville, Tennessee, in the middle of the night. His mother, we're going to go through the who's really quick, is Katie Proudfoot. Katie Proudfoot is married to Chris Proudfoot. They are married, but Chris Proudfoot is not the father of Sebastian. Seth Rogers is the father of Sebastian. They've been divorced. Chris Proudfoot, Katie is his fifth wife, and Chris is her second husband. And they live in a beautiful home, quite frankly, very nice in Hendersonville, in a nice neighborhood. And the night of the 25th, Katie Proudfoot, according to Katie Proudfoot, put her son Sebastian to bed at about 9 o'clock. At about 10 o'clock, Katie was seated at a couch kind of near the door entrance to the bedroom, and she heard a noise, which she later, when Nancy Grace asked her, what did it sound like? She said a thud, and she kind of hollers back to him. She actually calls him Bubs, I believe. And she says, listen, be quiet in there, get to bed. I don't know what you're doing in there, but get to sleep. She doesn't go in and check. She just kind of hollers that out to him. So that's kind of the setup. The next morning, she goes to bed at around midnight. The next morning, she says she got up at 6 a.m. and Sebastian was gone. She says at that point, she started hollering, kind of screaming for him throughout the house. She looked all around the house and got in her car, drove throughout the neighborhood, drove to the school, came back, and then she also, of course, called her husband. Her husband, Chris Proudfoot, was reportedly working in Memphis, Tennessee. He's a crane operator, called him, and then Chris Proudfoot made a call to the sheriff's office, not the 911 number, but just the number to the sheriff's office, where he reported Sebastian missing. So that, in a nutshell, is the background of this case. But let's get into it. What I want to look at, and what we're going to look at tonight, is strictly what I'm seeing that law enforcement thinks or believes in this case. Okay, we're not what I think, not what the social media picture portrays. We're not going to talk about the portrayals of different personalities, YouTubers, as to, whether it's Chris, whether it's Katie, whether it's Seth, who's responsible for this catastrophe. We're going to focus clearly on Sebastian tonight, and clearly on what I believe from everything I see that law enforcement thought and thinks. So we're going to start from the beginning. Let's go back to the 25th. Okay. On the 25th, I mentioned what happened.
That night, Miss Proudfoot, at midnight when you went to bed, what did you do until midnight?
I had been reading a chapter that I needed to, and I had been talking to my husband on the phone. I was falling asleep on him, so that's when he told me it was around midnight. He told me to go ahead and put the dogs up and go to bed, and that's what I did. I got up, put the dogs where they sleep, and then I myself went to bed.
Where do they sleep?
They have a big pen.
A pen, is it inside or outside?
Inside.
Inside. So that night you go to bed at midnight after you've been talking to Mr. Proudfoot on the phone. You put the dogs away in a cage, a crate, inside the home, and you go to bed. Did you check on Sebastian at that time?
I did not.
Okay. Do you normally?
Not typically. Since he's gotten older, I've not been checking on him as frequently throughout the night, because normally he's good to go in his room once he goes to bed.
Just wish I could give you a hug right now.
Oh, you'd have to fight the ankle biters. Well, we got two of them, and one of them was supposed to kind of like be mine, and however, they've bunch of traitors. I mean, they when I'm not home, she just lets them sleep in the bed. I get home, y'all are in the pen. Exactly.
Yep.
Earlier, you had stated you heard a noise in his room before you went to bed. What time was that?
Around 10 o'clock.
10 p.m. What did it sound like?
Just a thud.
A thud. You stated that you said, look, I don't care what you're doing in there, go to bed. Is that right?
I was on the couch, which is near his room, and I said, Bubba, did you fall out of the bed? And he said, no, ma'am. And I said, well, whatever you're doing in there, knock it off and go to sleep.
So you heard his voice at 10 p.m.?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any idea what the sound actually was?
I do not, no.
He does have a lot of personality. I mean, he's got that teenage attitude going on where he's all over the place. So one minute
Oh,
he's
yeah.
angry, and next minute he's laughing and joking, and the next minute he's like, I'm going to my room.
Aww.
What are you doing? Nothing. I don't want to know.
Such a sweet
But
baby, too.
he's still young at heart too, you know, like mentally he's young. He still likes to play with his Legos.
Hey Brenda, good to see you. Good to see you. Also, Sunny Days. Everyone coming in, welcome in. Okay, guys. So in that clip, I've played a couple of clips. So in the first one, Jen Coffindaffer is going back over the events that occurred when Sebastian went missing. So his case is still unsolved. We're coming up on 1 year, so February 25th, 26th, 2025 will be a whole year that he's been missing, and it's still an unsolved case with minimal evidence. I'm sure law enforcement has more. I would hope so anyway. But then again, we are going to hear what Jen's perspective is, and it's not looking good. So she speaks on February 25th. She says that on February 26th at 6 a.m., Sebastian's gone. Katie goes screaming through the house. She goes to the neighbors. She drives through the neighbors. She goes to the school. They do the three-way call with law enforcement, but they don't call 911. So we all know the drill there. But a couple of things that they lied to Nancy about. One was when Nancy asked about the noise, Katie said it was just a thud. And then she tells Queen Bee's panel, let's see, April, May, a couple of months later, that it was something that she was used to hearing him in the room making noises, and then that she wouldn't check on him because she didn't want to know. Those are her words, guys. Good to see you, Path. Not mine. I'm just reiterating what they've said, and this is all we have to go on, right? But Jen's interviews that we're going to watch tonight, she is claiming that they are strictly what law enforcement thinks or believes. She doesn't want to go into the YouTube drama and things like that, which I really appreciate and was the reason why I chose her to focus on tonight, and what she had to say. But I do think that there are smaller details that she may not have seen these interviews on the internet, because she does mention that she doesn't want to go off of what the other creators are saying or doing. But the problem is that the parents were going on, and this is Seth too, we're going on YouTube platforms and have been going on YouTube platforms to speak. So there's no choice but to go off of that. I don't see a whole lot of interviews being done other than let's see, I think it's Nashville 4, Nashville 2. They're kind of keeping the local stories going. But they also lied to Nancy about where the dogs sleep, and they lied to her about it a couple of times, because Nancy's an old, I shouldn't say she's an ex-prosecutor, right? So she'll ask questions, the same question in a similar manner, but it's the same question, right? So she's like, okay, let me get this straight. You did this. You put the dogs up in the pen, blah, blah, blah. But they lied to Nancy and the whole world about where the dogs sleep. And up until Chris lets it slip out that they don't sleep in the pen, when he's not around, they sleep with Katie. And so I just wanted to kind of put that clip in there to just in case somebody doesn't want to have to go off and watch that entire interview, because it is daunting and stuff like that. The Path says the drama, whoops, my bad, sorry, press that. The Path says the drama is distracting and now is so bad it's no longer about Sebastian. I agree. I mean, goodness sakes, watching somebody use the bathroom in a teeny tiny cup and then have a meltdown in front of their child and telling the child what is going on. It has gotten so out of hand, and it's maddening. It's absolutely maddening. And then they want, there's people that are just giving that person props for looking for Sebastian and all of this stuff. It's very convoluted. And so I without discussing too far into it, I agree, Path, it's completely ridiculous, and it just takes away from finding Sebastian or finding people who are going to want to keep listening to the story about him, because unfortunately there are a lot of good people out there that are getting turned off, and that's been happening for a while. And I don't understand why I think Sebastian is having to bear the brunt of that. I don't think it's fair to him. We heard Cletus say, well, in all fairness, well, yeah, in all fairness, I mean, let's be fair to Sebastian. I'm not worried about being fair to a grown woman that, does her own thing and makes her own show as crazy as can be. I don't feel sorry for someone that creates that in their life. Who I do feel sorry for is Sebastian, and he hasn't been found yet. And according to law enforcement, there's no evidence. And then we're going to hear soon that according to Jen Coffindaffer, she's also saying that there wasn't forensics being done in the home because they were operating off the assumption that he ran away, which is ridiculous. There was a couple kind of interesting bombshells that Jen brought up. So it'll be a good show without drama. There's enough drama in the true crime stories that we listen to. We don't need the personal beefs and craziness, in my opinion. And Brown Eyed Girl says, I love you. I got to get some rest. Okay, good. Yes, good. Get some rest. I love you too. And I hope that your little puppy dog is doing better too. Aw. Thank you, The Path. All right, guys. And I did create a bunch of clips, so they're just kind of like shorter ones, but I want to make sure we get them. So I'm going to go ahead and play this next one.
On the 26th, law enforcement is contacted. And on the 26th, I'm going to talk about it a little bit later, but I also want to say on the 26th, we know, because many of us have seen the video footage on the 26th at approximately 3:10 a.m. in the morning on the 26th. So the 25th is that night again. Katie Proudfoot has a full day with her son. She says on the 25th that their day was spent literally doing all the things Sebastian Rogers likes to do. She talks about him eating this gigantic thing of popcorn. She talks about taking him to the steakhouse. She talks about having breakfast at BJ's. She talks about this full day and how happy Sebastian is. What we know from the 25th, so I'm going to digress a little bit, is we now know about the video recording that was done at Texas Roadhouse. And that, I think, is important because we have to look at what did law enforcement see. Law enforcement would have had that likely on the 26th. I do know for a fact that a lot of the individuals that were at Texas Roadhouse were not particularly interviewed by the police, but we know they had possession of the video. What did they see? Well, now we're seeing exactly what they saw. The question is, why didn't anything in that Texas Roadhouse video seem to stand out to law enforcement? And the reason I say that it didn't stand out to law enforcement is because it would seem people weren't interviewed. Who am I talking about specifically? Well, we know that, as an example, that the green hooded sweatshirt individual was not interviewed by police back on the 25th, 26th, 27th. In fact, they weren't interviewed by police until deep into September. Specifically, December 13th was when law enforcement interviewed Green Hoodie. Who is Green Hoodie? Green Hoodie, for anybody who has now seen that video, you can clearly see that Green Hoodie person acted kind of hinky, what I call hinky, not normal, not going to the hostess stand, not getting a table, not sitting there and ordering, the normal behavior of somebody who goes into a restaurant. And I won't spend too much time on this, but essentially I'm trying to make the point that Green Hoodie goes in, goes to the bathroom, comes back out, doesn't order. It's a very unusual, and I shouldn't say very unusual because these things do happen, but it's an unusual situation from how people normally react. The important part of this isn't that Green Hoodie is important, because she's not. Law enforcement has now spoken with this person. Law enforcement has interviewed. They've determined where this person lives. They determined that it wasn't nefarious, and they had nothing to do with Sebastian Rogers' disappearance. So we know that now. My question is, though, why wasn't it important to law enforcement on February 26, 27, 28, 29, 30th, February, March, April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November, not until December when, and we're going to get into this, when to at night and in conjunction with Dog the Bounty Hunter, why did it take that for law enforcement to deem that an important person to talk to? And it also begs the question, how about some of the other individual actions that were taking place that night at Texas Roadhouse? We've all seen it. There's a lot of interaction from different people. This is what I believe law enforcement believes. I believe that because they came to know from the dash cam video, really the audio recording of Katie Proudfoot, they know that Sebastian made it to Katie Proudfoot and Chris Proudfoot's home where Sebastian lived. I should have mentioned that. He was living with his mom, but he had joint custody. Seth had joint custody of him. So I think because, and having been in those shoes where you're looking for an autistic child, and I hate to digress, but I want to say this. We all know that Sebastian Rogers was diagnosed autistic. This kid was smart, though. This young man played video games. He had fun. He had friends. He, commiserated with his teachers. We've all seen that. We know that he was, kind of a prankster. We know that he was unique, as described by his father, Seth.
Okay, guys. So just really quick in this video, and I read some really great comments up there, so I'm going to read them right after. So 26th, Ellie's contacted, and that's February 26th, excuse me. February 26th, 2024, Ellie is contacted. Video footage from 3:10 a.m. is also on the 26th. So that night after the Texas Roadhouse, which we all refer to as the flashlight video. The Texas Roadhouse video, Jen goes over why L.E. didn't really do anything with it, which I don't think maybe she's getting at that, but she says that L.E. likely had the video on the 26th, but nobody was really interviewed from that particular interaction, so the dinner and things like that. I don't know if I believe that or not. I mean, I would think they would at least interview the waitress, the hostess, whoever interacted with Sebastian and Katie directly. And so if they didn't, that's really shoddy police work. If they didn't interview anybody except for the green hoodie person, which happened on December 13th, 2024. This person was interviewed, has nothing to do with the disappearance, according to law enforcement. I know there's a lot of people out there that don't agree with that and that think that the interaction by the cars was way too long for it just to have been passing by. Now, the green hoodie person passes by Katie's vehicle that she's about to get into. She's leaving. The green hoodie person is entering in to the restaurant. They go into the restaurant and use the bathroom. I don't know why the hostess didn't stop them. Maybe they did. And maybe they said, are you, do you need a table or something like that? Sometimes with Texas Roadhouse having that big, nice bar in there, sometimes people will just go straight back to the bar because they're going to sit at the bar, they're going to order some food, or maybe they're just having a drink. Either way, that didn't happen. Green hoodie goes into the bathroom, uses the bathroom, and then comes out. But they were lurking around the parking lot for quite some time before that. So it is still, in my mind, suspicious. It's very difficult to believe anything that comes out of law enforcement's mouth when they wanted us to believe that the flashlight interaction or the flashlight video was a trash truck. It's very difficult for me to believe that. And so I'm not going to take, even if they put it on the most beautiful letterhead that's sparkling in gold, I'm not going to believe what they're saying. And that's just because I want to keep the options open. I don't want to close it off because, as we can see, them closing off all the options and operating under the assumption, sorry, air quotes, that Sebastian walked off was the reason why there wasn't proper evidence gathered. And we see that when they're not interviewing anybody until December 13th. Now, everybody was going crazy over the green hoodie. So that's the reason why law enforcement came out, in my opinion. I could be wrong about that, but my opinion is that there was so much speculation that they wanted to calm it down. And so they went off and interviewed this person and to quiet the situation down. Now, I don't want people to go after green hoodie. I'm not saying, Shim, she deserves that. If they talk to him, they talk to him. But I just still don't believe them because of the past, right? So let me go ahead and go to your guys' comments because I saw some just pertaining to kind of what we're talking about right now. And Tony says, don't they have a grand jury meeting coming up to see whose cases they think they should cover? Can't people legally go out and picket for those cases? I believe they could. We have that right to assemble anytime. So yes, people can definitely do that, Tony. I mean, I think that would be a great idea. Sumner County doesn't take too kindly to that, though. For a place that's like very much into, like a conservative mindset, I don't know why they don't appreciate that as much, but I do. I think it's a good idea. And I'm conservative, so I think it's a good idea to go out there and let your voice be heard and exercise those rights peacefully. Don't riot or anything, but but do it in a good way and put the signs up. Justice for Sebastian. Let people know what's going on, which many of them do, of course, but not everybody does. And their grand jury convenes once a month for Monday through Friday. And it's just basically whoever they decide. And there's a couple of different factors involved when it comes to if they're going to look at the case, if they're not going to look at the case. So I'm hoping that it is something that happens. I hope so, because they sure do have a lot of circumstantial evidence that I think could bring proper charges. But again, I don't know exactly what they have. I'm assuming they have more, but again, I hate to assume. But yeah, really, really great point. People should get out there. Local people, it is in their area. It's got to be unnerving. The Path says, I wonder if Sebastian had an uneasy sense of something that weekend. I wonder the same thing too. He sure looked like he had an uneasy sense when they came out of the Texas Roadhouse. He looked like he wanted to go to a different vehicle, and then Katie kind of directs him to the other vehicle. I think the look on his face when he saw the interaction between Green Hoodie and his mom is cause for concern, at the very least, maybe alarm, because he was watching his mama like a hawk. And that's what a good boy does, right? He's going to watch his mom, especially if there's a stranger that's coming up like into her personal bubble like that. My opinion. And Minnie says, I wonder that too. And also if he overheard something. Yeah, I've been worried about that too, Minnie, because it's like, all of this stuff, kids know so much more than we think they do. And they do like to listen in and eavesdrop. And so I think that especially if he thought that they were having like really, let's see, life-changing conversations about him, that he was definitely trying to listen in. I mean, I would. And Rosebud says, what's important? Good to see you, Rosebud. What's important about Green Hoodie is KP never mentioned that interaction. I agree. And Katie didn't talk much about their day. When she was asked about it, she was very kind of condescending in a way where she's going, well, Google it, y'all. And, if it's a fun fact, I actually made breakfast this morning. Well, I mean, I know that some people can be really hateful and rude, but I don't know. I don't know how many people are going to ask Katie, like, did you make breakfast for your son that morning? I don't think there was that many to warrant her reaction like that, but she was just very snarky, like, a fun fact, I made a breakfast. It was spaghetti pancakes. You can Google it, y'all. I'm not even going to bother telling you guys what it is. And then, basically saying, that they went off and picked up their family member, which was the niece, Chris's niece, and then brought her to BJ's to meet Chris's sister, her mother, excuse me, her mother, and then they were going to go to, then that interaction was over, right? And then it was just Katie and Sebastian. And then they went home, unloaded the groceries, went back out to the bowling alley where they have the arcade, and then they went to the Texas Roadhouse. She never elaborated what kind of dinner they had, what his demeanor was ever. She always dodged those questions. So, yeah, Rosebud, that's a great point that she kind of hid that interaction. And she also didn't really say much about the fact that she didn't order anything besides French fries. She just ordered an entree, it just, all of the details that we didn't need to know were in it, like the colossal popcorn. Like, who cares if he had a humongous popcorn that day? So what? What does that have to do with anything? It doesn't. It's just all, fluff to kind of make us think, of what the heck, colossal popcorn, what the heck, and instead of just it being very like factual, we did this. This is what his demeanor was like. We had a great time, but she was just very, even to the point of maybe being argumentative about those kinds of that line of questioning. So Minnie says, KP said he liked to hide around corners. Absolutely. Absolutely. And, why would he be doing that unless he wanted to, I could see sometimes some people do love scaring other people. We saw it on like Ellen. Like Ellen loved to like hide someplace and then just like, bah, and like, it's awful. I kind of think that's mean, but I don't like somebody doing that to me. So, but yeah, like yeah, you're right. He likes to hide. She said he likes to dip around walls and stuff. And so maybe he either did like to scare people or he was eavesdropping, And the Path says, such as, did they tell him CPS was taking him away? Yeah, it makes me wonder. It seems like they were a little bit maybe too honest at times too, in terms of saying things that maybe they shouldn't be saying in front of him, putting it in a more delicate fashion. I'm not saying to lie to your kids, but you don't want to freak them out, especially if you're going to send them away someplace, like, or if CPS is going to take them away someplace. You don't want to upset them more. So I don't know. It makes me wonder if they did hold it over his head, in a certain way, like if you don't behave yourself, they're going to come take you or something like that. Typically, people that have their children taken away don't have that much of a window to do that kind of thing. I don't understand why they did. And Rosebud says, it may have nothing to do with it, but it's the lack of KP mentioning it. Yeah, absolutely. I think it is. And it's the fact that she likes to dodge all of those questions that are very important to what transpired that night. She doesn't want to get in depth with it. And you'd think that she would. Another thing that was mentioned on the Lore Lodge on the last live was basically the fact that Katie is a installation technician for Brinks, but yet she's not the expert or being knowledgeable about the security system or even having one at their house. And that's a definite red flag. So, I mean, I agree with what you're saying. It may or may not have anything to do with it, but I think it's noteworthy. And Minnie says, or was there a plan Seth didn't know about to send him away? Well, I wonder that too. And I don't think that's ever off the table. I think that if they did send him somewhere, that could have been the best case scenario, as long as it wasn't one of the places where they mistreat the kids so badly. But yeah, I mean, it could have been that, Minnie. It could have been like where they were like, Seth is dragging his feet. He doesn't want to put him anywhere, and we're gonna do what we want. We're gonna do what we think is best. I can't have him here anymore. In Chris's words, I mean, we've heard him say that. The path says the key may lie in the content of the most recent CPS report. I agree with that, Path. I think collectively it will tell a story, but I think that there has to have been a point where there was a straw that broke the camel's back, and 5 reports is a lot for anybody in that short amount of time. It just escalates, right? It's like ABUSC. It's like once it starts happening, it's not going to stop. It's going to continue to keep going and going. You're going to have lulls, and you're going to have good times and calm before the storm, but the storm is always going to come, especially when you're dealing with somebody like Chris, who has a very bad temper on him. He doesn't know how to show restraint. He doesn't know how to take a deep breath, take a step back, like, you know what, I'm going to walk away from the situation. He's always got to be controlling it, and that in and of itself can really make things bad, in my opinion. And Chief says, by the way, I don't know if anyone heard about a 17-year-old female from Hendersonville, Nevada, was found in the desert unalived and ruled a suicide. Please keep in your prayers and thoughts. Oh, we will. Definitely. Thank you for letting us know. And if you could just say took their own life, just because YouTube doesn't like certain words. And again, you guys see it in my intro. I think it's ignorant, but it's the way the YouTubeverse works. Hey, Scranton Strangler, good to see you. I'm 13 minimum behind. Sorry, 13 minutes behind. But Chris just said, when I'm not home, she lets the dogs sleep in the bed. So why did she put the dogs up? Yeah, exactly, Scranton Strangler. So that's the issue. They lied to everybody. So in the first interview, Katie, he told me to put the dogs up and go to bed. Second interview, even with the news affiliate, told me to put the dogs up and get to bed. Hey, you're falling asleep, get up. All of that was a consistent part of their story. This is the scariest part to me, is that was the most consistent part of their story, right? Was that she was on the phone with Chris. Chris says, hey, you're falling asleep on me, which is normal, right? If you're on the phone with somebody and you're falling asleep, they're like, hey, go ahead and go to bed or whatever. I can get that, I can get down with that. But then She says, I got to put the dogs up, and go to bed. And so it's a strange thing to lie about, but it's the scariest part is it was the most consistent. They even tell Nancy straight to her face, like, yep. And then she's like, well, let me get this straight. So you guys were on the phone and you put the dogs up. Do they have a pen? Where do they sleep? Yada, yada, yada. And then lo and behold, here comes this statement from Chris. Oh, well, Kate, they don't like me as much because when I'm around, I make them sleep in the pen. Well, he wasn't around. It's weird. It's all, and that was their mess up, not anybody else's. They can't blame anybody for that. They did that to themselves. Minnie says, I've been watching the fires all day. That's really sad, Chief. Yeah, the fires. Oh my gosh, we were watching that last night too. Terry Lynn was covering the fires, and oh my gosh, it was just devastation. They had birds and horses and all kinds of the pets and everything. It was so sad. I really hope they got it under control. I haven't been able to follow it either, Minnie. I'm not going to lie. And Minnie agrees with the Scranton Strangler. Ginger says, I agree, Path. Path says, I think L.E. just thought he ran off, believing two people in a big house that used to be in the Navy and family with connections in the community biased. Yeah, absolutely. I can totally see where they would have, done that. And I think they're continuing to do it. What's really sad is them dying on the hill, just to save face, really, because, oh, well, we handled it properly. No, you didn't. You didn't. You guys did not handle this properly. You guys didn't do any forensics. You were operating under assumptions. That's the worst thing you can do in an investigation, is operate under assumptions. Even like people in our regular life, that's the worst thing we can do too. If you assume, you make an ass out of you and me, and that's just part of it. That's why you don't assume things. It's hard not to assume things. It's not hard. It's hard to be, you know, not assumptive on some level, because we all do it. But for police and an investigation, yeah, I agree, Path. That's a great point. That's a great point. The Path says, instead of a protest, can the grand jury be emailed? Thoughts to think. Yeah, I believe they can be. They can be contacted, definitely. And that's a great way to let your voice be heard, as well as to write letters. And nowadays it's emails, but write a strongly worded letter to them. I think that would go a very long way. That's a great idea, Path. I think I should do something like that too. They would have to have some sort of something where they consider public opinion, I would think. Oh, no, Tony, not a wrong word to use. No. Protesting is, I believe in protesting. I just believe in like peacefully protesting and doing it in a smart way where you're not going to get in trouble or arrested. Like don't get yourself in trouble, but do it to stand up. It's under our constitutional rights to be able to do that. Most definitely. And Chief says, Lady Freedom, the question is, when Green Hoodie came out of the restroom, who was she texting? Ellie said they weren't involved, never said cleared. I don't know who they were texting. I have no idea. I know that Katie was texting quite frequently throughout the night, but she says that she was texting her husband, Chris. So I don't know. I mean, it could have been anybody. They could have been in direct contact. I don't know who she was texting. They, like I said, they came out with that letter saying that they were not involved. So, I mean, that's the only thing we have to go off of. Do I believe them? No, I don't. I think it's something that's still open, in my opinion. And Lisa, good to see you. Lisa says, now I have a question. You do know who Green Hoodie is, right? She is Katie's sister. Oh, no, I don't know I don't know who the Green Hoodie person is. They were saying it was a guy for the longest time. Then they come out and say it's a woman. And I mean, I have no idea who the Green Hoodie person is. I'm not going to lie. That would be purely speculating. And Ginger says, in my opinion, Sebastian saw and heard things that the PFs and the Bs didn't want him telling others about. I agree, Ginger. I agree with that 100%. I think that I think he was being severely mistreated, and that's like not even the best that I could even really do, because I can't really say what I think was happening to him on this YouTube platform. I think it was so bad, even to kind of quote Seth loosely. He said that if we were to read what was in the CPS reports that he's received, that we wouldn't be able to sleep at night. That's how bad they are. So, you know, I believe him. I believe him. And Lisa says, and the reason I know that is back when there was the look-alike at Grandfather Mountain is when people started digging into Katie's family, and that's how I know that she's Katie's sister. You know, I vaguely remember what the family looks like. They all kind of resemble KP in a way. I know that Frances, her mother, is a registered SO. I know that she did have regular conversations and interactions with Sebastian. The rest of Katie's family member, the only person that I know of is Yada, which is her second cousin, and you know, obviously we know what she looks like. And then who was the other one? It was Katie's cousin that got her on Duchess for the Missing, the first interview they ever did. She reached out to Duchess, asked for help, and Duchess said she would help Chris and Katie and have them on the show. But I don't know what her sister looks like. I know that she's got step family, according to Yada. So I don't know exactly. I'm assuming they look alike unless they're step siblings. Then they may not. And Chief says, I didn't know that, so that explains why KP said she didn't think Green Hoodie was involved. I mean, it would explain that. It would explain it. I mean, I would think she would come out if it was her sister, but maybe she didn't want her sister to get, you know, a whole bunch of people going after her. I thought it was just a local person, so that's all news to me. And the Path says, after that running around, I would have ordered food for delivery and sat home. Oh my gosh, Path, that's what I'm saying. I was like, maybe I'm just really lazy or something, because like if we went to the arcade and all that kind of stuff, I'd be like, hey buddy, let's go home. We'll pop a movie on. Let's like cuddle up and watch some TV. I just don't feel like she was that type of a mama. I feel like it was like, go, 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 eat, send a picture to stepdad, make sure you eat it all, eat your whole plate. You know, I'm just, yeah, I agree. I know it's hard to speculate too when it's not something I would, you know, that would be in my realm of understanding. And Minnie says, I sneak up on hubby all the time. Minnie, somehow I believe that. That's hilarious. I love it. See, I just don't like it because I get like, like I'll freak out. And so, you know, I don't want to like go swinging or something like that. And Lisa says, that's why I find it funny that law enforcement cleared her so fast. Yeah, I mean, I definitely, like, if that is her sister, then that is extra bizarre. And like I said, you know, that would, you know, and Chief brought it up, that would explain a lot. It really would. It really would. Rosebud says the other thing is everything is told the same up into taking out the trash, and then each interview more is added. Yes. Usually you tell all the details right away and then it's fresh, not adding more. I agree, Rosebud. That is very weird how it was just kind of like little bits of information kind of coming out. But again, I really do feel like she was watching and listening, and when there were pieces of information that she needed to add in, she would. Like when they found out that there was somebody that had taken the trash out and that it was caught on camera, then it was like, oh, Sebastian's got a chore. He takes out the trash. That was introduced on Chronicles of Olivia. And that was the 4th interview, I believe. I have them all written down. Yeah, 4th interview, March 6th, 2024. So, and that one was kind of weird because I think that's when she actually published it. I don't know if she talked to them before that. But either way, she also added in that she drove up to the school on that interview as well, when she never mentioned that before. And so that was really different. That was really, really different. Yeah, I agree. Usually you're going to tell the story when it's fresh on your mind. It's going to be the same story very consistently, and it's been anything but that. Hey, Sherry Harper, good to see you. And Chief says, did anyone notice the car in the Texas Roadhouse parking lot? It is the same car that was outside P and CP's house that night Sebastian disappeared. There were several cars that were suspicious in the Texas Roadhouse video. Did we see the car park in the parking lot? Are you talking about the like her vehicle, the one that was matching her vehicle, or which vehicle? Because there were a few in there that 4-minute blind. Oh, mini true. Oh, Scranton says 4 minutes behind still, mini true, but you can't send your kid to behavioral school and then report him as a runaway or missing. That's still false report to LE for a year. Yeah, my thing is, though, if they're trying to hide it, maybe they changed his identity. That would be the only thing that I could think of that would make that a strong possibility. Because I mean, they might have just been like, well, here, but for a whole year, that is a lot. Yeah, yeah. And I'm gonna go ahead and go to this next clip. You guys are so smart, though. Path says, if you recall the TV show John and Kate +8, that woman put her boy in the behavioral school and did not tell the dad where. Oh, yeah. I forgot about that. Yeah, it was where they had like the octuplets, was it? Or did they have multiple? They had multiples, right? Yeah, Minnie says, I remember that, Path. I do too. I do too. Yeah, see, there's ways of doing it, and if you know they're social and they, and they're different. I mean, and honestly, guys, I hate to say it, but like again, law enforcement's was shoddy work. Shoddy. This is some shoddy work. I'm sorry, it's bad. They said that they are leaving no stone unturned. They've left a lot of stones unturned, in my opinion, especially when they didn't do the forensics in the home. Let's see. Jen talks about the audio that she believes was there that proves that Sebastian made it home. I don't really know about that, guys. I don't really know about that. I couldn't decipher anything in the audio. So first they were saying the audio wasn't anything to sneeze at. Then they were like, oh, the audio. Hey, Holly, good to see you, honey. But you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. I can't tell. I can't make heads or tails of that. No, I can't. I just can't. Okay, and then also Jen was talking about how Sebastian did have friends, how he did have people who loved him at school, like his teachers, and that he was a prankster and that he was a very unique person. Hey, couponing, good to see you. And so I think that that is really important to consider, because I didn't believe for a second that he didn't have zero friends. I mean, maybe nobody wanted to send the kids to the Proudfoot house, or maybe nobody wanted to, take on Sebastian because of the things that was probably said about him. I mean, maybe there were kids that wanted to play, and Katie said, no, he's got issues and he's got this and he'll get in everybody's personal space. You have no idea. We really don't. I mean, she says that it would cause issues, but you can't just keep somebody in a bubble. You got to at least let them get out there. And I think that Sebastian had a great personality, in my opinion. I don't know him personally, obviously, never met him. But just seeing some of the interactions that his father has shown, and then also some of the anecdotes that he's shared, the way the teachers described him, I think that's more accurate than Chris and Katie's shit show of lies. But let's go ahead and get to this next one, guys. So we're on 13.
Meaning to me, I love unique people. Who wants to be the average cookie cutter person? So he was autistic, but to me, the point is he was also very special in his mannerisms in a good way, not discussing autism, but rather the kind of person he was, and he was smart. So I think this is important to recognize. In any event, getting back on track, when you look at the video on the 25th, it gives me pause that law enforcement didn't consider that. And I'm saying now, the reason I think that they didn't dive into that deeper or look at people from the Texas Roadhouse may have been because they know that Sebastian Rogers arrived at his home. And so they discounted the Texas Roadhouse video as being important. Do I agree with that decision? Maybe not. I'm not trying to armchair quarterback them, because I'm also going to talk a little bit about that. But I'm not trying to armchair quarterback them. All agents and all officers are different. Personally, for me, I think I probably went overboard at interviews, making sure everyone was ruled out, anything that seemed hinky to me, any possible video that could have been captured. I was the one that said, let's just do it. Jen, really, yeah, I know, let's just do it, just for my peace of mind. Everyone is different. It's clear to me from what I know now that law enforcement, I don't think, had a heavy they didn't rely heavily on the Texas Roadhouse video because they believed it wasn't important to finding out what happened to Sebastian Rogers. Okay. So law enforcement now has Sebastian Rogers, believes he made it back to the house. And now they're looking at what happened after that. There are some hugely important clues that in looking at everything law enforcement has said, and I've looked at every second of it, read everything again, and re-looked at even comments that were made to TV, radio, whatever it was. And I think I have a clear picture that law enforcement truly believed on the 26th when they responded, that they responded like most law enforcement officials will in the case of an autistic child. What do I mean by that? I've shared with many of you my last case that I worked, even though I was in a supervisory position at the time, operating the command post setting and giving out assignments, keeping track of the case as a whole. It was a 6-year-old autistic boy. And, that case really sticks with me. I've mentioned this before because his mom was polygraphed, failed the polygraph, basically failed because one of the questions basically said, do you know what happened? She failed the polygraph again. And it turned out she did not put her locks. She did not lock the doors. So the child got out. He ended up finding him a couple of days later, unfortunately, in a pond that was at a neighbor's house, pretty kind of far away, further away than you might imagine. But anyway, terrible case. But in any event, the reason I say this is because as law enforcement, we did not stop looking at every possible angle. I ask anybody and everybody who was a diver in terms of from all the different law enforcement agencies, if they could please send a team, and we marked out each of the ponds, any waterway, and had them all researched, RE-searched, just in case he was missed. And that's what ended up happening. But my point is, we in law enforcement know, and you see it in the true crime community, when somebody with autism particularly disappears and they are a child, and Sebastian Rogers was 15, so I'm going to say a minor child, a older child, but a minor child. The first thing we think about is that they have wandered and gone toward water. From our experience, from what we know working missing cases, from what we know happens in terms of literature and what we've been taught and trained to know.
Okay, guys, so I do agree with Jen there, and I will say that in the beginning, I was definitely leaning towards waterways, because children that have autism and just people on the spectrum, they do enjoy the calming and the soothing nature of water. Sometimes they don't understand the to respect that also, because water can be very scary, in terms of if it's a river, you can get swept away. If it's a bigger lake or something like that, you can get pulled under. Oceans have undertows, different things like that. So they may not respect the fact that they can't just jump right in, but they want to. They have that urge to, right? It's more an impulse. And so I did think that maybe he wandered towards the water and maybe sat over there, or maybe wanted to get in there. It was very unclear. But in the beginning, we also thought that Sebastian may not be completely verbal, because his mother was saying that he might not be verbal at the moment, but he does talk. And in that regard, when you hear that and knowing about people who are on the spectrum, it automatically makes you think that he was maybe more towards the nonverbal side. And so that's where it kind of got very, very cloudy for people, because they were like, wait a minute, I thought he was highly autistic. Wait, no, now you're saying he's high functioning. And wait, on day 5, his teachers are coming out and saying, if you saw him on the street, you would think he had no deficits at all. So I mean, again, it was just jumbled up, crazy mess of things. Ken Widener also talks about how in the day 4 press conference that he had been getting together with different agencies and discussing the similar cases where a child with autism wanders off, and that they do have a proclivity to go towards the water and things like that. So he was definitely in that train of thought and that way of thinking as well. He admitted to being that way. Unnamed True Crime Channel, good to see you. Good to see you, Gracie. Good to see you. Good to see you. And so some law Jen was talking about the fact that some law enforcement agencies are more thorough than others, or some law enforcement officials, I should say, even down to the specific person, are going to be everyone's different. Everybody handles things differently. Of course, there's protocols and procedures in place, hopefully most of the time, but she says that some people will do more digging than others. Some people will exhaust all efforts, i.e. interviewing every single person that could possibly have any type of connection or had possibly had any interaction that day. It seems like they dropped the ball on that. That's just my opinion. And that's nothing that Jen is, my opinions and Jen's opinions, of course, are completely separate. And mine come from just a regular person. Jen's a former FBI agent. So with that being said, she says that law enforcement did not rely on the Texas Roadhouse video because they didn't find the relevance in it. They didn't see anything relevant to Sebastian's case, and that's the reason why she thinks that they didn't take it more seriously, is because they thought that he made it back to the house, and that they responded like anybody else usually would when they're dealing with a person who is on the spectrum. But I do think that they needed to be more proactive, and they needed to actually exhaust every single option that could have possibly happened, not only just thinking about his autism. I understand that they were misled. I get that part. But in the same way, I really wish they would have just treated him like a person rather than a diagnosis. And a missing child who went missing from their own home, that's a big one for me. That's a big one for me. And unnamed true crime channel says, I think Sebastian is just highly autistic though. Wasn't he just recently diagnosed? So yes, he was recently diagnosed with autism. Um, when he was born, he had a rare chromosome deletion, which is on a specific chromosome. So it was the Q27 chromosome, I believe. And basically, part of it is just gone, right? It's just a deletion from that particular chromosome. And so it causes symptoms that mirror autism, like the social and emotional dysregulation issues, things like that. So that's why he was late diagnosed. And also, I don't think there was a whole lot of care involved in that. And what I mean by that is usually mothers advocate for their children, and I don't see that happening in this case. I don't see that as a prioritized. That wasn't a priority for Katie. Katie's priorities were being in the military, and I thank people for that. I think it's admirable. I'm not saying that, but I just don't think that her priorities laid with Sebastian or lie with Sebastian. That's my opinion. He also has a pocket of fluid on his brain as well. And then Katie said that he was also recently diagnosed with the combined type ADHD. So, that was also within that diagnosis. Oh, yeah. And then he says, yes, recently. Rosebud says about the response to an autistic child seems to reference to a broad brush. Yes, it does. How they approach these children, and I disagree. It's a continued learning experience and should be looked at that way. I agree, Rosebud. I do too. I agree. I think that had they have treated him like an individual rather than a diagnosis, they would have been a little bit more successful in that as well. I don't know what narrative was pushed by the parents, though, because they were saying some pretty wacky things. They didn't want to come out and publicly speak. And it was all happening behind the scenes. And so even Sheriff Craddock was really flying by the seat of his pants, and he admitted that in an interview and said, I don't know about the medications he was taking for autism. And it's like, well, yeah, okay, that's clear, because there are no medications for autism. It's treated with therapies. And so what you should have been asking, Katie, was what type of therapies is he in? Where is he at on the spectrum? What has he overcome in his journey on the spectrum, right? Because that's what happens, that you'll find out that your child is having trouble making eye contact and things like that. And so you'll send, they'll go to classes, and there'll be different therapies that will help them to be able to speak with somebody face to face and not feel, like white knuckling it the whole time they're doing it, right? They want to feel comfortable. Some children don't know how long to just as an example, how long to really look at someone in the eye. Sometimes it can be really, really awkward, and they'll just sit there and stare and stare. And it's like, because they don't realize that breaking eye contact is okay, but you have to have it. And so and also when, with the individuals that are on the spectrum, they take things very, very literally. So it can be really hard to explain to them how exactly to make it work for them, because it's going to be situational. You're going to meet people who won't look you in the eye either. You're going to have people that that want that eye contact, that want that. Another example is like when it comes to physical contact, maybe they don't like to be hugged. Maybe they like a tighter hug. It's all individual. You're right. It's all individual. Yes, Gracie, he is highly intelligent. Thank you. Yes, very intelligent. An unnamed true crime channel says, "What is the name of the chromosome deletion?" Oh, okay. The Q. Yeah, there you go. 6q27. Thank you. Thanks, Manny. Thank you. Pat says, "Yes, we should hear more facts about Sebastian's speech, mannerisms, etc." Yeah, absolutely. I think that would help a lot. I mean, especially, how to approach him as well. Like, say somebody did come up on him. The one thing that I agreed with when Katie said, although she did say that he was nonverbal in that same sentence, but she said, if you see him or you think you see him, call his name because he will look. He might not be verbal at the moment, but he will look. And I think that's the best way to handle it. I don't know why they didn't at Grandfather Mountain, because they put it all over the internet. That's the first thing they should have done, was say, "Hey, are you Sebastian Rogers?" Or say Sebastian. If he looks over, it's kind of hard once you've been taught your name, especially, again, with people on the spectrum, even me. I mean, there's times where people will say someone else's name and I'll look, because you're used to, if you hear your own name. So that was smart on her part. Gracie says, I would love, or blah, sorry, I would have to look that up. Unnamed true crime channel. Someone here might know. Okay. Oh, for the chromosome. Yeah. I think I left the 6 out in the beginning, but yeah, 6q27. And it's just, that particular chromosome has a deletion, for, a short answer. And Rosebud says, I think Ellie needs more education when it comes to the autism spectrum. I agree, Rosebud. And then also another thing that Craddock had said in the beginning was, I can't imagine how his parents are feeling right now, not focusing in on, I can't imagine how Sebastian must be feeling right now. Unnamed True Crime Channel said, I got my master's in psychology in 2010. We never studied the the 6q27. That's what's funny. I don't know how in depth they get. I did take some psychology, and then I took advanced placement in high school, but I don't remember going that deep into the autism spectrum now. I mean, that was years and years and years ago. And I don't know. I'll have to ask my daughter. She's a psych and criminology person. I'll have to ask her, because I wonder if they've learned in depth on that or not either, because that's a good point. And Gracie says, found it. Okay, yeah, 6q27 chromosome deletion syndrome. Yes. Thank you, Gracie. Thank you, guys. You guys are awesome. Yeah, pocket of fluid on his brain. Yes. Yes. And Holly says 100%. He has what on the brain? I sneezed and I didn't hear it. Okay, yes. It's a pocket of fluid that he was born with on his brain. So they were supposed to have the solution typically is putting like a stent in there to relieve some of it, but they couldn't find one that would do the proper job, and so that's why they just kind of let it ride. And he didn't seem to have very many difficulties with it, just in terms of like when Seth was saying, they really didn't like him to play contact sports too much, because they didn't want him to be hit in the head and be injured. And Rosebud says, yes, I agree. The advocacy of the caregiver helps educate Ellie. Yeah. I don't know what she told them. She could have, because they were looking for small spaces too, him hiding in small spaces. Now, his teacher said he did enjoy, more confined small spaces. So I do believe that to a certain extent, but does he like to hide? And that's the thing. Liking to be in a small confined space doesn't mean that you necessarily like to hide. Hiding is kind of a different behavior, in my opinion. And Holly says, in my opinion, she had not paid much attention to him in quite some time. Yeah, I agree. I just feel like that Sebastian was not a priority for Katie, and that's my opinion. And I don't mean that in a mean way. I just think that she had other things she was doing. Good to see you, Shadow. And Unnamed True Crime Channel says, don't you hate when you sneeze or cough and miss one word? Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Ginger says any diagnosis would have been problematic if the doctor wasn't aware of the underlying trauma from the ABUSC that seemed to be occurring and ongoing. Oh, reoccurring, excuse me, and ongoing. Really well said, Ginger. Yeah, and that's the thing. They were also saying that he needed his medication, and that wasn't the case, that he didn't really need it. Now, is it something that we shouldn't be taking medications that our body's used to and then just, pop off of it, especially some of those ADHD meds and things like that. But when Katie was flat out asked by Smiley, is it life threatening? She said no, but it's probably not good that he just goes right off at cold turkey, right? Because it's something that they need to wean you off of, because some of the side effects can be very damaging too. So, oh, good to see you, Trishy. And OMG, she said he was nonverbal. Yeah, she did. In the second interview, she told them that. She said, sometimes he doesn't talk, but yeah, but he will talk. And so it makes you think like, okay, well, he's not going to talk, then can he talk? Like, it wasn't explained very well at all, not the way to help the situation. Oh no, Trish, you're not late. Good to see you. Hey Margaret, good to see you. Margaret says, I look when someone says mama when I think it's my kid. Yeah, exactly. Or yeah, that's a great point, Margaret. Like when your kids are little, and then someone says mom and you're like, yeah, you look around the room because you're used to that. Mom. That's so cute. Yes, exactly. Exactly. And it's mini so aw. And Trishy says the break point on chromosome 6 is Q27. My firstborn had a cryptic chromosome translocation of 7 and 20 and got my MD, my medical detective degree. That's funny. Well, you know what's Trishy, I will tell you, like when my mom was diagnosed with cancer and things like that, I had no idea about it until I would research everything on it. I mean, to the point of being like a mad scientist. So I understand that. And then I'd go in there and talk to the doctors and they'd be like, are you a doctor? It's like, no, I just did a lot of research. Because they couldn't understand like how I was understanding what they're talking about. Most people are like, they go in there and they don't know because they don't use layman's terms with people. That's why I had to go do the research, because it was confusing. And then, and I can't imagine like having that for, my kids. Yeah, I would be Mom MD. Trishy, that's your new nickname, Mom MD. That's awesome. But that's what you have to do. That I'm not even what you have to do. That's what you do. That is what you do when you care and you love, So, yeah. And if you guys have questions on that, definitely direct them to Trishy, because, yeah, like it's very difficult to explain these specific syndromes, right? Because they're very rare. It's not something that happens to everybody. Like even, for example, Gypsy Rose Blanchard. She has a chromosome deletion as well. It's not the same one as Sebastian. Let's just put it that way. I don't know exactly which one it is, but it's not the same one. And Chief says, FYI, YouTube also frowns discussion for medical conditions on the platform due to misinformation, although you could research them for personal reasons. I don't think they're too strict on that, as long as you're not telling people like, this is what I think you should, as long as you're not giving people recommendations, per se. Most people that have a lot of knowledge of it, it's not going, YouTube won't ding you for it. Words like unaliving your oneself, they definitely do. It's like forbidden. So hey Jude, good to see you. But yeah, And then also, you don't want to, you want to let everybody know, like, hey, I'm not a medical professional. This is based on my research, kind of a thing. But Sebastian's chromosome deletion has been out in the media. Oh, it was in March because Seth actually went on a program. I believe it was a Court TV program, and they had an expert on, and they went over his specific diagnosis, which I think is helpful. Like Trishy said, it's, on a certain chromosome, it's deleted off of this part of it, and this is why, and this is the result is. You know, so yeah, it's important. It's important to understand because it's all individual. I mean, all health diagnoses are individual, in my opinion. So, am I am I being good tonight? Yes, because I was being bad last night, so I'm gonna be good tonight. Let's see. Margaret, you saw some of my shenanigans last night. Holly says, I remember the part, and I absolutely thought he was nonverbal. Yeah, like, well, it made you wonder, right? It was like, well, can can he articulate himself? Does he have a special, then it makes you think, like, does he have a special device? Does he have special words that he will like to have used over other ones, and things like that? It brings in a whole lot of stuff. Holly, you're right to be upset, because I was too when I figured that out. I was like, oh, okay, so he's playing chess, and he's a latchkey kid, he's doing all this stuff. It's crazy. It's crazy. The Path says, in an interview, Katie said he is funny and has good one-liners, so he obviously speaks. Yeah. He said, "Good night, mom and puppies. I love you." Exactly. That is a great point, Path. I mean, and even he would tease his school resource officer and be like, "Hey, how many tickets are you going to give out today?" That's witty. That's not even funny. Like, anybody could do like slapstick and like fall over and da da da, but he's like witty about it. He's like, "So, how many?" He's like sassy, right? Like, how many are you going to write up today? I mean, it's so cute and witty. Um Oh, Margaret, you're gonna get some snow. I hope you guys are all safe that it's got all the snow. I hope you guys are all warm and cozy and have your fires going and have all your supplies and everything. I know that can be a lot, a lot, a lot. And yeah, you can't give advice. Thank you. Unnamed True Crime Channel. Thank you. I was like, I think you just can't recommend anybody. Like, I can't be like, hey, hey, so and so, do you need to take this and call me in the morning? Like, that's forbidden. And couponing says, "Hey Jude, don't make." Oh, okay, sorry. Hey Jude. All right. Okay, guys, I'm going to go ahead and play this next one for us all. Ooh, hot chocolate. Yes. Hey, Jude. That's what I'm talking about, girl. Yes. I didn't make my cocoa bombs this year, guys. I need to make those and still send them out. It seems like we still have all the snow. All right, so we are on 13. Let's see. Yeah, 14.
And this is not the first time I have heard this from him. So even though I heard with my own ears that body-worn camera footage, and I've posted it on my Twitter, please go on and look. I've got it. You can hear the whole thing. You can hear him running. You can hear an officer. They said and then he says the footprints don't match. Remember, they were looking for Sebastian not having shoes. Katie Proudfoot is adamant that all his shoes are accounted for, and I believe that. I believe his shoes are accounted for. I believe he left that home barefoot. No matter how he left the home, I believe it was barefoot. He left without his switch. He left without his phone, but he did have his glasses on. Now, from the 26th, I think this is very important. At 11:17 a.m., Sumner County put out an endangered child alert. Okay? 11:17 a.m. In that alert, they say This is what's critical. Rogers was seen earlier in the day near Stafford Court. Remember how all of us it's bothering all of us that we know, according to video proof of life that we've all seen now, we know Sebastian Rogers was alive on the 25th at the Texas Roadhouse. There's no doubt about that. I believe law enforcement knows about proof of life after that, although we haven't heard it particularly. We know it exists, of Katie Proudfoot's dash audio situation that she had. So then we know now, we've known, but it takes recapping some of this. That endangered child alert, which I hadn't read, it's my fault. I knew there was one issued. I did not know the particulars, but they say on there that Rogers was seen earlier in the day and seen near Stafford Court. That's the 26th. So I believe that's why all the flyers, everything, the FBI poster, the law enforcement poster, that's why they're saying the 26th. Whereas many of us are saying, whoa, proof of life is the 25th. That's what we know in the public realm. And really, we know more than that because law enforcement said the 26th last seen according to that endangered child alert. Okay. So again, this is from the lens of Sumner County that I'm speaking of on the 26th. That's where we're at right now. Okay. Seen near Stafford Court. Further, they say, we need you to check out your houses. We need you to look at your garages. This is more that law enforcement says then back on the 26th near Long Hollow Pike. Near Long Hollow Pike. He specifically says, hey, public, I need your help. He was seen in and around this area and seen alive. You know, this is really important for us to revisit that. When I say seen alive, I'm not talking about the Long Hollow Court. I'm specifically talking about Stafford Court on the 26th. Now, that's what law enforcement is saying. I'm not going to comment about anything that I particularly think, just what law enforcement is saying here for everyone to consider, because it's really important, I think. They also say, law enforcement, that they had searched a 5-mile radius, 200 people in all the agencies. I think this is a good time for me to comment about missing children's case. I talked about the last one I've had many missing children cases throughout my career. People don't sleep. Agents, meaning law enforcement, we don't go to bed. We don't go home. We don't see our families. You heard it actually in the Madeline Soto case. That officer talking to Jennifer Soto saying, listen, I haven't even seen my own family. I miss my kids' things. I've been here, you know, because that is the fervor to which law enforcement, no matter whether you're local, state, or federal, that's what happens when a child goes missing. You think on here, all of you, this case is tugging at your heartstrings. It's tugging at my heartstrings. I've shared that I have a brother that is special needs as well. And if you took a picture, which some of you can see on my Twitter, of my brother at his age and looked at Sebastian, they could be brothers. For various reasons, all of us, no matter whether we're just advocates, no matter whether we just have big hearts, no matter whether we're just big in our missing community, we're trying to do something to make a difference. This case, everyone here, it's grabbed. Law enforcement times 10, all those law enforcement officers trying their damnedest to find Sebastian. I just wanted to touch on that because while I have done it to a degree and everyone else has definitely done it to a huge degree, armchair quarterback law enforcement. They literally have and are trying to do the best they can with what they have. Now, this sighting, again, this is what they're saying on the 26th near Stafford Court. Could this be? And I understand, I've watched the video over and over and over again of the flashlights. The flashlights are not a trash truck. You would have to be a moron to think that the lights that are in the Nick Barris video that was made public, whether he should have or shouldn't have, at least he's on it. At least he's trying to inform the public. And I just can't fault him for that. I think what he found, I think that video is critical. And I don't care about all the, reenactments. Look at the video. Look at the video. So much, I think, that is discussed takes away really our ability to just see what we see and use our common sense and our God-given intelligence. Look at that video. There's a light source that's small here. There's a second source here, closer to the house. It's all behind and kind of what I call a green belt, but this, grass area. And then, they're both like right here. And then one person, the second person, I'll call it number 2, watch the video, please. Again, if you haven't seen it, gets obscured by bushes. Then light 1 goes off camera. Then light 2 follows the person. Is that what we're meaning by the 26th? Because it's 3:10 in the morning. Now, many of you might be saying, and I said this early on. Chris and Katie Proudfoot both said, and I just listened to it again today. That trash truck thing is baloney, and it's just mentioned by who. That's what Chris says. That's just who's stating that. And then Seth says also, no, it's not an investigative lead. Law enforcement did not comment, by the way. Their comment, which Craddock said at the time when he was confronted with it, and I'm sure they were upset it got out. When confronted at the time, they said, we received a lot of video. Basically, we're not going to comment. We received a lot of video. And I understand why they're upset. I really do. Because if I were in law enforcement, I'd be upset. Now I'm kind of in this middle space. So I understand both sides of it. I believe Nick Barris was doing his job. And I believe law enforcement was doing their job, deciding not to comment about it. And as far as why the parents made those comments, I believe likely maybe law enforcement said nothing to worry about. But from my view as an investigator, I see that it's significant. That's the night he goes missing. It is not a trash truck. Look at it for yourselves. That's my opinion. And I wonder if it's law enforcement's opinion. I've never commented. And until law enforcement says it, I have to go with what my eyes see. I really want you to watch it. I have to go with what my eyes see. Add on top of that according to Katie Proudfoot, Sebastian Rogers did not leave, and according to law enforcement, did not leave empty-handed. No switch and no cell phone, but he had this keychain type flashlight. So you put that together, keychain like flashlight, the hour of the morning this occurred, plus the fact that it's 2 separate sources. One goes this way, one goes this way, and then goes back this way. Who was that? Who is that? Is that what law enforcement is chalking up to their 26th that he was sighted in and around Stafford Court? Is that why they're saying the 26th? That's never been clarified. All right.
Okay, guys. So sorry, I was writing down some things there. Okay, so KP's dash audio. Apparently, there was some dash audio from KP, and we've heard it. I've heard it. I'm gonna go look for it. I couldn't find it earlier, but I know that a lot of people have heard it. So basically, it's the audio of that morning. So when all the chaos was going on. Jen goes back to what she was talking about in a previous episode of hers while she was talking about Sebastian being seen alive earlier in the area of Stafford Court, that we were told to look near Long Hollow Pike. And I do remember that. She says that she's looking at it through the lens of Sumner County. And again, I don't know if I believe that he was seen around that area alive. But then she brings up a good point about how LE might be referring to the flashlight video as in that's Sebastian on the 26th, 3:10 a.m. on the 26th. But really quick, before I go to that, she said that they searched the 5-mile radius, that LE didn't sleep, that people were out looking for him relentlessly. I agree with that. I think that they were. I will say that they did seem to be trying their damnedest. I just don't think that they were looking in the right direction, or they weren't doing the right steps, or they may have had a different outcome. And that's just my opinion. I'm not saying there's any malicious intent there or anything like that. I'm just saying that there's a strong possibility that they were doing their damnedest and it wasn't good enough because their damnedest wasn't in the right direction. So then she goes back in the next clip and starts talking about the sighting on the 26th near Stafford Court. The flashlight video was leaked around March 17th. And there's no doubt in my mind that LE probably had that video as one of the first videos that they had. Craddock does say when he's confronted with the 3:10 a.m. flashlight video on February 26, 2024, that they've received a lot of video. And then she also missed this quote, but I remember him saying, "We don't know what we don't know." So at that point, they didn't know what they were looking at either, according to Sheriff Craddock. Now, Jen thinks it's significant, the flashlight video, and so do I. I think it's very significant to the case, and I think that's why they are being so quiet with it, and they didn't want it out, and they were upset when it came out, and they didn't want to comment on it because it was one of the only key pieces of evidence that they had. Again, they had the trash can video when someone's taking the trash out, but it was very grainy, it was very dark, and it was hard to see. Even Seth said that you couldn't make out who was actually taking the trash out. He said that on Pascal. Now, something that really stood out to me when Jen was talking, the keychain flashlight. So Sebastian left, according to Chris and Katie, and didn't take anything, not shoes. The only thing that he took was himself dressed in a black t-shirt, long sleeve t-shirt type thing, not a sweatshirt, but a t-shirt. And then a pair of black pants with stripes down the side and his glasses. He brought with him a small keychain flashlight. Now, could this have been to set it up later on that if someone did see the flashlights moving through the yards, that they would automatically assume that it was Sebastian? Very possibly. But good police work and good eyes, right? Just looking at it, you can see there's two flashlights. There's two light sources. May not be exactly a flashlight, could be like a headlamp, could be a phone light. Either way, two light sources, and then one light source goes back to the house. So do I think it's significant? Hell yes, I think it's significant. And do I think that they were doing everything they can? Yes, I do. I just don't think that they were doing what they should have been doing. They weren't moving in the right direction. Hey, Sandy, good to see you. Good to see you. Wait, what? Good to see you. Let me take a look at your comments, guys, and see what we have here. Couponing, good to see ya. Oh, good, Margaret. I'm glad that you're excited about the snow. Let's see. All right, I see. Oh, thank you for dropping that link, hey Jude. Wait, what says Margaret? I agree. 100%, and I'm thinking there's a possibility a babysitter in and around the neighborhood, in my opinion. Okay, so maybe a babysitter. Maybe I missed something there. I thought I went all the way up. Oh, KP was having an affair. Yeah, I heard that too. Some people were saying no, some people were saying yes. I feel like these people are soap opera. I know, me too, me too. I do too. Just sit on your front porch and you've got a daytime soap opera. Exactly, Margaret. I did hear that there were some kind of different things going on in the relationship with Chris and Katie. I did hear some of that. I did. Remember putting plastic bread wrappers on your Oh, yes. Yes, hey Jude. Margaret says, good grief. I wonder what else is happening. Nothing is going to surprise me anymore. And Trishy says, very powerful info. Let's see here. A 58-year-old says, wait, what? Couponing says, Margaret, I thought I heard earlier that it was CP's mom having an affair, in my opinion. Oh, okay. I haven't heard about that couponing. That's interesting. And Hey Jude says, okay, you guys are getting ready for the snow. I'm glad everybody's ready. I'm really glad everybody's ready. Sandy says, OMG, I want to hear the audio. Hi, everybody. Oh, cool. I'm glad you had a good time with your family, Sandy. Yeah, I've not heard the dash cam. She says that it is on. I heard it on someone else's channel. I can't even remember where I heard it. But she says it's on her Twitter, so I'll have to go look at it. I did get a reply back from Jen. I asked her which entity she thought was responsible or that may have spurned the warrant for the geofencing that was used, but she gave me like a really generic, vague answer, and I'm sure it's probably because she didn't want to go in depth with it. But I did ask her, like, specifically, do you know which entity? And she just said that they have to have warrants, and I'm like, well, I know that, but that's not what I asked. But it's okay. I was just hoping that she would elaborate a little bit for me. On Plunder? It might have been on Plunder. Okay, so it might have been on Plunder. I bet you it was Plunder. She's amazing. I love Plunder. Hey, Poppy Love. Hey, Miss Sandy. Callie Dime. Nice to see you, hon. Nice to see you. And let's see. Just been listening again. Hi again. No worries. Poppy says, I didn't want to just say I'm hanging out in the bushes. It's all good. You guys are fine if you want to hang out in the bushes. I got a lot of clips tonight, so it's kind of like it's a good night. Like, if you do want to just chill in the bushes, it is a good night for that, I think, because I have so many clips. And let's go to our next one.
Moving right along. The 27th. The 27th is very significant because law enforcement, again, this is all about law enforcement. Law enforcement says at 3:25 p.m., they upgrade from the endangered child alert to an Amber Alert. It wasn't always an Amber Alert. It was an endangered child upgraded to an Amber Alert. Let me tell you what law enforcement said as to why. Based on, this is, I'm quoting, based on additional investigative information. So based on the investigation that had been done on the 26th, they determined on the 27th that they needed to make this an Amber Alert. And of course, they needed to make this an Amber Alert. You know, an Amber Alert typically signifies a child being somehow abducted or taken in some way. And it makes sense to me that their investigation started veering in that way. Now, We're not going to run through all the different scenarios and all the different people that could be involved. We're going to stick with what law enforcement says. But this is telling. They also say they are worried. They're worried because they say Sebastian is not dressed properly for the cold. Now, I looked it up, and you can look it up too. If you look on that date, on the 26th, if you look, it was cold. It was in the 30s, if not, actually the bar graph that I saw, I just saw it stop at 30. Could it have gotten a little bit colder than 30? Perhaps. I heard somebody else mention the 28 degrees. I don't know exactly how cold it was. It was cold. 32 degrees is freezing. He's barefoot, and by the way, I meant to say this. According to their flyer, they specifically say how he is dressed. And again, that's that black sweatshirt, not a hoodie, and a black sweatpants, which were later described, by the way, as kind of these, they're not the sweatpants, like the big woolly sweatpants. At least that's not how it was described. They even described maybe like a stripe that went on the side. But law enforcement says black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and no shoes. How Sebastian Rogers or anyone, and I looked back at the video from the night before. I don't see him wearing a coat, at least when he goes to the car. In fact, he's got his hands deep in his pocket. He looks cold to me, even when he's sitting there eating. He just looks cold. I say that, when people move around a lot, but maybe he moves around a lot. His hands are deep in his pockets. Maybe he was nervous. Maybe he always has his hands in his pockets. Maybe he was cold. Because if you look at other people coming in, they are in huge jackets. There's a guy in this big yellow jacket. I mean, we know it was cold out. It was cold out. That's just a fact. So, sorry. I was trying to do this. So the bottom line is it's cold out. And law enforcement specifically says they're very concerned about that fact. And they say that basically a front is coming in. So a cold front, cold snap is coming in. They talk about that. So this is very important that they change it. Okay. Keeping to the 27th. Not dressed properly. Oh, this is interesting. And I had forgotten this. Maybe some of you had forgotten. Maybe some of you never knew. Maybe some of you knew it then and know it now. But they played his favorite song, Eye of the Tiger. Who doesn't love that song? Rocky, I'm the Eye of the Tiger. They played that, trying to get him to hear it. What does all of this tell me? 25th, 26th, 27th. I say the 25th because I'm just saying law enforcement had that film at that time, and they didn't decide to do anything about it, really, to any particular degree. So they believe that he makes it home, that nobody at the Texas Roadhouse has anything to do with his disappearance. They believe Katie, that he in fact walked out of that house. They believe that he's endangered. They believe he was in a black sweatshirt, black sweatpants, and no shoes with a flashlight. That's what law enforcement believes. That's why they didn't do luminol. That's why they didn't check for prints. And the fact that they believe he was seen on the 26th. And as far as those two flashlights and what we heard from the parents, again, I believe the parents believed that. I believe they were told that. But I believe those lights are significant.
Okay, so I do believe that they were told that as well, because Seth just, without, I mean, he's been straightforward, so he just, without any kind of hesitation, said, there are trash truck lights, and he really did believe law enforcement when they said that they were trash truck lights, which is, unfortunate because You know, you want to try to believe what law enforcement is telling you, especially if they're going to bring you into their office and set you down. You would think that they would be telling you the truth. Unfortunately, they don't have to be truthful. But going back to what Jen said, and thank you, Mary. I saw Mary in here. Nice to see you, Mary. Thank you for letting us know where we can find that audio. I appreciate that. So February 27th, LE says at 3:25 p.m. that they changed from an endangered child alert to an Amber Alert based on additional investigative, information that they found on the 26th. With that, they determined that they needed to make this an Amber Alert. Now, in my opinion, I feel like they should have done it faster than that. I think whenever there's a child that's missing, we should put the Amber Alert out. That way the public knows what to look for. But I mean, that's just me. I know there's certain protocols and things like that. But how else would you alert the public, the general public? Like say he was picked up by somebody. So I think that it's very important for us to know that information right off the bat. But she also goes into the facts where we notice at the Texas Roadhouse that Sebastian is not dressed for weather conditions even there. So he's wearing a short sleeve shirt, jeans, and he's wearing sneakers. Katie's wearing a hoodie, but Sebastian is not wearing anything to protect him or to keep him warm. I found that to be very odd as well. It doesn't prove or disprove anything, but it's definitely noteworthy again. The weather on the 26th was 30 degrees, maybe even 28 degrees. And the flyer, they said he's dressed in, again, the black sweatpants with a stripe down the side, long sleeve black shirt, but still not properly dressed. No shoes on, no coat, no hat, gloves, anything like that. And at that point, that is very cold weather to not have any protection. You can get frostbite at that level, just being out there cold like that. Now, she also goes into how they were playing his favorite song, the Eye of the Tiger by Survivor, right? It was in the Rocky movies, most notably. And so he could hear it and it would kind of coax him out. That's what they were using kind of to get his attention. If he heard it, then he may be drawn to it, right? I don't know I don't know if that's his favorite song. It's kind of weird. I always thought that was a little different. And then also Seth was like, he likes a lot of different music, and he mentioned that he likes that song Eastbound and Down, you know. I'm not gonna sing it for you guys, but he likes that song. And so he likes a lot of music. So I always wondered why they specifically picked that song. And then also Seth is more, and so is Sebastian, more into like the anime and things like that. I didn't know that people like that are gamers and into anime were big fans of Rocky movies, but I could be wrong. I don't know though. But I always thought that was kind of a strange choice, and I wondered how he came to like that song. You know, so just something to think about. And yeah, dash cam audio. Yes, hey Jude. Poppy. Sandy says, is that the audio that everyone kept playing trying to figure out what they were saying? No, so that was the alleged like flashlight video audio that we didn't really know that existed. Well, we did. They went over it a long time ago, but then it recently was brought back into speculation. I guess I should say it that way. But I could never decipher what it said. I still can't. And the unnamed true crime channel says, no, Sandy, it's the actual body cam. Then there's CP writing with LE audio too. Yeah, and I've heard them. I just don't know where they have gone off to, because it's really, it's kind of hard if I didn't save it, but I'm gonna have to go back and look. Maybe I did save it. I know I have the dispatch audio, and I played the dispatch audio before. but Sweetie Paleo has it on her channel. Okay, thank you, Mary. And Hey Jude says on Thursday here, February 29th, we have flurries and freezing temperatures while he was missing day 4. Yeah, and that's what they were worried about. Like Ken Widener came on, he was really worried about the weather conditions and how they would affect Sebastian, not the search, because he was like, hey, we're still going to be searching. It doesn't bother us, but his main concern was whether Sebastian would be battling the elements and things like that. So yeah, absolutely. Hey Jude. Unnamed True Crime says, Eye of the Tiger is on my playlist for the gym. When it gets tough and I'm burning it, I hit that song. Exactly. It's like a fight song, right? It's like a motivational song. So I wonder who, I don't know. I'd like to ask that. I guess that would be one question that wouldn't really, it would just be like my curiosity, but like how did Sebastian learn about like the Eye of the Tiger song? Was that something that motivated him, or I'm curious. Yes, Callie Dime, I do too. I think she says, I think all children deserve an alert, even if it's not an Amber Alert. Yeah, just like an alert telling people, hey, this kiddo's been missing. They weren't in their bed this morning. Alert. I mean, I don't know. I don't know what we should call it, but I've never heard a situation where they waited so long. And I mean, if we think about it, I guess it would be from 6 a.m. or excuse me, 6:30 to 3:30, just roughly, right? But still, that's a long time without everybody knowing. Lindsay says, Mary Lindsay says, I just searched in YouTube Katie Proudfoot's dash cam video and she popped up. Okay, cool. Oh, wonderful. Oh man, I did not have time to look for it today, and that was one piece that I wanted to add in, but instead I wanted to show you guys some other things. So I will definitely add that in to tomorrow's. And couponing, hello, hello. And wait, what says Lady? They were doing that, making a man and then tough little attitude against Sebastian allegedly, and I think about the pull-ups as well. Oh yeah, maybe they were trying to toughen him up or something. Oh, that's terrible. I think that would be like a bonding song between a dad and a son, not or like a workout jam. Yeah, I mean, that's, that just upsets me. I understand where you're coming from. Wait, what? I do. You've never heard it? Oh gosh, it's a good song. It's by Survivor. It's a good song. It's like just like a pump up jam, right? To get you motivated. And yes, I do remember the Ruckus video. Wait, what? Yes, I do. Mary says, if it's the wrong one, everyone, I'm terribly sorry. No, it's okay. Don't be sorry. I'm glad that there's some point of reference to look at, because I'm not good with the X or anything. So like going on there and trying to find stuff is like, oh gosh, because it doesn't go in orders for some reason. I don't know. Maybe I'm doing it wrong, but do you want me to email you the body? Oh yeah, yeah, definitely. Yeah, if you find it, absolutely, we'll watch it. We'll watch it. I won't be able to like upload it on here, I don't think, unless I go in the back office studio on my phone. I might be able to, if it doesn't give me too much trouble. Sometimes it gives me so much trouble. I try to forget my local Wi-Fi because it's really, really bad. But let's see here. That would be great. Wait, what says the this SO and emo are human and have families and friends. This case probably has affected them as well. Yeah, I think it's affected everyone. I can't see how it hasn't. I don't think anybody that lives in the area hasn't been affected. I don't think anybody who's been talking about it hasn't been directly affected by it, or indirectly for that matter. It's just something more. It's like we thought he'd be found by now, and even the neighbors were saying that in the first week. They're like, we really thought he'd be found by now. Like this is so weird, and I hope people are really checking their properties like they should be and different things like that. Like it's very disheartening and upsetting that he hasn't been found yet. Mary Lindsay says, I haven't watched it yet, though. I will after this. Okay, yeah. See, I know I've seen it, heard it. But all right. Unnamed True Crime says it's snowing. Oh, it's my channel name without the apostrophe, and then so it's just Lady Freedom's Raw Narratives at gmail.com. And Callie Dime says they have a law like that in Idaho, Monkey's Law. Oh, that's great. Started by Michael Monkey Vaughn's mom. It requires law enforcement agencies to contact one another and put out an alert. Yes, I wish more states adopted that. Absolutely, Callie Dime. Thank you for bringing that up. Brandy is an amazing woman. She's an amazing mom, and to do something like that and to help other people, I can't imagine how she must have felt and how she must still feel, having such an awful situation, and then making sure that it doesn't happen to another family. That's handling it like a boss lady for sure, for sure, for sure. All right, guys, let's go ahead and play this next one. We're 17. We'll do that.
All right, going to the 28th. The 28th, I believe there was rain and it was cold. And of course, by this time, Sumner County's involved. Law enforcement, FBI is involved, at least to some degree, although it seems to be a very minor degree. And I'm going to talk more about that. Because at the 29th, there's a press conference and they come out and they say, listen, there's no sightings. We haven't seen him. He's basically disappeared since the sighting on the 26th, early in the morning. On the 29th is when they drained a pond. So they drain a pond on the 29th. On March 2nd, again, no sightings. But I thought this was interesting, and I didn't remember this. Did you know that on the 26th, there was a $3,000 reward offered by an anonymous person in Nashville, and that was later up to $3,500 reward offered? Maybe some of you remember that. I truly did not remember that. But in researching this, there was a reward offered very early on. And typically, I want to say this too. We're going to get into this a little bit more. But when you see rewards offered by law enforcement or the FBI, oftentimes they are not offered out of their coffers. They are offered out of the coffers of family, friends, and anonymous donors. That then the FBI makes the announcement there's a $50,000 reward, but it's not necessarily the FBI's money. I was talking with my friend from NICMIC actually about this, and we were going back and forth about it because I know personally you can do ECs and get case funds to offer rewards. I believe that's what happened in this case with the FBI. But in the other reward that was offered, the $3,500, that was from an individual donor, and it was done very early. So that's what happened on March 2nd. On March 4th, that's when law enforcement came out and said, listen, we're scaling back our search efforts. We're moving to investigative efforts and we're moving away from search efforts. And that's what they had to do at that time. This is so manpower intensive. They had said they searched a 5-mile radius extremely well. And at that point, I'm just going to be honest, Sebastian Rogers could have been in Mexico, could have been in Canada. I'm not saying he's there. I'm just saying he could have been anywhere 6 days into a search with him not immediately found. I would believe that Sebastian Rogers, I said I wasn't going to say what I believe, but I think law enforcement is saying this as well. I think they were saying by issuing that Amber Alert on the 27th, I think he was gone. I think he was long gone with somebody. I do not believe he was in that neighborhood. He was in that 5-mile radius unless somebody has taken him and completely sequestered him in a neighboring house or something like that. He's not around there. He could be anywhere. And that's why it's so important that we continue to use our platforms and continue to search. Yes, there are other possibilities. I'm not going to get into those. I'm going to stick with what the needle seems to be pointing, at least where we're at on the, I'm only on the March 4th right now, where law enforcement felt the needle was pointing. They said there's no leads during that presser and no indication that he is not alive. I thought that was really important. No indication that he is not alive. This is from law enforcement. So what does that tell me? That tells me that law enforcement is saying, listen, we're looking for him. We don't think he is deceased. We think he maybe left with somebody, but he's not deceased. And that is such a strong and powerful message that was delivered by law enforcement on March 4th. Okay. Let's go to March 7th, which is the next kind of major thing. On March 7th, this was the Kentucky landfill search. Now, the Kentucky landfill is where neighborhood trash is delivered. There was a question about, well, why didn't they search the landfill where the construction trash goes to? I don't know that answer, but I can tell you that according to what I just read from law enforcement, that is the Kentucky landfill belongs to the neighborhood trash. So they searched there. Now, I want to tell you a couple of things they said in and about that search. They said, quote, it was precautionary. They said they did not have specific info and they stopped searching that night. This is the toughest one for me as a former FBI agent, because I know to do a landfill search, to do a search of any private property, I have to have a warrant. Whether that's a cell phone, whether that's a safe, even when we go into somebody's house, we would literally take the safe out and I would do a separate affidavit pertaining to the safe contents just to be safe. You can't go into private property and conduct a landfill search with dozens of officers. We've all seen the pictures, even though they weren't, I don't know if it was really much of a search, especially when you look at Quentin Simon's search, you know, how a real landfill search is done. It takes weeks, even when you know the specific area like they knew in Quentin Simon. I know they knew the specific area here, but recall now, goes missing the night of the 25th, early morning of the 26th, and we're already at March 7th. It would take weeks to properly search that landfill, because not only do you have to go north, south, and east, west, you have to go down layer by layer. So I don't want to digress. I just want to say law enforcement said they did a landfill, and they specifically said that it was not specific in nature, but you can't do a search without being specific, because you have to write a probable cause affidavit that would show there is evidence of a crime at a location, or that you believe the body of the crime is at that location, that there's some evidentiary value that you believe is there and you believe it's there now. Those are the parameters. And then you put together facts that would support that. Now, I could write a probable cause affidavit for this landfill right now as we talk, but it would include facts that I don't know exist. That's what you would need in this to show that there was nefarious action. So anyway, but I'm sticking with what law enforcement said, but I had to add that caveat in this particular case. All right, let's go on to March 28th. Okay. On March 28th, Seth gives an interview, and, you know, he provides some information in that interview. Specifically, he talks about those trash trucks. Again, I think he was told that, and said that. I think the Proudfoots also said it in good faith. He says that, let's see, that there was no dog scent, that he had been advised of that. And that doesn't match up to the body-worn camera, but it matches up to what law enforcement has told the public through the emergency management system individual who has been involved in these press conferences, okay? And again, they were very smart in saying specific scent to Sebastian, and that's what I think we need to keep in mind. That just because a dog followed a scent, was it Sebastian's or was it a human scent? And that's what I think, again, not to repeat myself, but I think I did the situation. Okay, we're going now to April 2nd. This was a big press conference, again, with that Ken Widener, with EMS, with the PIO, the information officer for Tennessee Bureau of Investigation, and of course, Chief Deputy Craddock. And they're all getting together and they're letting everybody know, oh my gosh, now we're at, over a week, where are we at? So they're letting everybody know. They talk about the Cajun Navy. They say they're not working with them, but they say that they think it's good that they're handing out flyers. They say that the Cajun Navy has never reported one threat, which we all kind of knew who have kept up with this case. They only mentioned the FBI on April 2nd and Secret Service as sort of, I think their exact words is, have been helpful, or words to that effect, that they're helpful. That doesn't mean they're part of the investigation. I would even say, I don't know if at that point that the FBI even had a police cooperation case open. They might have, but you have to predicate that and write an EC, an electronic communication, and have it signed off by your supervisor, and then have, case funds and everything assigned to work that case, right? But they just said they were helpful. And they said Secret Service were helpful. I believe that that's related probably to the digital evidence that was seized. Secret Service really has some of the state-of-the-art tools to investigate digital forensics on phones. So I believe that's the nexus there. And then, of course, the FBI has many of the same capabilities, more people, investigative abilities. So perhaps they, said, we're here to help. I think they were certainly involved, but not in any sort of leadership capacity that I've been able to tell.
Okay, guys, so really quick, I just wanted to pop in and just say that that was probably my answer that Jen didn't want to just say to me. She said it just now, though, and I didn't catch it earlier. But basically, the Secret Service was assisting, and they're really good at getting digital forensics off of phones. So they're probably the ones that did the geofencing. So my bad. I guess I should have been listening a little bit better earlier. I do want to show you one last thing before we get into the analysis, but because Jen says that on the April 2nd presser that woman, Susan Nyland, who was supposedly from the supposedly from the TBI, she is from the TBI, but here you go. Sorry, I took my banner down. Give me a second. So she's the public relations officer. So she's just the PR person for the TBI. She doesn't investigate anything. I find that really interesting because the way that it was set up, let me just show you this one little bit. This is from April 2nd. It's the presser with Eric Craddock and the public relations officer.
And I'm the Chief Deputy at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'll be joined today by Susan Nyland, SUSAN-NILAND, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. She's the PIO. I also have with me Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener, K-E-N.
Okay, guys, we are going to finish watching that clip, but I just wanted you to hear from Craddock's mouth. He says it in an acronym as if we're all supposed to know exactly who that woman is. And he says it very like, I guess nonchalant might not be the best word. Probably more like really fast and you know, just skates over it. Oh, this is Susan Nyland. Hey, Janet, this is Susan Nyland. You know, she's a POI. You know, like real quick. I mean, fast as can be. He just skates right over it. Like, oh yeah, this isn't really an investigator from the TBI, but she kind of they all kind of lead us to believe it. So this is going to be 12 minutes, and this is going to be the entire presser from April 2nd, which is the last time they have ever come out to say anything publicly on Sebastian Rogers' case. So we'll just play those clips through really, really quick.
And I'm the Chief Deputy at the Sumner County Sheriff's Office. I'll be joined today by Susan Nyland, SUSANNILAND, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigation. She's the PIO. I also have with me Sumner County Emergency Management Director Ken Widener, KENWEIDNER. You guys ready? All right. Morning. I'm Eric Craddock with the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, and we're going to come to you today with an update on the Sebastian Rogers case. Sebastian has been missing since late February.
This is a glitch due to weather. This is not a moment of silence or anything like that.
As I said before, the investigation remains ongoing. The entire community is deeply saddened by what has occurred. We're all extremely concerned for Sebastian's welfare. I want to encourage the community to stay vigilant, to report anything that they think may be of some significance to the investigation, no matter how minute it may appear to be to you. Please call 1-800-TBI-FIND with any tips, or the Sumner County Emergency Communications Center at 615-451-3838. We understand the anxiety and the concern that this case has caused in the community. We too share the anxiety and concern for Sebastian. I want to reiterate that we are doing everything we can to find Sebastian and bring him home. Despite the passage of time, the commitment to finding Sebastian remains unwavering. I said this when we scaled the search back. Our commitment to finding Sebastian remains. We will continue to investigate every possible lead that comes in. The Sumner County Sheriff's Office wants to express our gratitude to the community and the many individuals who have helped in the search, the many individuals who have called in tips, the many individuals who have printed flyers and kept Sebastian's face in the news. Nothing would make me happier than to wake up tomorrow morning with a tip that cracks this case wide open and we find Sebastian and bring him home. At this time, I'll turn it over to Susan Nyland from the TBI.
Hi, good morning. Thanks for being here. We know how invested everybody is in the search for Sebastian, in finding out what happened to him and bringing him home. And we want to let everybody know he has not been forgotten. Nobody's forgotten about him. Nobody has given up looking for him. At the beginning of this investigation, there was a large land search for him. It was very visible. There were also waterways, lakes, ponds that were searched. There were aerial searches with helicopters and drones and fixed-wing planes. They were done at night. They were done on weekends. They were done during the day. That was very visible, and it was something everybody was able to see. But we want to let you know that even though there is not that high visibility in investigating this case, that we are not done. It's gone back to what could be considered good old-fashioned police work. Interviewing individuals, re-interviewing individuals, checking out leads, rechecking leads. We have been working with other law enforcement agencies who have had, in other jurisdictions, who have perhaps had some complex cases of their own that they have worked on to get tips from them. We have had, this day of technology with everyone having cell phones and doorbells and ring bells and surveillance cameras. That, as you can imagine, has been a bit of a chore to be able to collect all those and then review them. It's important so we know what's out there. We have been reviewing that, reviewing it again. We have had other agencies involved. The FBI has been helpful in that. Secret Service has also been helpful in that. So we are just trying to do whatever we can to advance the investigation. It has not gone to a place where anybody has forgotten about him or is not pursuing this.
Okay, guys. So that's Susan Nyland. So I feel like Craddock was doing just a fine job of being the PR person. She came out and said the exact same thing they were saying. But here's some more.
The parents have been cooperative throughout at the beginning of the investigation. They have pretty much done whatever law enforcement has asked of them. At this point, we don't have any evidence. There is not any kind of an indication that there is a criminal element involved. But we are keeping options open. We don't know what has happened. We don't know where Sebastian is right now, so we are pursuing any and all avenues. We do want to caution there are some social media elements out there who purport to have information that is direct from the investigation. I just want to reiterate that that is not the case. Some of the information that is being provided on some of the social media channels is inaccurate, incomplete.
That's another glitch on their end, guys.
Distraction, because a lot of what has been out there in some of the social media channels has been rumors and speculations and theories, and some of that has been advanced and people have caught a hold of it as if it's what's really happening. That has resulted in us getting information that is either, like I said, distracting. It's taking away time and effort from what the agencies need to be doing as far as looking for Sebastian. We have had so far, as of this morning, 314 tips that have come in through the tip line. It's been mentioned, but I'll say it again. It's 1-800-TBI-FIND. We are also taking tips through email, which is tips to TBI, TBI, at tbi.tn.gov. What's next? We want people, as Chief Deputy said, to continue to remain vigilant, get Sebastian's picture out there, continue to share his picture, his information. Now that it's getting to be nicer, well, not today with the weather, but now that the weather has turned warmer, people may be more inclined to be in their yards. If you go out and see anything that looks different, let us know. Something where perhaps a teenager could have hidden. If you have a large amount of property in the area, or something that has any kind of holes or unstable footing or ledges where a teen could have gone to hide or to play, and you don't feel comfortable checking it out, let us know. We'll get somebody from law enforcement to go out there with you or to check it out themselves. We just want to make sure that every stone is unturned, that there's no stone left unturned, that we want people to make sure that we are looking everywhere we can. We do want to continue to get the tips, but please don't provide information that you might have seen through social media channels. If you have information about Sebastian, about conversations you might have had with him, things he likes to do, places he liked to go, any people he may have mentioned that are in his life, that could be helpful in finding out maybe what he was interested in. Finally, we want to thank the community. We want to thank the media. You guys have been really good about keeping his name in the public's eye. That's really important. And thank you for your diligence in providing that information out there. And as Chief Deputy said, we also want to thank the community. From the very first day, everybody has really been all in as far as whatever they can do to help in the search, to help pass information on, providing water for the teams that were out conducting the ground searches. So thank you again to everybody. I'm going to pass it back to Eric Craddock.
The weather is rolling in. We've got time for some questions, so yes, ma'am.
I was a few minutes behind, so sorry if I missed
There is no evidence to support foul play is involved in the disappearance of Sebastian.
But at this point, you don't rule it out?
We're not ruling anything out.
So 5 weeks, and you guys covered so much ground. Searching, going back, researching, checked out every case of a possible sighting, nothing confirmed. Not a trace of Sebastian anywhere, nothing found. Footprints, video, nothing.
Nothing that is taken us to locate Sebastian.
And are there any working theories?
We come up with theories almost daily and try and investigate and make sure that we're doing everything we can to find Sebastian.
Share any of those?
No, sir.
2 questions, if I may. Have you ruled out Sebastian's mom's and stepdad's involvement in this case? And as a follow-up, have you cleared their alibi?
I think the TBI said it best. They've been nothing but cooperative with law enforcement since day one of this investigation. There is no evidence to support foul play on the part of Sebastian's parents.
Is them moving to Memphis interfering at all with your investigation? Is it changing possibly the avenues of communication?
No, sir.
You mentioned when you were asked about recent evidence, we've heard some rumors that it seemed to have some validity, that there was glasses found within the past few days. Can you confirm that?
There were some glasses found in the past few days.
Have you been able to identify that they were Sebastian's?
We are still investigating.
And on the Cajun Navy, have you found how is that coordination happening? Have you found their work helpful? Are you guys working in unison or separate teams?
The Cajun Navy is operating independently. They have not reached out to us.
Have you found their investigation or their work helpful, or has it been one of the distractions that has been mentioned?
One of the things that I really appreciate they've done is print flyers and keep Sebastian's face out there. It's my hope that one day somebody sees something and calls in and this case breaks wide open and we find Sebastian.
They claim they've received threats. To your knowledge, have they filed any police reports or reports to the Sheriff's Department documenting any of these alleged threats?
No, sir.
Are we able to learn anything about what those threats are?
They would have to call the police and report them.
Where does the search go from here? It's been 5 weeks, there's been no signs. Do you believe he's still alive? And what are you guys going to continue working on?
My hope and prayer is that Sebastian is still alive, yes. We're going to continue to work on this investigation and follow up every tip and lead that comes in. Some of this may revert back to us going over some things that we've already done for the 6th, 7th, or 8th time. A fresh set of eyes never hurt anything. We're going to continue to work to find Sebastian.
Have the stories been changing at all? Have you been talking with people, interviewing them for a second time possibly?
There is no evidence to support foul play.
Are there any active current leads that you guys are pursuing?
We have tips called in daily.
Any of those tips seem legitimate enough to expand law enforcement resources?
Regardless of their legitimacy, we're going to follow up on them.
Will there be any other agencies pulled in to help in the search efforts for this case?
I'm certain there will be.
You met with the biological father and mother this past week. Is that at their request, your request? Is that just re-interviewing them again?
That was at the request of law enforcement. It's not uncommon to talk to the family in investigations like this. I've got time for one more question.
Just overall, how has this investigation impacted the morale at your department, especially with all the scrutiny coming online?
Let me put it to you like this. If my kid was missing, this is the team I'd want on. The men and women of the Sumner County Sheriff's Office, of the Tennessee Bureau of Investigations, the FBI partners, the other local agencies, the Secret Service, everyone who's had a hand in this case is doing everything they can to find Sebastian. Morale's high. We are here and we are dedicated. Thank you all for being here today. Thank you for keeping Sebastian in the public. Please continue to publicize this photo. Thank you all.
Notice how nobody pans over to the photo. They said keep sharing his photo, but they couldn't bother to set the podium up so that way we all could see who they're talking about and who we're looking for. Again, I just I'm sorry. It's like anytime I watch it, I get angry with it. I just don't know what to say or do. Hi, Dreaming. Good to see you. Good to see you. Yeah, so let's unpack all of that really quick, guys. It's a lot. It's a lot. So let's go back to Jen and the landfill. So she says the warrant for the landfill, there's that they excuse me, she said that they have to have a warrant for the landfill, that there's an affidavit that they would have to write out, so probable cause affidavit, for specific items. So she used the example of the safe within someone's residence. So for specific items, so it won't be under illegal search and seizure, they must provide a signed search warrant by a judge. And in order to get that, they have to fill this form out, which is the probable cause affidavit, that has to have supporting evidence as to why. A judge wants to know why you want to search the specific area. That way they can make sure that it does fall under legal search and seizure. Right. So she talks about that the landfill search was called precautionary. And I think a lot of people called BS on that immediately. It's not just precautionary, i.e., again, you must get a search warrant. So she says that it really bothers her because the search ended that same day. She said it takes weeks to properly search a landfill, and I agree. I've never witnessed law enforcement searching a landfill and being done with it in hours like they were within a day. I've never witnessed that before. Of course they didn't find anything. Like Jen said, there's layers and layers that you need to get through. It takes time and effort. And I don't feel like there was proper time and effort put into that. Now, again, must have probable cause for the judge. You have to have supporting facts. We have to have a reason why, showing nefarious acts or actions. She said that was the only caveat that she was putting into her speaking on this. But I wanted to dig a little bit deeper, and that's why I wanted to show you that press conference. So on March 28th, she goes on to talk about how Seth goes in for an interview with law enforcement, and they talk about the trash trucks. Seth was advised that there was no dog scent. Now, Ken Widener also said on day 4, no specific scent to Sebastian, and he used those exact wording, that verbiage when he was talking. And I do believe it was intentional and deliberate to use that exact verbiage. April 2nd, they had their last and final presser. Excuse me, their last and final presser, which I did watch, or we did just watch that, excuse me. And they say that the Secret Service was helpful. And also they mentioned that the FBI. Now they had the PIO, which is the Public's Interest Officer, Susan Nyland, who was there to speak. He also introduced Ken Widener, but Ken Widener never came up and talked. So I don't know if he was on standby just in case things went haywire or if there was a question specific to him. I'm not sure, but it seems like there was a fail somewhere there because Ken never did get up and speak. Eric Craddock goes on to tell the public to stay vigilant, to call in any and all leads, no matter how big or small they may seem. Nothing would make him happier than to get a tip that breaks the case wide open and Sebastian is found and he's brought home. Susan Nyland gets up and she says that no one has forgotten or given up on looking for Sebastian, that they're working with others, but TBI and Sumner County Sheriff's Office is basically the ones in charge and that have the jurisdiction. And that's the reason why, obviously, they weren't relying on the other sources as a leadership. They were taking the lead and the other agencies were assisting. Now, the FBI and Secret Service were assisting. They were pursuing any and all avenues. And then Susan goes into blaming social media. And this is one thing that really bothers me because my problem is they're saying that we should be looking for someone who is hiding or playing. At this point, April 2nd, I don't think that that is plausible, feasible, possible, probable, whatever we want to call it. I don't think after that long of a period of time and the weather conditions and everything and what he was wearing, what he took with him, no. I'm sorry, no. They're not going to make me believe that. I don't care if I'm a social media dummy to them or not. They're just not going to make me believe it. It's actually ridiculous. Another thing that really bothers me about them saying, call in every tip, but don't call in anything that you've heard on social media. Well, the parents, mainly Chris and Katie Proudfoot, were exclusively only going on interviews that were on YouTube. So I think Nancy Grace was the only interview they did. I'm sorry. All right, so they did the second one, Holly Thompson, third one, Caitlin Miller. Then they went on with Chronicles of Olivia. Then they went back on Duchess. Then they were Smiley. Then Chris went on Terry Lynn. And then we have Nancy Grace. But other than that, those are the three that they went on. All the other ones were on YouTube. So we're not supposed to listen to what they're saying on YouTube. We're not supposed to listen to what the parents of the missing child are saying because they're saying it on YouTube. Give me a break. Like, I'm sorry, guys, but this case has gotten to the point where it's so ridiculous and they're gaslighting us so hard that I can't just sit up here and be like, oh yeah, we got to listen to law enforcement. No, I'm not going to do that. I'm sorry. Not going to happen, Snuggle Struggle. And then we got, let's see. No evidence to support foul play. Not ruling anything out. No video. No theories to share. And he says the TBI said it best. Again, the TBI public relations person said it best, which raises a lot of eyebrows to me. That there's no evidence to support foul play and that the parents are cooperating. Well, how would she know if she's public relations? Is she sitting in those meetings with the actual agents, the investigators, the detectives on the case? No, she's not. She's basically there to smooth things over. He also talks about a fresh set of eyes. That is one of Sheriff Craddock's famous last words. Oh, we're going to get a fresh set of eyes on it. We're getting a fresh set of eyes. Fresh set of eyes never hurt. Fresh set of eyes. Well, who's the fresh set of eyes? Hopefully the TBI, or excuse me, hopefully the FBI after the 6-month mark when they kind of took things over, but it's still under his jurisdiction in his office. No evidence to support foul play. He denies any threats, and he doesn't say that he thinks Sebastian is alive, and I don't mean to disparage Jen Coffindaffer at all, but here's the thing. His direct quote was, I hope and pray that Sebastian is still alive. He didn't say, I think he is. He didn't say he might be. He didn't say any of that. He said, I hope and pray that Sebastian is still alive. So he also goes on to say that tips are called in daily, that he follows up with them regardless of their legitimacy. So basically, some of them he doesn't even think are legitimate, but he does follow up on them. And then the last question he is asked if the morale in his office is affected by this. They said, what's the impact on morale? And he says, morale's high. If it was my kid, I'd want them looking for my kid. It's just very defensive, very, like, as if he's being attacked. He's defensive language back. Well, if it was my kid, I'd want them looking. They're doing the best job they can. And guess what? Morale's super high. Well, that's great. I don't think your morale should be that high, though, until you actually show some results, though. And that's what the reporter was getting at. They weren't being rude or snarky, in my opinion, but they were asking, like, how is this affecting your office? Because you haven't come out. This is the last presser that they did, and they didn't do one since March on that one. Yeah, they didn't do one since March. So, I mean, I think it was a legitimate question, and I think he took it in a very defensive, immature manner. If you're going to be the one to come out, you better be willing to answer those questions. And To say that morale is high, I think that was a slap in the face. I really do. And that's just my opinion. And you guys had some good comments in here. So let's see. Yeah, so Unnamed True Crime Channel, that was always like a big point of contention, and then the back and forth, like semantics, if we want to call it word salad, whatever we want to call it, but I like to call it semantics. So it's basically like, it's not a criminal investigation. Yeah, it is. It's got to be a criminal investigation. We're almost a year now, and this kid's not where they thought he was going to be. I mean, don't get me wrong. A 5-mile radius can be searched and searched and searched and searched, and he may still be around someplace in that area. I'm not going to discount that, but also, yeah, I'm gonna go with yes, even though they probably would never admit it and they die on the hill saying no, no. But I think so. I think so. And Gracie says, no, that is real. Yep, due to the FBI reward. Exactly. The FBI doesn't just put out rewards for kids like that. Like, look at poor little monkey. He's got a $50,000 reward too. So, I mean, it's bonkers. Dreaming says something else is going on with all of this not coming out and staying quiet by Ellie. I agree. We don't see this very often. It is not common. This is a very rare instance where we see so much just total BS from law enforcement. It's actually disheartening, and it makes us not want to trust them. I don't trust them at all. I don't trust them at all, and I tried giving them the benefit of the doubt so many times, especially in the beginning, but I won't do it. I won't do it anymore. It's not fair to Sebastian. He's the one that's out there missing, and they're just playing around and acting like, well, don't ask me those questions, because no, you deserve to have the eyes on you. You do. You deserve it, Craddock. So deal with it. And if you can't deal with it, then get your PR person up there. Dreaming says, there is good people everywhere. Truth comes out. Yes, I hope the truth comes out soon too. I do too, Dreaming. Thank you. Callie thinks they definitely know more. Couponing says 25. Oh, okay, it's 24. It is 24, guys. I'm sorry if that was a typo in there. I'm sorry if there was a typo in there. Dreaming says questioning. It's April 2nd, 2024 was the very last presser that they did. The last one. They have not come out and said a peep. And question everything. Exactly. Yeah. And then it goes right back to the quote that's up there. Edgar Allan Poe, right? Where's my quote? I wrote it down somewhere here. There's like a couple different ways to say it, but it's the same way, really. Believe nothing you hear and only one half of what you see. But in this case, it fits. It definitely fits, especially with all the drama. Thank you, Unnamed Truth. I have to take the notes, otherwise I'm like, oh gosh, where am I at? And the clips have to be really small when I upload them, so I have to like make sure I stay on task, or I'll be like, where am I? What am I doing? The past says, does anyone else get a sense that there is something more going on here? Not just missing boy, but something else. Yeah, I think that there's some deep corruption in that area, and I know that a lot of people would say no, that's not true. I really believe it. I really believe there's deep corruption, and I believe it's like many types of small towns out there. Not that all small towns are bad, but it's who you know and who you blow. And I'm sorry to be crude. I don't mean to be wretched and awful, but that is how it goes. That is how it goes. If you're not willing to play ball, if you're not willing to, one hand washes the other, if you don't know John and Sally from high school, and then your kids play all together and they do sports and it's all intertwined. It's all intertwined. And when it gets that deep, nobody's going to rat their friend out of 25 years. They're just not going to. They don't have any reason to do it. There's no reason for them to do it besides cover their own asses, they have dirt on them, so they want to tell on them so their dirt will come out. no. It runs deep. It runs really deep, in my opinion. And the research that I've done, this is not based on any of like my feelings. It's like research that I've done into that area, and just knowing all of these things being covered up, and then they can't even go back and do the right thing. Even after when they scaled back the search the first week, they should have gone into their home and said, you guys need to get out of here because we have some work to do. And if they didn't do what when they excuse me, not if they didn't when they didn't do that, it screamed corruption to me. It was like, oh, okay, I see how it goes. Like, you guys are just going to sweep Sebastian under the rug, and you're not going to worry about him because you don't want your buddy in trouble, and you don't want his, the Bauer Sox. I'm sorry, but they're well known in the town. That is a well known that's well known fact, in my opinion. But that's just the way it goes. And it's unfortunate because that's how kids like Sebastian fall through the cracks. That's how women like Nina lose their daughters, their kids, to a man like Chris Proudfoot. That's exactly how it happens, you guys. Exactly how it happens. It's because of that small town mentality, good old boy system. Your sister's married to my cousin, whatever. It's very corrupt, and it's not right. And it should really just be like, you're disgusted by that person because you trusted that person and you were friends with them, and you should want justice. But instead, it's this, oh, let's hide it. And, oh, no, they're not really that bad. Yeah, they are. If they hurt that little boy that's sitting up there with that big old smile on his face, then they're bad people. They're horrible, awful, awful people. And we've seen all the underhanded stuff they've done. We've watched them in many organizations, not just in the United Cajun Navy. It's not just them that was saying that they were threatened. There were many, many people who were out there searching, just regular ass people searching. And they were told that they were being threatened. They were told they were going to be run over in the street. They've been sued. They've been drugged through court. I mean, I'm not making it up. It's just the things that have happened in the case. And then Craddock can't get up there and tell the truth, not one bit, for one thing, and say, yeah, there was some threats made to the United Cajun Navy. We're looking into it. Instead, deny, deny, deny. And it's awful. And Unnamed True Crime says, I still think he ran away with someone he was talking to gaming while his dad was at work. That's very possible. But the thing is like from Clarksville to Hendersonville is such a long way that it would have had to have been someone that he was gaming with in Hendersonville or more near Hendersonville for me to consider that more heavily, I guess is how the best way I could put it is that. But Poppy says, no wonder local residents haven't kept up. It's out of sight, out of mind. It needs to be on the local news more, I think. With all the 24/7 information age we're in, it needs to be kept up front and center more. Yeah, but did you see how upset Craddock was? Just answering those people's questions. He was like, looking at everybody. Oh, you got another one? The weather. Sorry. That's just my view of Craddock. It's just, we're doing the best we can. If it was my kid, I'd want them on it. It's like, what the hell? But they do. They don't want it to be, though. And when the law enforcement agency isn't willing to come out and give good information, there's really nothing that the news outlets have to report on, because they're asking the police these questions and they're getting these generic BS answers. I mean, it's a very pointed question, but they wouldn't tell us, even if they knew, even if they thought there was foul play, even if they knew there was foul play, they're not going to tell us that there's foul play. They just won't. They just won't. Callie Dime says, I just never heard of a landfill search going that fast. Me neither. It takes a little bit of time at least to get that, like if you're on that one grid, like Jen said, you got to go, north, south, east, west, and then you got to go up, down, because it's like layers of trash and stuff like that. So yeah, The path says, gotta ask why it's not a big deal to the locals. You know, I think it is a big deal, but I think they understand. I think they have lived there long enough to understand how it works. Um, with that being said, there were a couple of statements by Bobby. Now, guys, please don't, I'm not promoting anybody being rude to her or hateful towards her. I think she's been through enough. I really do. But when she says some of the things that she was saying, my only clap back at her for that was, if it was your child, you'd want the awareness. And that's all that's all I can say for any of them. If they don't think it's a big deal, I think that they need to remember that it could happen to them too. It could happen to anybody. The way that the world is right now, you can't even go out and have fun without worrying about getting in a terroristic situation, or somebody that's just a mad person, like that guy Daryl Brooks just mowing people over at a Christmas parade. What happened just recently in New Orleans. These things happen, but it's just it could happen to anybody. But to be like, well, I'm just sick of hearing about it, I just want it to be over. I think Sebastian's probably wanting it to be over too. Um, it's very insensitive, although maybe I'm being insensitive because I'm not living in that neighborhood, and I don't know what it was like before, and I don't know what it's like now. All I know is that I would be highly concerned for everybody in my neighborhood. If one person's child was missing, it would make me super concerned about everybody's kids, my kids, the neighbor kids, everybody. you know it's extremely strange. It's extremely strange. The past says others seem to be hiding something too, not just the family members. I agree. I agree. It's one of those things where push it under the rug. And I'm going to say this again, and I'm sorry to keep bringing it up, but there are people out there that do not value the lives of people with different abilities. They just don't. They don't see why they were even born. They don't understand it. They think, oh, well, how come you didn't just terminate the pregnancy? I've seen comments on people's channels. It's awful. It's awful way of thinking. Um, I disagree with it completely, but there are people out there that absolutely do not value a person's life if they're not quote unquote perfect or quote unquote normal like everybody else. And I'm sorry, but maybe that's part of it. Maybe they look at Sebastian in a way where his life isn't as important. And I'm here to tell you, his life, it matters. His life is important. Every single child out there, person with a disability, person with different abilities, special needs, however we want to slice it, they matter. They're important. They deserve to be found. They deserve it. They deserve the same amount of gusto, the same amount of fervor, as Jen put it, to be found. But we're not seeing that here. We're not seeing even them try to understand what Sebastian's difficulties were. And it really upsets me, if you can't tell. Yeah, that's one thing that really upsets me, because again, if it was their kid, they'd want the signs, they'd want the flyers, they'd want the people trying to find answers. Unnamed True Crime Channel says, didn't they do one with Nate Eaton? I don't know if they did not to my knowledge. Maybe it happened sometime. I have them all written down. Well, all the way up to the Queen Bee. Now Chris was on Cluminantes a bunch of times, like twice, I think. I shouldn't say a bunch. Was on there twice. So, but no, I don't think so. I think that was Seth that did one with News Nation. Seth has been on News Nation like several times. Gracie says no hazmat because they knew they were not looking for a child. I mean, they just went out there like, I guess we're gonna search. You know what like it. it was nothing like any of the other searches that we've seen in landfill situations and things like that. Dreaming says lies, lies, and more lies. Yeah, it's so annoying too because it's coming from law enforcement. And look, I get that they can lie to us. I get that they can hold information from us, lies by omission, sort of thing. But it gets to the point where it's like, well, we're not going to believe you then. If you're going to stand up here and bullface lie to, I don't know about you guys, but if you lie to me once, I'm probably not going to believe you ever again. And that's just like, I'm not talking about like a small lie either. Like, oh, does my makeup look okay? And you're like, oh yeah, it looks great. Like that is like trying not to hurt someone's feelings, right? That's like a different kind of a lie or, something. But when people are like, lie just to lie, or, I ask them a flat out question and they lie to me, like to me, I don't need that in my life. I really don't. And I'm not going to deal with it because I can't trust you then, I did trust you until you lied and then now I can't. Which everybody lies. No, nobody's perfect. I lie too, but it's just one of those things where you don't lie when it counts, right? You don't sit there and, well, somebody asks you, where's your kid at? And you tell them a lie. That's a big one. you know, Katie, that's a big one. And Scranton says, oh, she's 8 minutes behind, but the fact that the sheriff was so adamant about no evidence or foul play seems like he's being pressured to say that. Am I the only one getting this vibe? Yeah, I mean, he might have been, but I think Sonny Weatherford ran things a little bit differently. I think this was kind of Craddock's, for lack of a better way to say it, like his time to shine, and he didn't shine, in my opinion. He would go out there and just make things worse and get his panties in a twist, and he doesn't have a good poker face. If you're going to lie to people, you need to at least be confident and have a poker face. He's, you could just tell every question got under his skin and he didn't want to answer it. And he's zooming back and forth between people. I thought his head might swivel right off his body. And Poppy says they ran everyone off that came to help, and now basically are just keeping chaos going online between people, and it seems like it's purposeful. Yeah, exactly, Poppy. That is very true. Even the Uvalde Foundation for Kids was like, look, we're out. We're not dealing with this crap anymore. Like, you guys are lying to us. We can't get a straight answer out of nobody. And they were like, we're not helping. I mean, yeah, in my opinion too. Thanks, Poppy, for writing that. Yeah, I mean, it's just crazy. Dreaming says that she doesn't trust him either. An unnamed true crime channel says, hopefully not the Hong guy because his ex is crazy tonight. Oh, I don't even know. I haven't heard from Hong. I thought he was on, Nick the Hat, but I don't really even keep up too much with even what they're saying on that end because some of it has gotten a little bit out of control. So I just kind of try to keep like a balance and a focus, right? But they are doing their best to investigate. So, I mean, I keep that in mind, definitely. So Dreaming says, yes, thank you for adding in my opinion or allegedly in the chat. Thank you. Yeah, thank you guys. I appreciate that. Hey Jude says, Snuggle Struggle wouldn't be my first choice to find my kid. Me neither. I wouldn't want him to deal with it just based on what Sebastian went through. Just based on that, I'd been like, no, he needs to be off the case, and I would petition or whatever you got to do. But unfortunately, it doesn't work like that. Eric Craddock, guys, for those of you who don't know, from what my research has found, and this is in my opinion, he is beloved by many in that area. He is thought to be just the best thing since sliced bread. So until he's not. And one day it will happen because you don't keep doing the things that he's doing and getting away with it for very long. Not in this day and age. People are gonna call it out. I mean, they just will. Poppy says they were looking at papers to see if they were looking in the correct area for their house trash. I guess maybe once they verified it wasn't, verified it was or wasn't, they'd go from there and don't have to let us know. Yeah, that's a really good point. I mean, they may have thought they had something, but then they didn't. I still think it was just such a small window of time. And then also to be like, oh, it's precautionary, as if we don't know that there has to be a search warrant for things to be searched. I mean, maybe some people don't know what their rights are, but a lot of people do. And so especially like in the smaller towns and things, they're more passionate about their firearms and keeping those the Constitution, intact and the rights intact that were afforded because we're American citizens from the Constitution. And so to me, for Craddock to think that he's fooling anybody, those people are smarter than that. They're way smarter than him. And Hey Jude says, Scranton, I don't know. I don't like him. I don't either. I know I'm just gonna tell you guys, yeah. 9 months ago, last presser, Hey Jude says, yeah. I mean, that's the proof is in the pudding there. Um, why? Why? He seems cocky and defensive like CP. Hey Jude, I had definite vibes like that, and I was trying so hard to fight them. I was like, "No, don't think like that." Like, I actually thought for a moment that I was, like, watching CP so much that I was blaming other men for his behavior. Like, I really thought maybe that was something that I was doing, and I didn't realize it, like, a subliminally doing that, but then I realized that, like, no, I was right. I was right to feel that way. When I deep dove into the snuggle struggles. Um, Regrettably. And Poppy says, "Do you think they're leading Seth on giving him false hope to trust in them just to keep him off of them?" Yeah, I do. I do. I do. Um, Now, Tony, Seth, they're entitled to their own opinions, but I really do think that if I was Seth, I would never trust those guys again. Never. You want to tell me this is a trash truck, and then I find out that it's not, and I sat here and believed you, and I spread it around to the public that that was a trash truck. Oh, I would be livid. I would be livid. I mean, who you blow? That's actually a saying that I learned, guys, from Springfield, Missouri. That's what I was told when I first moved there and I was having issues with my ex-husband. They were like, "It's who you know or who you blow." And I was like, "Well, I'm not blowing anybody, so looks like I got to get to know some people and that's the saying that they said. That's exactly where I came up with that. Like that was not I did not know that until I moved to a small well, it's like Hendersonville. It was a small place and then it got bigger and bigger. And that's how it works there. And it's awful to think about it, especially like saying that ugh, ugh. But anyway, that's where I heard it. And it reminds me a lot of this situation because you're not right and they're not going to listen to you. They won't listen to you even if you're 150% right and they know it, they got it right in front of them. They'll still say nope, nope, no, that person would never do that. No, you're the wrong one. You're an outsider. It's like, okay, well, all right then, but whatever. I hadn't heard that line. Couponing says I hadn't heard that line in years. Oh my god. Jude. Unnamed True Crime says I'll sing like a canary when it comes to a kid, friendship or not. I know. I'm like that too. Like I mean, I'll tell you the way that I was raised, it was like if you're in the wrong, it doesn't matter if you're family, if you're friends, I don't care if you spent the night, every single weekend. We went way back to first grade. Like if you did something to hurt a kid, like you know unless they got dirt on them too. See, that's the thing too. They might not be a good person because they've got dirt that their friends know about them and they don't want to be exposed, so they keep quiet for the friend and everything. It works like that a lot too. Oh my goodness. Hi, Paiziki. Paiziki, I think Paiziki. I just joined. Well, great. Thank you. Thank you for joining. I've only ever heard the Chris Proudfoot did something theory. I didn't know there were others. I mean, I don't know who did anything. I really don't. It's still very much up in the air. We don't have any evidence, right? We haven't seen anything. Um, you know, being a bad parent doesn't mean you hurt your child necessarily. Although we see it all the time when CPS is involved, it's never, usually doesn't turn out good in the end when CPS has to be involved a bunch of times. It just doesn't, you know, um, that's what therapy's for at that point. Um, Poppy says, I know, I pray Seth isn't just being told things to settle him. Of course, we want hope for Seth, and we all want to believe Ellie is doing more than we know. Yeah, absolutely. I try to keep the hope, but then I have to rein it in too, because then I have to be in reality. That's the hardest part, because hope is a good thing. Hope is a very, very good thing. Well, thank you, Voices, for the super sticker. I really appreciate you. Thank you. I just now saw that. Yeah, it's so sad, Grace. It's so sad. Oh, thank you. Thank you for the landfill video. Thank you. Oh yes, everything is in my I have to remember that too, Dreaming. Thank you for the reminder. But yeah, this is all my opinion and based on just some research that I've done, into the case and just following it. Um, it's just it's unnerving. It is. It's unnerving. Poppy says, does Seth have an attorney helping him deal with the foots? Yeah, I do believe so. I believe so. I know he had one at one point. Okay, Gracie says yes. Yeah. So, thank you, Unnamed True Crime Channel. Yes, we had a discussion the other day, Lady and I. Yeah, we did. Yeah, we did. And that's the thing. I think people do need to be talking about it more. I think the biggest thing here is that we have to look at it from a perspective of like, okay, could this be true? Is it possible, probable? I think those are really important things to kind of look at take a step back. Honestly, we can't take everything law enforcement is saying at face value. We can't. I would love to. I wish we could. I wish I could be like, listen, we need to listen to Sheriff Craddock. He's a good guy. He's doing everything he can. Believe me, I would love that to be part of the narrative that I'm putting out here for you guys, or that I'm presenting rather. It's up to you all to make up your own decision and stuff like that. But I would love to be that person that does that, because we need law enforcement. We need to be able to trust them. If we don't, that is a disaster waiting to happen. And yet here I am, just I can't say trust them. I can't. I just can't. The Unnamed True Crime Channel says, I wish more kids of the other races would be covered as much as Sebastian. Oh, yes, yes. Also missing women of low socioeconomic status to be covered more. I'm over the cherry picking. Yeah, it's really hard. I would love to see more legislation. The problem with like even indigenous people, the reason why we don't have more coverage on them is because of old government crap, beef, and things like that dates way back to the beginning of when America was formed, that unfortunately the Native Americans don't want United States citizens in their business. They just don't. They want to handle it themselves. They don't want the government in it. And so, for lack of a better way to say it, and so then we have these women mainly, and men too, just people, let's just say people, that are falling through the cracks because of stubbornness, really, is what it comes down to. Um, yeah, because I would definitely cover anybody that I see that has a missing flyer. I don't even care if I particularly like or follow that person's channel. If I see somebody's missing photo, I'm gonna post it up as fast as I can, because everybody deserves it. You're right, unnamed true crime. You're so right on that. But then when it comes to the indigenous people, um, that's part of the reason why, is because we really don't have a say so in what happens, unfortunately. And it's not the tribe's fault. It's just old stuff that happened and is still pretty screwed up, in my opinion. Well, that's good. Yeah, that's amazing, unnamed true crime. Well, I'm definitely going to be following. Um, I think it's really important, especially, there's, like I said again, prior, talking about Crystal McCrory Jones. There is such a stigma and such a taboo when it comes to DV, right? Like nobody wants to hear it, nobody wants to see it, nobody wants to believe it still happens like that. Nobody wants to think that somebody else could control someone else's so much. Um, People just don't want to know, and they don't want to see it. Um, and it's important though. It's important because it can happen to any of us. Oh, yes. Thank you for being respectful, everybody. Poppy says, is SF the rest of them twisting Bobby's mind so she might not be the same witness she once was? Not that she's not still, just do you think that they're trying to work her so she won't be if called on? Yeah, that's a really good point, Poppy. That is an excellent point. Yes, I do. I think they're doing crazy making behaviors to make her lose it. Who can I trust? I can't trust anybody. I'm not talking to anybody. That's how I would feel. I've felt like that before. I've been in that situation where I'm like, you think I'm talking to you? You're nuts. You're nuts. I'm not talking to you. I don't trust you guys, Bobby won't talk to SF. Hopefully not. I hope not, Gracie. Oh my gosh. Poor Bobby. She what really stinks about that whole situation, well, just from my perspective, this is just my perspective. I'm not Bobby, and I'm not dealing with what she's dealing with right now from them, but she's got to feel awful because you got JLR, who she said she felt used by, but yet he actually at least asked her opinions and asked her, permission. These people just took her and recorded her, and yeah, my goodness. Gracie says, I agree with you about all of the thousands of missing children. Yeah, and just people too. The people out there, there's just too many. There's just too many. Oh, thank you, Dreaming. Thank you. Oh, thank you, Voices. No, you're good. Thanks for coming in. Oh, there's your super. Thank you. Yeah, I just get sick of it, guys, and I just get sick and tired of it. Um, my town is so small, you can't sneak a fart without getting called out. That's fantastic. That is so funny. Well, and I think there's something to be said. Like when I moved to a smaller town, like I didn't like anybody in my business at all. I was like, what? And now I'm like a whole open book. Like, but before I used to be like, no, I'm not telling you like, what do you mean? I don't know you. What you want to know my underwear size? No. Like it gets that's a good way to put it. It gets to that point where you're like, okay, mind your own business. Like, I did not like it at first. Now I'm an open book, but before, no way. No way. But yeah, I'm getting so sick and tired of all the drama, and then, having to go to drama channels for information, and then I just get put in a bad mood because I'm like, all that negativity transfers over. I can't handle it. I really can't. It's too much for me where I'm like, I don't know. I need go take a shower or go to church or something. I don't know, be cleansed because it's just so much. It's just so much. Like Margaret said earlier, you just sit on the front porch and there's a whole ass soap opera out there, and you know, um, life's too short for that. And then Sebastian deserves better. We should be going over these facts, even the smallest little details. I know we've all gone over this a bunch of times. I understand, it does get daunting and boring and probably, all of that. But there's so much information in this case that there's so many things that, if we take a second look at it, like really, Sheriff Craddock put a fresh set of eyes on it, really do that, that there's a lot of new information that could actually be very interesting and helpful to the case. So Poppy says, I wouldn't either. I felt like they're taking advantage of him, just wanting some hope from them because he's, of course, feels helpless. Yeah, I know none of us want to see him hurt anymore. Yeah, not at all, Poppy. That was really well said. Gosh, no. If I could do anything to help Seth, I really would. I think that he's got good people around him, hopefully. So, but you're absolutely right. No, we don't want him to hurt no more. And that's all he's asking for is his son back, for crying out loud, And Unnamed True Crime says, funny but true, that girl that lives down from Billy Bob's across from the abandoned house and one and off of Booner's Road near Cooter's Pond blasted one in the Walmarts. Exactly. And it's like, before you know it, everybody knows, and they're like laughing at you, and you're like, why are they laughing at, you know what I mean? Then you realize that you're like, oh, okay, I guess I'm just the talk of the town now, it's ridiculous. Jesus, Alabama. And I also never knew that bless your heart could be taken in two ways. Like, at first I was like, oh, everybody's so nice, they're blessing my heart left and right. They weren't. They were not blessing it in a good way. They were blessing it sometimes as like in a bad way. But anyway, either way, Scranton says, after watching the Kieran Reed trial, nope, corruption everywhere. If that's not a case of it was not who you know, but who you blow, proves that motto. Good point, Scranton Strangler. I'm telling you, I never knew what that was before. I'm like, oh, good Lord. And then I was like, I'm not doing that. Like, I was mortified. I was like, they want me to do what? Like, the Unnamed True Crime Channel says there is a lady named Sharon Mary who's been missing for years. Her dad was a New York PD homicide detective. Oh, wow. Because she had a rug problem, I couldn't get anyone to look at her case. Oh my gosh, really? That kind of reminds me a lot of, well, not Layla's parents weren't in law enforcement, but Layla Santinello, it's like her mom really wants her found. And I think because she was on rugs that they're kind of hesitant or not looking as hard. They think maybe, but I mean, she could have been picked up in traffic. There's so many things that could happen. It's just absolutely sad. It is. It's so sad. Yeah, that's sad. Prayers for your family and the truth to come light. Absolutely. Thank you, Dreaming. It is. Yep, Lalo Santinella or Palo Santo works. Palo Santo. We appreciate. Thank you, Dreaming. I appreciate you guys too. You guys are amazing. Thanks for making me laugh. Hey, Debbie Dunn. Good to see you. Hey, Star. Good to see you guys. Oh, you guys are gonna see me in rare form tonight. I'm complaining about Sheriff Craddock again. Gladys Kravitz is at it again, looking out her window, seeing what Craddock's up to again. All right, guys, I'm gonna go ahead and put this next clip on. Let me see where we're at. Oh, 19. Okay, because I kind of skipped around just a tad. I don't have many more clips.
And Chief Deputy Craddock essentially says that. In addition, let's see, he says they saw at that point, so on April 2nd, they'd had 314 tips. So 314 tips they were following up on. He says there's no footprints, there's no photographs, there was nothing indicating what happened to Sebastian Rogers. Basically, he's saying at this press conference, they've he's vanished, that they don't have anything and that they don't have leads. He says, however, there's no quote, there's no evidence to support foul play. So again, on April 2nd, he is saying, I don't believe that there's foul play. I don't believe there's foul play on the part of Chris or Katie Proudfoot or Seth, the parents. They've been fully cooperative. They've been fantastic. They've done whatever we've asked. And that he specifically says, again, this is per law enforcement, no evidence to support foul play, okay? I think that's important. Again, consider the date, April 2nd. That's what he's saying. Let me tell you, so I will say, I have a problem with this from this standpoint. Again, we're sticking to what they're saying, but I just have to add a caveat here. If you don't have any evidence of foul play, you better darn well not issue an Amber Alert. It's the premise of an Amber Alert. So I'm going to call a little bit of BS on this. I think what he was trying to say is the parents. We don't have any evidence of foul play with the parents at that point, any of them. But he does it, he says it pretty broadly. But of course you have evidence of foul play. Sebastian Rogers did not walk away and disappear into thin air without help. Someone picked up that child, took that child. There was a rendezvous planned, or somebody else he knew coordinated him going missing, period. So I believe that Craddock meant in regard to the parents, but obviously they knew there was foul play afoot the minute they issued an Amber Alert. Okay. Let's see. 4-4. Ellie comes out April 4th and says, listen, I know it seems quiet. We're not doing all these searches. We don't have hundreds of people out here, but we're committed. We're still committed to finding Sebastian Rogers. On 4/26, there was a interesting interview of Heather Cohen. Again, Heather was a PI hired by Seth Rogers. She comes out and basically says, I had a meeting with them, but they're basically meaning law enforcement isn't sharing any information with us. So, but she's interviewed on TV and says that their law enforcement isn't sharing information. So that is very usual and normal. Any PI that comes out and says that law enforcement is, let me look at the case file. Law enforcement is sharing videos. Law enforcement's sharing, yeah, I'm right in there with them. That is a crock of absolute baloney. And Heather said that basically. Yeah, no, they're not sharing jack squat with us. We met just to tell them we're on their case. They could see our faces, but no, they're not doing anything, okay? That is truthful. PIs don't get privy to anything. They can pound the pavement. They can conduct interviews. If they're licensed, of course, they have databases they can use that any of us, for the most part can use, depending on what business we're in. And but anyway, I'm not going to digress. I'm just going to say law enforcement isn't working hand in hand with any PIs then, now, or in the future. It's not what they do. I mean, I can't even imagine a PI ever calling and saying, hey, can we come chat it? No, please just try not to get too in my way with the case. But on missing cases, law enforcement often to a degree welcomes private investigators, because legitimate private investigators, and if anyone ever needs one, please let me give you the name of retired FBI special agents that have amazing connections with local law enforcement. So even though they might not be able to get a lot of information, they at least can call up somebody that they worked a homicide with, or worked a, transportation of stolen goods or a gang case with, and say, yo, buddy, what's going on here? Is there, anything you can help me out with, confidentially? Again, no PI worth their salt would ever come out and say a meeting like that took place.
Star says foul play afoot. I wonder if that was intentional or a subtle dig. And then Gracie says, or a Freudian slip. I think both are very probable and possible. I just wanted to hop on really quick and just say real quick, because this was like kind of a smaller clip that didn't have a whole lot. But again, she's talking about, the foul play, parents are cooperative, and then she goes on to say that the premise for an Amber Alert is if foul play is suspected. And so that they knew foul play was afoot whenever they issued this Amber Alert. So it's, one of those things where, and then she goes on, she starts talking about Heather Cohen on 4/26 that she comes out and talks about, and which is April 26, 2024. And they talk about how they met with law enforcement, introduced themselves, but there was nothing exchanged, so no evidence was given to the PI. But then she's going to say something really interesting, and I'm going to go ahead and just play this next clip right away. 20.
But my point is please let me know, and I will text you a PI that can help you, that's legitimate, that's licensed, that has the proper connections. Most of the PIs I know still work within the area that they were FBI agents, which is so great. When you can do that, you already have the connections and know people. So please don't go outside of that. Just DM me. I will hook you up. But she comes out and tells the truth. And so basically, I just wanted to touch on that really quick. On 8/28, that's when the FBI reward comes out. That's $50,000. I've talked about this before on other lives. You have to do an electronic communication, and you're going to try to show, or you're going to show that this is a criminal investigation. They don't just do this for everybody. It was funny on Twitter. I said, give me one case. And then somebody gave me a case. I said, oh no, that girl was abducted. She was sexually molested. Yes, she was returned back to her family, and the guy was charged. The FBI just doesn't offer up rewards like this unless they believe that there is somebody that is involved with the person going missing. That's just facts. They have to write it up. It's $50,000. It's a big amount of money. All right. 9/19/24. Dog the Bounty Hunter at this point joins the investigation. I very strongly supported him joining. He has a huge voice. He has a huge footprint on social media. And, if you're wondering, is Dog the Bounty Hunter out there beating the bushes? No. But what Dog the Bounty Hunter is doing is he's lending his name to the investigation. He has a group he's working with, and so he gives them suggestions. He guides them. We know they have a lead investigator. I wrote her name down, Dice Davis, who's a private investigator. And we know At Night Investigations, I receive weekly information about leads they're running down. They were the ones that saw the green hoodie. They analyze that. That's what they're doing. They are actually looking at everything, and in a sense, kind of looking over the shoulder at law enforcement and saying, hey, did you look at this? Hey, did you notice this? Hey, you might not get this tip, but we're getting it because we're not law enforcement. And some people don't want to say anything to law enforcement, but they'll call Dog. They'll call him up and give a tip. So I think it was very important he get involved. Also, as of December 7th of this year, the total amount that's being offered is $225,000. I think that's really important. People can poo-poo and say, yeah, At Night Investigations will never do that, or Dog will never do that. Please, until they don't keep their word on a reward that they've offered publicly, it's in print, it's in writing, we've seen it everywhere. We know the FBI said $50,000. Please, don't knock them for putting that out there. I want to talk about why these huge rewards are being offered. Why did the Bureau come forth and say 50,000? I'm going to tell you why. This is the sad part. Whenever you're on an investigation and tips aren't coming in anymore, and you're reaching a dead end, that's when you put out a reward. Why don't you before that? Because you are drinking from a fire hose, from tips that are garbage, from tips that are good, from tips that you should follow, from tips that you don't want to follow, but you're going to have to follow. You're logging all of that. If they're doing it correctly, they have it in a program, and they're keeping track of every tip, when it came in, who's following up on it, and what the result was. So it's a lot. 350 is no big deal. I mean, I've had cases with thousands and thousands. So, but still, you have to log and keep track. They're still drinking from a fire hose because remember, Sumner County is handling this with TBI. At that press conference I told you about on April 2nd, I think it was, there was no detective that I saw from TBI there. I mean, the person who spoke was a public information officer. So at least then, I mean, they didn't even have, that I saw, that was announced, a detective that was even at that presser. So I think that's important. And again, the FBI and Secret Service just kind of got a little bit of an honorable mention, not that they were really part of the team. So again, I know they were loosely part of the team, certainly involved in searches, but I'm talking about from a leadership standpoint. Okay. Back on what law enforcement is saying. Let's see. I wanted to talk about the reward, though, and why they do it, why law enforcement does that. On December 13th, we finally heard again from Craddock. And don't be confused, because I had several people say, oh, see, they just came out again, and they said no foul play, nobody, the parents aren't involved, no foul play. And then So I went and I looked, and sure enough, it was a news report, but they had taken clips from April 2nd saying no foul play, no signs of foul play. So I'm just trying to say here that since April 2nd and then April 13th, where they say, listen, that the green hoodie guy is not involved. There's no nexus. We've interviewed. He's not involved. Talked about that earlier. Other than that, we are not hearing from law enforcement other than these instances I gave. So what that tells me is they're dry on leads. That's why they're doing the reward. They are going to be revisiting, looking at everything, but they're really, really at a dead end. That doesn't mean a case is cold. I think they're still actively, of course, working it. I think these investigators are sick at their stomach that they haven't resolved this case. I think they're going to go back and relook at interviews and everything they do know. I think they'll go back and relook at Chris and Katie Proudfoot, specifically Katie, because she's the last one to have seen him. I think they'll take a relook at that. Definitely, I would. But we don't know. This is my whole point where we're at right now. We know law enforcement, throughout the time they've delivered messaging, did not believe the Proudfoots or Seth were involved. And we believe there was an Amber Alert, which means there would have been a taking of Sebastian. We also know that from common sense. Unless an alien drone aircraft descended on his house when he walked outside and picked him up and took him into the stratosphere, Sebastian Rogers was taken that night. I think all we can hope for at this point is that he was taken by somebody who did not want to kill him. That's what we have to hope. That's what we have to hope. It is more important now than ever to please, no matter where you live, if you live in Belgium, Germany, England, Canada, Mexico, Connecticut, it doesn't matter. Please get his face and name out. He literally could be anywhere. And I think we have to keep that hope that he's somewhere, as law enforcement, I believe, is revisiting their initial belief that parents weren't involved and that he left that house with somebody. We don't know who. Those flashlights are important until and unless Craddock comes out and says, like he said with the green hooded shirt sweater guy, and like he said when the glasses were found, and like they said when that sighting occurred, I think it was in North Carolina, if I recall correctly, that was the look-alike. All three of those. Nope, nope, nope. Not them. We haven't seen that on those flashlights. I think they're important. Thank you all for being here. I know I've jabbered on too long. I'm praying for Sebastian. I'm praying he's alive. I know y'all are too. Please use your platforms. Thanks for tuning in. And until next time. In fact, on just recently, just a few days ago, spoke with one of my closest friends. We worked together in the Houston office, and he now is an investigator with NCMEC about Sebastian Rogers, because just, I call so many of my former FBI agent buddies because I bounce a lot of this off of them, because I have my experience to rely on, all the facts that we know that are in the public realm, and some other clues. But I wanted to get him. And the first thing out of his mouth was, he was autistic. Yes. Oh, they've got to check all the water. And we all know that. In any event, as far as we know, all the waterways have been thoroughly checked. We know a retention pond was drained. It was very shallow. And we also know, and you might have forgotten, that another pond was drained that was nearby. I'm going to get into that exactly when it was drained. So, and we know there were divers. We know there was drone coverage. We know there were cadaver dogs. We know there were scent dogs. We know there were 200 people searching for this boy right after, he was reported missing. So this was not a situation where they did a poor job, where you had a couple deputies knocking on doors and looking in crawl spaces or under houses. This was not that. This was an all-out effort with law enforcement to find Sebastian. And I feel very confident in that. I do hope they really look closely at every waterway. When I say closely, that they had extremely competent divers dive, and that if they had any question, they drained. And then I hope they did it again. And I would think that they would, because this is sort of searching 101 when you're talking about an autistic child. So we're going to move on from that. One big question I've been asking, I think all of you have been asking, why in the world wasn't a luminol test done in Chris and Katie Proudfoot's home? And why weren't any fingerprints taken? Remember, Chris Proudfoot said, no, they didn't take fingerprints. They said that wouldn't be necessary. No, they didn't do luminol. Yes, they were back multiple times. They searched all the vehicles. They searched all the areas in the house. They searched and searched multiple times, but they didn't do those tests. This is why I'm convinced they did not do those tests. I'm convinced because I think law enforcement on the 26th, remember we're going day by day, was convinced that neither Chris or Katie Proudfoot were involved in Sebastian going missing. I believe that they believed nothing nefarious happened in that house, and that's what they believed. I'm certain of that on that date, on the 26th, that's what they believed. I want to make sure I don't miss anything there. we know, and I think this is really important. Is we know that their search efforts took them all around the neighborhood, every single place. We know they went door to door. And I personally listened to the body-worn camera of officers that responded and them running and, following the dog that went to the construction site. And then, right, a dog jumps into the retention pond. They drain the retention pond, right? We know all about that. But what I find very important here is there is a difference between a dog that is searching based on the scent of the child and a dog that is tracking a human scent from the Proudfoot home to the construction site. And is my understanding, it's the latter. Now, I want to specifically quote what was said from the EMS director. The EMS director specifically said there was no dog scent. He specifically said that. An EMS director, the emergency medical services director, said that.
Okay, guys, I just wanted to watch that part real quick again, because I thought it was powerful what Jen was saying, and I think it makes a lot of sense. So basically, she goes on to say in the beginning that the FBI reward is something that they only put out when they think something nefarious has happened and they want information on it. So she believes that that was the reason why they decided to put out the reward, and that it's typically because of foul play. She goes on to say that on 9/19/24, Dog the Bounty Hunter joins Seth's team and joins the search. Now, Dog's name is going to be his most valuable asset, bringing that into the case, in my opinion, as well. He has a lot of pull. He has a lot of people. She says that there is a lead investigator by the name of Davis, but she says that Dog isn't really going to be like mainly investigating things. He's going to be there to bring more public awareness to the situation. She does think that LE is looking at everything, that, but she also thinks that Dog's team will be able to kind of look over their shoulder and make sure that they're not forgetting anything, overlooking anything. And then also the fact that the public doesn't trust LE enough to call them and report things to them. And if they feel more comfortable coming to someone like Dog, then that's always a good asset to have as well. So I think it just goes back to the distrust in LE, and then also people might think that if they tell law enforcement something that it might get out and they're afraid. And I can see that. I can definitely understand that in this case. Now, December 7th, 2024, the reward from At Night Media was upped to $225,000. Now the FBI reward was $50,000, and that's still on their website. There's nothing added or taken away to that $50,000 that the FBI has come up with. But she says that they do that when the investigation comes to a point where there are no tips coming in anymore, or little to no tips coming in anymore. She said they do that when the case reaches a dead end. They will put the reward out, the FBI will. And at the beginning, she said they don't put the reward out because of the fact that their tips are pouring in to law enforcement, and they have to track and log all of these leads. So she also reiterates that there is no detective from the TBI present at the April 2nd presser. She said they did give an honorable mention to the FBI and Secret Service, although they are not leading the investigation again. Just going over that again. December 13th, 2024, she says that they were dry on leads, so they were revisiting everything. They're at a dead end, in her opinion. It's not that the case is cold. They are actively working on it, but they have reached a dead end where the leads are kind of trickling in rather than pouring in. And Ginger, really quick, I just want to say I hope you feel better, and I appreciate you being here. So guys, then also Jen says that they are sick at their stomachs, that they have not resolved the case, which I'm sure a lot of them are. Jen thinks that they will go back and look at KP again, that she would, and that Jen also thinks that he was taken that night. I have a different point of view on that. I think that he was hurt that night by his mom and stepdad. I think either something happened unintentional or intentionally, and he met foul play. That's my opinion. And I hate to say that, but she says that she's trying to keep up hope and that he could be anywhere. So wherever you live, and then she named off a whole bunch of places that were really random, and then she goes from like Mexico to Connecticut, which I thought was kind of funny. I don't know where that came from, but I think what she was trying to get at is that like everywhere could be a possibility. And then she goes on to say something super interesting that really piqued my interest, at least. The green hoodie, they came out and publicly talked about the green hoodie and no involvement. They came out and told us that the glasses were not Sebastian's. They came out, and she forgot about the pants, but they told us that the pants were also not Sebastian's. They said that the person at Grandfather Mountain in South Carolina at the rest stop was not Sebastian. So those were all no, right? But then they have not come out and said anything about the flashlights at all. Not at all. They have not said a word about that. They have not said yay or nay to that at all. So I found that to be really interesting because obviously that's a key piece of information. It has to be. Going back to what Jen was saying to begin with, that they were saying that there was a sighting of Sebastian on the 26th. That would be the only logical explanation unless we have something else that comes out at a later time or date. But as of right now, the flashlights are the only thing they have not discounted. Those are still up in the air, and it's fits the verbiage on all of the flyers that we've seen that have come out from TBI, FBI, etc. So then Jen talks about how she kicks around ideas with her buddies from NECMEC and the former FBI agents that she knows. She likes to bounce off information off of them. I would love to be a fly on the wall for those. She says that there were cadaver. She says that there were cadaver dogs used. I don't recall them ever saying that cadaver dogs were used. As a matter of fact, it's been said that they were not, that they were only scent dogs, which leads me to the dog search and the tracking scent. She said there's a difference between tracking Sebastian's scent and tracking a scent that came from the home, a human scent that came from the home and that was tracked over to the construction site. She says there's a big difference in that, and I'd have to agree. She says the reason why no luminol or fingerprint testing was done by LE is because as of the 26th, they were convinced that CP and KP were not involved. And I also think they were classifying this as a runaway situation when clearly it wasn't, in my opinion. But let me see what you guys have to say. Let's see. Here we go. Yeah, I hope you feel better, Ginger. I really do. I'm glad you're still here, though, listening. I bet your little doggy's keeping you warm. Star says it's amazing how quickly LE will say it's nothing when people, excuse me. It's amazing how quickly LE will say it's nothing when possible leads, like the lights or the pants Terry Lynn found, most recently green hoodie. Yes, exactly. Thank you, Star, for putting the pants in there, because that's the truth. That's true. I mean, all of these things are like, nope, not the right size, not the right glasses, but nothing when it comes to any of the flashlight video. They won't discount any of that, and they also won't come out and say who they think it is. They just keep saying it's a trash truck, and then we don't know what we don't know, is Craddock's statement. Ginger says, I don't trust Craddock at all. I don't either. Star says Craddock is slimy anyway. I believe so too, especially just with that whole like snuggle struggle stuff and everything that came out, the way that he talks about women, the way that he talks about inanimate objects. There's like just so many things that are just really, really wrong with that guy and his thought processes. And Star says, I couldn't ever trust anybody who says snuggle struggle, let alone someone in Ellie who's supposed to hold up the law. Exactly. Exactly. I couldn't either. And I would never want to come to him and tell him anything like that, or bring my children to him or anybody. I would never recommend Craddock dealing with any type of a situation like that. He doesn't take it seriously, and he's actually going against what the laws say, because that is supposed to be taken seriously. That is an SCX crime for sure. And Star says, I want to know what hair products Coffin Doffer uses. I know, right? Her hair is so pretty. I saw your guys' comments earlier. Her hair is absolutely so pretty. She's a very pretty lady. She's very smart, too. She really is. Rufio, good to see you. Good to see you. I'm glad you're here. Rufio says, an Amber Alert is an emergency message issued when a law enforcement agency determines that a child has been abducted and is in imminent danger. Wow. Yeah. Yeah, it's and they tried to play that off too from the beginning. They're saying, "Oh, it's because he has medicines that he needs to be taking, and it's because he can't really make it back on his own." Well, if he can make it from Culver's to his house, and from his house to Culver's, then I think he could probably find his way home if he was lost in that general area, right? They even went on to say that he could make it to his dad's house because that was a familiar route, and that he knows how to navigate familiar routes because Seth works with him on that. And that was from their own mouths. Dreaming says, I really hope they treat every missing child's case as in danger. Yes, they are children, runaway or not. Exactly. So much could happen. Think about it. If they put their little thumb out, which I know people don't use that, they don't hitchhike as much as they used to, right? But if they put their little thumb out and they get a ride, or if somebody sees them walking and says, hey, do you need a ride somewhere? That is game over right there. That could be the difference between somebody running away and an abduction, like literally. So yeah, that is a great point, Dreaming. Thank you for that. Star says she's also right about having a different source outside of law enforcement for reporting tips. People can mock dog all they want, but there are pros to having him involved. Absolutely, Star. I believe so too. Just the awareness aspect of it. And then again, like you said, not everybody's going to want to call into LE. And especially in that neighborhood, that is a scary place to be. If you come out against anybody that thinks to the contrary, people are jumping all over you. So why would you be the one to call law enforcement when law enforcement, I mean, even according to Bobby, she had people that were telling her things that worked at the same prison, or excuse me, at the same jail as Seth did. So if you have people that are willing to tell you things like that and break that code of ethics so easily, there's a lot to be said about that. That's a scary thought, because that's supposed to be confidential and classified. I mean, and a lot of these people are military coming into law enforcement. So yeah, I mean, it's crazy. It's like a free for all over there, it seems like. And then also there was a brothel that was busted. We were watching that on Terry Lynn's last night, and somebody had asked me if I would look into it further, and I plan to. Who's to say that there isn't a major ring going on? I mean, that was happening in somebody's home. They busted it. Star, more pros than I think too. Yeah, absolutely. I think there's way more, Dreaming. Just the awareness and having dog's name on it. It's really ramped the case up. It's really put some momentum behind everything. Not just the FBI reward, but the reward they're offering. Not just the the exposure that has already been, but that has happened since he's come on. So I think so too. And Star says every missing underage person is in danger. Adults should be treated as such too. Yeah, I do too. It's horrible when you hear of a 23-year-old woman or man who their family didn't hear from them and they refuse to put out a missing person alert on them because of their age. Um, it's scary. It's scary to think that they can pick and choose. If you were reported missing by a friend and you didn't show up to work or something, someone reports you, it should be taken very, very seriously. You never know what can happen. And it can happen so quickly that they really need to act fast as well. And Star says, I'm not a fan, meaning I never watched anything about Dogger prior to the Petito case. I have no informed opinions about him as a person. Yeah, I've watched his show, more so like when he was on there before with his other wife. So I watched the older dog episodes and things like that, and then of course I was rooting him on when he went and knocked on the Petito doors, or excuse me, not the Petito doors, the poor Petitos, not them, the laundry's door. So I actually had to do some research on that too because I was wondering why everybody was like, "Hey, we need to get Dog in here and everything." I'm like, "Well, he's a bounty hunter. Why would we need him? What is he going to do?" But bounty hunters do actually search for missing people, so I didn't know that before. Which I was like, "Okay, well that makes sense then." I thought they were just bounties, but then again, Sebastian does have a bounty on his head, doesn't he? $50,000 of a bounty. So. It's just a couple ways of thinking of it. And Star says that's purely lazy police work and they wasted the most valuable time frame. Absolutely. Absolutely. It is very lazy. It's like how hard is it to just do a little bit of that stuff? But they weren't gonna do it. They didn't wanna, I guess maybe they didn't want to have to go through the paperwork or whatever. I don't know. It's in my opinion as well. And I think it's tough. It's a tough situation because it's like you don't want to think it was done intentionally, but sometimes it makes me wonder. And Dreaming says, I did watch his cases before. I did like it. I was younger than LOL. Yes, but on the serious side, I think more people bringing the awareness to missing children's cases is beneficial. I agree. I agree, Dreaming. It's just invaluable when you have someone like Dog that comes on because, he has that presence about him. And it's just nice that Seth has the support too, I think, you know. Um, Yeah, so there was a bus at a brothel, um, in the Hendersonville area, and, apparently it was, like, in a home where they had all these rooms that were being used for trafficking purposes and, SA and things like that. Um, so I haven't looked further into it. I know we were talking about it last night, but it's definitely something to think about, and then all of a sudden, they're doing all these busts, and, they had that one, video where Craddock had come on with, Nick Barris and talking about how they found that little boy and delivered him right to the dad and all this stuff, and it just makes me wonder, is it a front? Is it good police work? Are they trying to redeem themselves? I don't know what to think of it. Nashville. Thank you, thank you, Nashville. I said Hendersonville area. Um, and Yes, I wish yeah, she had a great live. Oh gosh, she had a great live. She had a great live. I was glad I was up for it because the one that I did, or she did the night before, I was like on there, but then I was like, okay, I'm gonna listen. I'm still listening, and the next thing I know, I wake up, I'm like, oh, okay, I fell asleep. So, but yeah, really good information. And Terry's local, so she's got a wealth of knowledge. Um, you know, I will look more into the brothel situation. I think it's worth looking into and just to see if maybe that could have been. My only thing is it's there's just no proof of him leaving, and why wouldn't none of their cameras pick him up? And it's just all very bizarre. And then also I still don't understand why they never did an audit on the locks That is one thing that really bothers me, because even earlier when I was looking for the clips that I showed tonight on Nancy, she asked Chris and Katie point blank, you know, is there any way that you can find out who has been in and out of your house and when? And they're like, oh, no, no, no. Yeah, but if you have digital locks, if those digital locks have the capability, they have the capability to have that information stored in them. You're telling me that they're old digital locks? No, I don't think so. I think that they had the capability to audit those locks, but they chose not to because they thought Sebastian walked off. And it's unfortunate because they've really screwed the pooch on this one. They ruined the investigation by not taking it seriously and looking at every single avenue that they possibly could. And that's my opinion. I can't say that they did a good job when they didn't do the smallest little things, like making sure that it wasn't a crime right off the bat. You got to they're saying they're ruling everything out, no stone left unturned, all these things. They can't really even say that with a straight face. And Susan Nyland even had trouble saying it. You know, she did. She did. She had trouble saying it because it's hard to stand up there and do that with a straight face when your brain is trying to make you tell the truth. There's no way that she thinks that they did a great job, or she would be up there loud and proud about it, but instead she's fumbling over her words. She's stumbling over everything. She can't wait for Craddock to get back up there, and Craddock can't wait for her, you know, couldn't wait for her to get up there, and he couldn't wait to get out of there. I mean, it's just, that was my opinion and my perception or perspective on things. But Autumn's good to see you, Autumn. Autumn says there's no convincing me he ran away. I can't be convinced of it either, Autumn. I mean, hey, if there's information out there, I will definitely look at it and, you know, be objective about it. But in the same way, I can't do that. I just can't. Not after seeing it over and over and over again. There's nothing that tells me that he ran away. There's just nothing that tells me that he ran away, but there's a lot of things that tell me that he did. Now, do I think he had reasons to run away? Heck yeah, I do. I think he had tons of reasons to run away, unfortunately. But I don't think he did. Couponing says, night and have a great day, everyone. You too, Couponing. Thank you for being here, honey. Have a great day. And Poppy says, allegedly, there is a very large organized Venezuelan gang that is in on a lot of states now. It's the same one that took over the People's Whole building in Colorado in a couple of months. Tennessee is one. Oh, okay. I heard a little bit about that from, I think it was Nick the Hat's channel, where he was talking about the Venezuelan gangs. And then I also saw something on the news, and I don't remember which one I was watching, but yeah, it's scary out there. I mean, you never know. I remember when MS-13 was a really big, that's a Honduran gang. I believe they're Honduras. Yeah, I believe so. Either way, again, it was one of those things where it's really scary, and they were wreaking a lot of havoc on, and it's just all organized crime, you know. And so when some of them get taken in, there's a whole new batch to take over for them, and it's very scary to think about. Really, really, really. Oh, puppy or kitten? Star says, oddly, they've dismissed most everything at the house from when Sebastian was last seen, but they allegedly trashed Seth's house. That, to me, shows an abundance of bias. Absolutely, Star. That is a great point. So they ransack Sebastian's room at Seth's house, but Chris and Katie's, they can't even be bothered to do anything when that's where he went missing from. I mean, it doesn't make any damn sense. It just doesn't make sense at all. I mean, you know, they expect us to believe it, but Poppy says, I will go back and find the information about the name of the gang and states they're in and what's being done. Okay, awesome. Thank you, Poppy. Yeah. Hey, anything is anything is possible, but I think there's certain things that can be ruled out easily if we just deep dive into it and, that way we could check that off, and that's all I was asking for. I think that's all any of you guys are asking for, is for them to do that and to just do their due diligence when it comes to Sebastian's case. I mean, he deserves it. Um, and it's just hard because it's like smoke and mirrors, and it's like, every time we turn around, there's something different that we're seeing, and it's like, okay, well, that doesn't make sense. All right, well, now we have this answer, but now I have 10 more questions. And that's what's really difficult, and I feel for Seth. I do. um Star said she's been hearing a lot about the Venezuelans. Yeah. And Rosebud says, see, that's important because if the locks are digital, a geofencing would pick that up. Yeah, they would, Rosebud. They would. They would. And so maybe they do have that information from the Secret Service. I think I got my answer tonight. I was kind of happy when I heard that. I was like, oh, there you go. That's the entity I was searching for. Yes, like if your fridge or washer, digital. Okay, yes, yes. I know exactly what you're talking about. Um, Digital investigating will show everything. Everything digital leaves a footprint. Absolutely. Absolutely. And they should be able to do that with the locks. So maybe they have that information, but then why are they saying that's what's just so weird? I mean, obviously they couldn't say exactly who was the one that punched the code in per se, but they could tell that if they did some fingerprinting. I mean, you know, I hate to tell a professional how to do their job because I'm not a professional in that field, but it's just frustrating, super frustrating. Autumn said, yeah, he had reasons, but in my opinion, he didn't come home from the Texas Roadhouse. Yeah, Autumn, I mean, that's one thing that is really scary to me because when I watched that video, it made me wonder. And before I'd be like, no, I don't believe people saying he didn't make it home. I think he made it home. I think they parked in the garage. That's why we don't know if he did or not. And but I will say that what Jen said really makes a lot of sense to me. Maybe they're saying that the 3:10 a.m. flashlight was Sebastian. They set up law enforcement to believe that Sebastian took a flashlight and that was him. And that wouldn't surprise me one bit because Sheriff Craddock doesn't want to look, he doesn't want to open his eyes and really look, in my opinion. Red Eye LAX to BOS says, I think that's LAX to Boston, maybe. In my opinion, why haven't they, LE, released the flashlight video enhanced? They know. Why not share and ask the public for more information? Just saying. Sebastian Strong. Absolutely. Yeah, thank you for that. I agree 100% there, in my opinion, too. Why not show us? Why not? I mean, look at the way that citizen sleuths were able to help with Riley Strain's case. Look at the way, I mean, I don't even know if we would know where Gabby was, Gabby Petito. I don't know if we would even know where she was if it wasn't for Red, White, and Bethune. I think that's what they're called, Red, White, and Bassoon. Maybe I'm saying it wrong. Either way, they were YouTubers and they were going through that area and their van life kind of channel. And over to the left is Gabby's little, I don't even know what it's called, Spirit or something like that. I don't know what they were called. Either way, the little van that they redid. I mean, we wouldn't know where she was. That's how we found out where she was, is because we pinpointed that location. So yeah, I think it's a little bit of a competition in a way, and it really shouldn't be. Maybe somebody that is, and I don't know because I'm not in law enforcement, but maybe someone in law enforcement looks at someone on the YouTube streets or just, true crimers, I guess is what Coffindoffer calls us all, true crimers. Maybe they look at us and say, well, you don't know anything. You didn't go to the academy. You didn't go to any school. Like like Craddock graduated Northwestern, my cousin went to that school. That's a really prestigious school. I mean, it's not an Ivy League school by any means, but it's a good school. Very expensive, good school. And maybe they look at us and they're like, what do you guys know? You guys are dumb. And it's like, well, I mean, we have more time than you do to dedicate to it. We're not within a budget like you are. And a lot of us are very passionate about it. And also, it's something that some of us enjoy to do in our free time. So while you're going home and you can't wait to be done with everything for the day, we're still crime sleuthing online. We're still looking at things and we're watching things and we're listening. So it's a different way, but I wish there was some kind of balance where we could all work together and like a harmonious kind of a vibe rather than it being kind of like, well, who's going to solve it first? Oh, you think you're going to crack the case? Like, well, we might. We're all human, right? I mean, we all have a brain God gave us, so if we're using it, then we very well might. Law enforcement is always cracking these cases, which is good. We just need them to crack Sebastian's case, for crying out loud. And Star says we're supposed to accept the narrative of the the trash truck instead. Green hearts and prayer hands. Thank you. Thanks, Star. Autumn says Hung has been wild tonight on X over the case. He's spilling a lot to try to make someone mad enough to talk. Oh, I'll have to go over there and look. I didn't even know Hung was still on the case, so good for Hung. I liked him. I was wondering what happened to him. I was hoping, something didn't, happen where he was deciding to take a different route. So we all know that's wrong. Yeah. Yeah. Absolutely. Absolutely. Yeah. Sunflower, good to see you. Someone in LE is connected to CP, in my opinion. Yeah, well, I know his sister was kind of working for them. And then also, Sheriff Craddock is very involved in the real estate game. If you look on his Facebook page, he's friends with tons of realtors and tons of insurance agents, which is questionable. I don't know if he dabbles in real estate or what that's about, but it's very strange. And then CP threatening people like Bobby, my mom's a realtor type, the connections I have and that sort of thing. So yeah, absolutely. Very possible and probable. Rosebud says they could tell if the code was punched and what time. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, and we've heard nothing about that at all, at all. And when Katie's asked about it, and then just like Aiden from the Lord Lodge said, it's like, well, you would think Katie would be an expert and very knowledgeable about that, but whenever they talk about it, she's very quiet and tight-lipped and, oh, we have a code, the man door. It's like, oh my Lord. And Star says Sunflower, isn't Craddock himself supposed to be one of those buddies? I think probably. I'm gonna say if not, it was more of like Navy ties. We're all good friends and blah blah blah. That's just my opinion. I think it's a little bit too much. We know each other and a little bit too much. It's just too coincidental, in my opinion. So. Hey, Jude. Hey, Janet. Janet says, good to see Janet. Janet says Craddock should be investigated. I agree. There should be an internal affairs investigation into Chief Craddock. But I also wonder if that's going to be part of the grand jury, because I know they can do that, because they can also take on the case of investigating, their own, basically. Starflower says, shouldn't geofencing help them find that strange car in the neighborhood? It really could, as long as the car wasn't like an old beater, as long as it has the more current computer system within the vehicle. I would think that that would be a shoo-in to find it. That would be a surefire way to find it. In my opinion, I say that just based on like the research that I've done into the geofencing, and then we did a whole live on geofencing and things like that. And I try to go like to the smart guys, like the ones at Yale, not this girl, but somebody that really knows a lot about it. And it was basically people from the ACLU who were upset about the privacy. aspect of it more so, but it was a very interesting conversation because it kind of shows, it kind of, the ACLU guy, his name was Chris too, oddly enough, broke it down really nicely to kind of convey how it works and why it's why it could be bad for privacy. But when he was breaking it down, it was just a good way to kind of show what it actually does in that way. And Starflower says, I think he made it home, but I'm not sure he took the trash to the road. Yeah, I'm not sure about that either. If Seth said, that's my son, I can tell he was taking it to the road. That is Sebastian, I would feel a lot better about it, but he did not say that. And Star says, Janet, that would be great. I do wish there was a civil committee as opposed to IA, though. Yeah, I do too. Yeah, because internal affairs, internal affairs can be corrupt too. That's the thing. They could know somebody up at, I was going to say a current affairs. That's like an old show. Over at internal affairs. So, I mean, especially in that area, I just feel like there is just something way too fishy about it. Just way too fishy. So it's just one of those things. Janet, thank you. Yeah, hello everybody coming in. Poppy says there was an article on Tennessee Lookout about the gang on January 8th, 2025, TBI, talking about the gang. Okay, let me write that down because I'll get that audio to you guys. I think somebody might have sent it over, and then we'll talk about it tomorrow just because it's getting so late. And I apologize for skipping yesterday, but I had to go over to the Lot Lizards and see my Terry Lynn. Even though she busted me out with her magic 8-ball last night, I could have got her. I don't know if you were there for that one, Star, but she busted. That's the last time I'm playing magic 8-ball with Terry Lynn. That's all I gotta say. That's all I gotta say. She talking about Lady Freedom's about to get married. I'm like, nope. All right. So, TBI gangs. I mean, and anything is possible, guys. I just wish there would have been something. I don't see why one light source would go back. Yes, hey Jude, he went to Northwestern. He did. He went to Northwestern University in Chicago. We're just all dumbasses. Red eye, that's for sure. That's for sure. I mean, hey, but at least we try to think a little bit, So it's always a good thing. And Rosebud says, yes, Starflower, hence the other ping that CP said Ellie told him about besides his truck. Who was the other ping? They know more than they're telling us, building a case, and it takes time. Yeah, absolutely. It does. It does. Now, I do know that there was one other vehicle in the area, which was the Uber driver that was picking the person up for the airport. So there's that. But, I mean, it's so hard to take Chris's words for it. Red eye, our tiny brains are straining. Red, white, and Bethune. Thank you. I don't even know what I called them. Oh my gosh. Yeah. Thank you, Starflower. I appreciate that so much. Janet says, why does CP not show receipts where he was? I don't know. I have no idea. I think a lot of it has to do with he likes, the attention. It's gotta be. He's such an ass. But speaking of asses, but also, I don't understand why he can't just come out and be like, hey, it would be really easy, even for his supervisor to come out and be like, he was at work, guys, calm down, everybody settle down. But he won't. He's not interested in sharing the truth. He is interested in putting out lies, drama. And, that was kind of the title of it is the title of tonight's live. It's like, there's no room for it. We don't have any room for it. And it's really sad. And I feel sorry for Seth because it created so much that he can't even have like a normal experience of a person who of a father who has a missing child, because everybody's taking everything and it's just so absolutely wild and bonkers. And I feel for him because he shouldn't have to deal with that. I feel like Chris and Katie are absolutely, as we heard on the Elevated Truth podcast, are absolutely spoon feeding this to certain creators, the ones that they know have no morals or values, and then they're just putting it out there and they're making tons of money off of it. And I'm sure they're splitting it with Chris and Katie. I'm sure they are, and that's my opinion. But the reason I say this is because even in the QB interview from May 23rd, 2024, where Katie was talking with the Katie was talking, excuse me, with QB and the panel. They were asking questions. Well, Chris was mainly. Actually, Katie wasn't asking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry, Katie. You were not asking this. Chris was asking, so is YouTube really lucrative? Can you really make that much money on YouTube? And asking all these questions like that. And then they're like, yeah, Chris, you need to make yourself a YouTube channel. And he's like, yeah, I'll call it Swangers, Bangers, and Hookers or something messed up. I mean, who says that? What kind of man does that? None of them. Or he goes on with a woman like Terry Lynn who's genuinely trying to find his stepson for him, and then he goes on there and acts like a nasty pig with her. Ugh. Blech. Gross. Poppy says there's a YouTube channel I need to check out more before referring anyone, but I'll look more into it. They've been allowed into the country. It's much bigger picture, in my opinion. Praying, not trafficking. Oh yeah, Poppy, I know. That's always I mean, here's the thing. If they wanted to quote unquote get rid of Sebastian, which I hate saying it like that, but if they did, um who's to say they didn't traffic him? Who's to say that they didn't hook up with somebody and give their child? I've heard a lot of stories of trauma survivors who were trafficked by their parents. They sold their children for things like rugs, booze, you name it, money. Just sold their kids off. Knew what was going to happen to them, but sold them off. So that is not far-fetched, Poppy. That's a great point. Janet says Bauer stocks too, real estate. Yeah, absolutely, Janet. That's the thing. It makes me wonder. That's why when I saw those connections, I couldn't help but make the connection, right? It might not be anything, but it's just something to think about. It's a little food for thought, or just something to take note of. Made me pause. Believe me, when I did the deep dive on Craddock, I was hoping I didn't find anything besides the snuggle struggle, which was bad enough. But there's more. And Starflower says, not all LE go to college. My son became a cop before he obtained his degree. The police department paid for him to get his degree. Oh, that's really good. Oh, that's wonderful. Well, I appreciate him, Starflower. I hope no one thinks that I don't appreciate good law enforcement officers, because I do. I really do. And we aren't stupid. We just don't have all their tools. Yeah, that's true. They have so much more than we do. That is very true. Good point. And Chief says, or we need law enforcement to quit protecting certain people and hand it over to the FBI. Chief, that's really well said. I really wish that they would just give it over completely to the FBI and let them handle it from here on out. At the year mark, I would hope that they would do the right thing. And Red Eye says, oh, maybe that's the connection. I don't have a PI license to check that out. I don't either. But just a little bit of web sleuthing, can really go a long way. That's all I did. And I'm sure there's more that I didn't uncover. Excuse me, but I probably could if I had a license, for sure. And Star says, I'm leery of the initiative, though. Yeah. Well, in this case, it is kind of scary. I mean, it is in any case. If there's anybody that's going to do something horrible to a little boy like Sebastian, they don't care about anybody. Starflower says, I have a digital lock, and one thing I like is if a worker needs to come when I am not home, I can give that person their own temporary code. Oh, interesting. Yeah. See, I kind of did a little bit of research on the different types of digital locks. They actually have a lot of nice features like that on them. I wasn't sure what type of lock they actually had. They never did say. They just said that it was a code. The garage door was like a clicker code, and then also the front door had, but their back door you had to use a key, is what they said. Um, oh, thank you, Dreaming. Thank you. Thank you. Star says, Chief agreed. When it comes out that LE improperly handled the case, there should be an immediate investigation. I agree 100%. I do. And you know what? What would go so far with me is if they would just come out and be like, look, we thought this was a runaway situation. From the information that we were told and that what we gathered into the beginning led us to believe that Sebastian had walked out of his home. We should have handled this differently. It will never happen, but it would go such a long way for me just to build a little bit of trust and be like, okay, so you do care and you are trying to do the right thing. Because I'm here to tell you, I couldn't even sleep at night. I would go ahead and resign. I'd find a new profession. I just really would. I wouldn't be able to handle it, knowing that I just didn't cover every single option that I could have, and now Sebastian's been missing for a year almost. Janet says, why are our CPKP going to court for ABUSE? Chris's arms, Yorkie bites. What was that thud, Katie? Yeah, he already, what, Katie? First interview. Oh, yeah, the first interview. Yes, Janet, I know exactly what you're talking about. I do. I do. Hey, Jude says Craddock was in the Navy for 18 years. Yeah, he's still active reserves. He's still active reserves. That's another thing that kills me. You know, I have family members in the Navy. That was the main branch of the service that my family served in. So I hate having to think that somebody, you know, is corrupt in that. I really do. I hate thinking that. I don't want to, but if I have to, I will. Red Eye says, I don't think that the gang has anything to do with Sebastian, in my opinion. Yeah, I don't think so either. I don't think so either. I really think it was more the CPS events leading up to, I think it was Chris's hatred for Sebastian. I hate saying that. I hate saying that that kid was hated by his stepdad. I hate it. But that's the words that were used. Hate. And it's more than one person, and these are teachers, these are educators that are like saying this to the public, you know, not coming out publicly and saying it, but saying it behind closed doors to other people, creators, each other, you know, that it was well known that he was not loved, and that's the saddest thing. um Oh, Dreamy says, I got plants coming. She said, I'm okay with that. And Poppy says, that's right, Chief. How does that work when they don't want their own possible mistakes or connections known? If this is the case, allegedly, in my opinion, if anyone if excuse me, is anyone accountable to anyone in Tennessee? LETBI. I know it makes you wonder, Poppy. I don't know. I don't know who they are accountable to, but it sounds like they don't hold each other accountable and they don't want to see accountability. They would rather praise this bad behavior. And I mean, that's what they did. They just let him win without Autumn, the eight ball. But yeah, just letting him basically get away with all of this, you know, all of the comments, all of it, you know. I don't care. They could say he said it back when he said it. I don't care. He was active military back then. Hey, Jude just said, you know, all allegedly in our opinion, right? But I'm just saying, You know, he could get court-martialed for something like that. They don't put up with that in the military. You went to his superior officer and told them what was said, they wouldn't put up with that crap. They're taught not to do that. They all are. All military branches are like that. She was so funny, Autumn. Oh my god, she's cracking me up. I was just playing. I'll still play her. I'll still put my number in. And Hey Jude says, Lady Freedom, he actually went to college at Bethel University in McKenzie, Tennessee. Well, he has it on his Facebook that he attended Northwestern University. So I don't know if that was like if he did a graduate program, because like my daughter, she attended one university for 4 years and now she's attending another one. So for her next round of education. So that could be. I know that Bethel University was on the list, but Northwestern definitely was too. So I just assumed, which again, probably shouldn't be doing, that, you know, both were done. Maybe he went to school for, you know, for gen eds for one, and then the other one, I'm not sure. I'm not familiar with Bethel. I'm more familiar with Northwestern being Chicago girl. But And Dreaming says, today I actually got planted pots. Oh, great. My husband got it for one. Oh, that's awesome. $1.75 is that? The one? 12 plus, so I guess it was close. Well, I'll tell you what, it's funny, those pots and stuff are so expensive because I got a palm tree and I needed a bigger pot for it, and it was only like probably that wide of a pot and maybe that tall, but it was like $30 and I was like, okay, well. Jocelyn, good to see you. Hi guys, first time here. I recognize some names here. Nice to see you, Jocelyn. Thanks for stopping in. And Rosebud says, well, it was odd that CO only mentioned, oh, maybe CP only mentioned 2 pings that Ellie showed him, as if to say, we know something, in my opinion. Yeah, he's always trying to act like he's got the inside scoop on things. And honestly, I think they wanted to ride around with him so they could see if he would crack or if they could get him to slip up somehow. That's my opinion on that. Could the other ping have been Mommy Dearest? Possibly. Very possible. Very possible. Yeah. I mean, CP. Okay, awesome, Rosebud. That's what I thought. I wasn't sure though. And Starflower says, maybe I need to play Magic 8 Ball with Terry Lynn. I have been widowed 4 years and I am ready to find someone to date. Oh my god, she said that I might get her. I'll tell you guys what she said for mine. I'm never putting the number 11 in either again. I don't know. Maybe that was the number thing. But she said, all right, number 11, you're either getting married or you're going to have relations. Like, hopefully it's relations. Oh, thank you, Red Eye. But you know, if you put in 11, she might give you one that's like similar to that. I don't know if she's got a system down pat. I don't know. She's good though. She told everybody else they were getting like a cute puppy or a kitten. So then I said, well, can I get a pony that looks like Channing Tatum? And then she almost put me in timeout probably. But Janet, she says CP didn't want Sebastian around Faith. Yeah. Yeah, he didn't want her around Faith, or he didn't want him around Faith. I think that is so mean and sad. Like, I don't understand. I don't have any step siblings and stuff like that, but like growing up, I had a cousin who was a step cousin, I guess you could say, but we didn't meet her till she was like 10 or 11, I think ish. I was a couple of years younger than her. She was my cousin. I never called her step cousin. I called her cousin. It's just, you don't do that in families. You don't do that to kids, especially kids. I don't know what the hell's wrong with them. But they bullied him around. I mean, you could see it. I did a small video on it, but he was like, Aunt Melissa, like giving her like the stop, like, you know, not in a cute, fun, teasing way. I love to tease. I love being teased, right? but there's something when it goes to a mean level, like where you're videotaping somebody so you can watch it later, it's awful, awful, awful. Um, Chief says John Bonet case, John Ramsey is loaded. I'm sure he was made large donations to judges. Yeah, Ellie, attorneys. When you have those kinds of friends, you can you kind of have certain intentions, favors. You need such. Yeah, absolutely. I agree. And that's the thing with the Bauer Sox. They have pull in the town. They have money. They have connections. They have there's multiple properties that they have access to being a realtor. Yeah, I mean, I could just tell you, even when I was showing rental properties, I had access to at least 50 different homes. 50 different homes, where I could go there anytime and I had access to all of them. At any given time, at any given hour, I could have been, I mean, that's what scared me so much about Mama Socks to begin with. When I heard she was a realtor, I was like, oh crap. Like, not only does she have money, but she has access. It's scary. It is absolutely scary. And Unnamed True Crime says there's a man that is an attorney specializing in statement analysis lying with a channel who covers this case. Can I say the channel name? Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. I think I know who you're talking about. Poppy says, I agree with Red Eye, but I didn't think a lot of things could be what I was seeing and learning now. I really agree with you, but if there's corruption up the ladder, just go to beware of. Yeah, or just got to beware of it. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, and that's the thing. I'm not saying that it does directly have a correlation to the corruption allegedly that is going on there, but it would make sense to me more than some of these jacked up theories and stuff like that. It would make sense to me a lot more, especially just with the research on that I've done into the good sheriff. And Chief says, as the cheek turned Bauer Sox have that kind of money. Yeah, absolutely. Well, how do you think they got, they were cutting up in court with everybody and how they got Betty? I mean, I don't agree with everything that she does, but I'm going to tell you, I wouldn't want to be in that situation. I wouldn't want to be hanging up flyers, and the next thing you know, I got a protective order for me putting paper up. That's crazy. It's absolutely insane. And then they say that they uphold the constitutional rights and things like that. That's a crock of crap. There's no way they do if they're gonna go after somebody just for putting up the flyers. And how many people has Chris Proudfoot, and I'm not even gonna say people, I'm gonna really go down the women. How many women has Chris threatened? I'm gonna say way more than men. The only man I've ever heard him threaten is the only man that I've ever heard Chris Proudfoot threaten is Seth Rogers. All the other ones were ladies. So we have Seth's mom, his sister, Bobby, the neighbor. He's threatened the PIs. Chloe PI got it the worst. I would have went after him in court. I would have gotten multiple restraining orders on that guy had he talked anything like that at me. And in all honesty, he was threatening to run Betty over. May 23rd, he was threatening to run her over. That was way before he got a protective order. He just likes to play the victim. He's not a victim, but he likes to play the victim, and he likes to steal that away from people who actually need it. It's a total miscarriage of justice. And Autumn says John Benet's brother was on TV program and said she unalived. Oh, said he unalived her. Yeah, I know. I think the brother has a lot to do with it. I think he's absolutely guilty of it, and they just won't. I don't know why they haven't charged him, but I think the brother's guilty. And I think that's why the parents were covering everything up and wouldn't talk to the police. I don't think they were guilty. I think I think their son was. And I think their grief was coming from the fact that they knew that their son had hurt their daughter. You know, so. Oh, that's sweet dreaming. Red Eye says, unfortunately, there's a lot of bad apples out there. Yeah, there are, you know, and there's a lot of good ones too, though. That's what's sad. It's making people distrust law enforcement when really it's not law enforcement. It's one person, you know, or two people or a few. Absolutely. Yeah. And Star says, Autumn, I only know of him being on Dr. Phil. When was this? Dr. Phil. Oh, excuse me, guys. Chief says, face the facts, they won't turn it over to FBI because they don't want that kind of tarnish on their badge or reputation. I mean, I don't think the FBI would tarnish or you know, I don't think they would tarnish Sumner County's reputation. I think they've done that good enough on their own. I don't think they need the FBI to come in and do that. But Autumn was a few months back, or Autumn says was a few months back, and I will see if I can find which one. It was like a big one, like Dateline, but I will see if I can go back on them. Yeah, you know, I think I remember that. I think I know what you're talking about, but I would love to see it. Excuse me. Sorry, guys. I've been doing cough drops again. It's cold here again. It's like freezing cold here. And I hope I'm not getting sick again because I already had the cold that everybody else had. And now I'm back on the cough drops. Yeah, I'm trying to think. I think it was a Dateline. I think you're right. Red Eye says Chief's correct. Jana says Nina said a lot of ABUSE. Yeah. Oh yeah. And I believe her. I do. I mean, nobody's going to be 100%, but Poppy says, right, Chief, and Red Eye, it would be like turning themselves in for the mistakes worse, in my opinion. Well, perhaps. I just think the FBI could really do a lot of good. I don't think they would go against Sumner County. But Sumner County might be worried that it's going to make them look bad, but they already look bad, you know? Red Eye says, bring on the 8-ball, more honest answers. And Autumn says, Craddock's ex was took down, wasn't it? Next one will be the Crabapple ex. Actually, oddly enough, he took his own ex down. Craddock did. But the person who he was doing, like the one he tagged, he did at, you know, Mr. Wonka, that person got theirs taken down. So he runs with a nice crowd. A nice crowd. And Hey Jude says, there's a course of study for police officers at Northwestern. Bethel is a private Presbyterian college. Oh, so maybe he just attended the classes for the police study program or something? That's very possible. I just know that it was on his Facebook. And Chief says, thank you for looking though, Hey Jude, I appreciate you. And Chief says, well, the highest branch of above all agencies, I think, would be the Department of Defense. I would think in the chain of command. Might be the Department of Defense. I mean, they all should have, I guess I should say, internal affairs, which oversees their conduct. They do have a code of ethics to follow. So I don't know. Dreaming says, I don't think she is all that as he presented herself with it. The comment she did to her friend painted different colors to me. Yeah, Dreaming, I know how you feel about Nina. I know. I don't know who or what or when or how that all transpired. She was giddy. I will agree with that. She was very giddy, and her choice of words wasn't very, wasn't good. Not a good look. Not a good look at all. Definitely not something that's not the way I would put it. I'd be terrified, horrified, mortified if that was my daughter's stepbrother that was missing out of their home. I mean, to me, there would be nothing positive about that. Star says, is Craddock dirty? Magic 8 Ball, in my opinion, most definitely. Is Craddock going to turn this over to the FBI? Outlook, not good. Star. Hey Jude says, Chief Rucka, is my understanding Homeland Security helped analyze the data. Yes, they did. They were also involved, but they never got a shout out from Craddock. Never got a shout out. And Starflower says, have 3 animals. I would prefer an animal if the human male species. I mean, my dog's a boy. My favorite pug, he was a boy. The unnamed true crime channel says it's Deception Detective. I like Deception Detective. I'll write it down though, because I'll forget if I don't write it down. Chief says, thinks it's Homeland Security. DOJ, Department of Justice, perhaps. And Star says, my stepson became my son officially the day I married his father. I still love him to this day. Amen, Star. Exactly. You don't just do that to a kid. First of all, if you don't love their kids, don't date the parent. What the heck's wrong with you? You know what I mean? Like, let the person go. You don't love their kids, you better. Ugh. I don't know why people do that. Kind of like Nicole Kessinger. Gives me Nicole Kessinger vibes. And I have a magnet that says missing husband and dog 200 reward for the dog. Oh, Star. Magnet. No, I mean, like, it's not like you're so funny. No, it was just more or less because I had a bad experience, so I'm like, out of Terry Lynn, I'm definitely not getting married again. Girl, crazy. Rosebud, great live, and thanks for letting me participate in the chat. Of course. Oh yeah, absolutely, Rosebud. Thank you so much for being here. I always appreciate your support, and thank you. You're super smart, girl. I don't know. You came out of nowhere. I was like, good point. So thank you. And Red Eye says Buddy has done more for looking for Sebastian than his own mom. I agree, Red Eye. I agree. Gosh, it's so sad. I think that's why all the mama bears are out there trying to root for Sebastian and try to do everything they can because they see that and they feel bad, you know. So yeah, that's why I can never fault her for that. I never will. I never will. Her heart's in the right place, and I just think it's a total slap in the face what they did and how they got away with it. And DOD is military, DHS is civilian. Thank you, Unnamed True Crime Channel. Yes, thank you for being with us. Big victim, poor me, Red Eye. Exactly, 100%. Margaret says, I just came up here and I just came back on the internet and came on and happened to stroll on White Boy and he's talking on Terry Lynn. It's not good. Oh. White Boy needs to chill out. I don't know what is wrong with him. I don't know, you know. Ugh. I hate channels. Did I mention I hate channels? No, really, guys, though. But there's like, that's what I'm talking about. Like, what are you talking about Terry Lynn for? Or even anything. Like, anybody, why do you have to talk that long about him? Like, even when I analyze people's interviews, I don't talk about him that long. I think the worst I've ever done was probably to Clue. But that was because, well, she lied to her whole audience about Chris Proudfoot being, that she didn't know it was him doing the sling blade stuff. And then she said on God and all this other stuff. But I was just pointing out the obvious. I don't hate her. I just don't care for her, for her channel. I won't watch it. That's another thing. People need to stop watching people that they don't like. Why are you watching people you don't like? Why are you, I mean, life is too short. I don't get it. That makes no damn sense. Aw. Janet, all we need to pray for all the corruption to stop. Absolutely, Janet. Thank you. We do. We need to pray for it to stop and just for him to be found. I mean, that's the best thing that we can do, any of us, especially like someone like me who doesn't live in that state. Um, spread awareness, talk about Sebastian, not about, oh gosh, about scam and oh good Lord. Cry me a river while he sits up there and makes his money. Starflower says, I'm sorry I can't see a 9-year-old boy trying that. Yeah, that far. Yeah. I don't see him getting very far either. I don't see him getting very far at all. Not without any shoes on, not without a coat, not without any money, cell phone. He brought nothing. A little keychain flashlight, that ain't gonna get him nowhere. Star says, oh, probably accusing of her grifting favorite chant. Oh, go Lord. I know, and it's so stupid. It makes me so mad, There you go, Autumn. Well, we're wrapping it up here soon though. But guys, that's what I'm talking about. Like, how the hell, and that's the thing too. It's like it's about Sebastian. It's not about how much somebody's making. Who cares? Or why are they jealous? I don't know. All I know is that Terry Lynn she's one of the people. Let me tell you this, something that I do know for a fact. I was on the phone with Terry Lynn one night. She's out there passing out flyers, and I'm just sitting there jabbering away, right? And she's out there, and I hear somebody take a flyer and ask her, "Are you his mom?" She's like, "No, I'm just, a concerned citizen. I have a YouTube channel." She's like, telling him the whole deal, right? Telling him who she is and blah blah blah. She's out there. He thought that she was actually Sebastian's mom, because that's what his mom should be doing out there looking, not having creators doing it. It's ridiculous. Chief says, what I meant was if they can't take credit for finding Sebastian and closing this case, how is it going to make the look? Oh, how is it going to make them look? Don't forget Summer Wells is still missing. Yeah, but I mean that's in a different. Well, actually, it would fall under the TBI. It would definitely fall under the TBI. So, in that regard, yeah. Sumner County, I just think that there's an ego issue, like a major one. Margaret says, I just told them they're stupid and left. They are. Oh, hey, Detroit Rock City. Good to see you. Good to see you. No worries. You're not late. You're fine. We're just wrapping it up. I did a bunch of clips tonight. So there's a lot of clips, but, I had to do some commentary with them and all that good stuff. Good for you, Margaret. Margaret's awesome. Aw. But yeah, that's the thing too. And we all know, all the lot lizards know this, right? Terry's just all about finding Sebastian. That's all she cares about. She doesn't want to know any of this bullshit. She doesn't want to deal with it. She's just sick and tired of it, really. Is from what I got last night. And honestly, they need to figure out something productive and smart to talk about. And then present it to their audience. That's what they need to be doing. And then the audience needs to remember that we're just YouTubers and we're just out here trying to present what we think, right? Don't believe everything you hear. Don't believe everything you see. Unless you hear it with your own 2 ears and see it with your own 2 eyes. And even then, I don't know if you guys have ever saw, it's called the Carbonara effect. And it's this guy, and he's an illusionist, right? So like he'll be in the situation where he'll just go up to like the counter and like try to pay for something, but then he'll mess with the people, right? And like it's so crazy, just a sleight of hand, just something that can make one thing look like another, right? It's an illusion. And so um the carbonara effect, if you guys I don't know, I don't want to get struck or whatever, because I mean that one's like a show, an actual show. But um go watch it. It's amazing. Like the person will be sitting there like totally caught off guard, like, oh my gosh, wow, that really just happened. And he's just really good at it. And it's just like pickpocketers in Chicago, right? That's from originally from. And so just an analogy that popped into my head. But they'll usually like tap you over here on this arm. So you look over here and then they steal your wallet from the other pocket. It's so your attention's over here and they're stealing from you on the other end, and you never see it coming, never knew what happened until you get to a point where you need your wallet and then you realize you don't have it no more. And Janet says, children always come first and they stay our babies. Children are blessings. Absolutely. Oh yeah. My daughter's 22 and she's still my baby. I have her locked down on my phone. I watch her go to do her little thing sometimes because I got her location. You know what I mean? She's got mine. Yeah, I mean, you got to let them go, but then you also, yeah, I feel that. Detroit Rock City says, long few days, but I needed to hear something else. My brain is reeling. Oh, I hope everything's going well for you, Detroit Rock City. I've been praying for you. I always pray for all you guys. I hope you guys pray for me too. God, Lord knows I need it. I can't stand Clue. I know. I mean, I can't either, but it's like, I don't hate her. I don't understand why people hate so much. Like, people don't need to be hating. What's that Ozzy Osbourne song? Forget how to love, or learn how to love and forget how to hate. Come on, guys, we need to get with it. Shit's been, the message for a hot minute. When we need to get a pretty boy. Sorry, no. I don't know what's wrong with those people that just have to go and harp on other people. I just don't understand it. I cannot do that every day. I can't. I can't even do it for half a day. She's raunchy. I love unnamed true crime channel. That's hilarious. That's like me and my friend in high school. We'd call people that sometimes if they were being raunchy. Starflower. I was a child with a very bad stepfather. Oh, I knew I could never do that to a stepchild. Plus, I did not fall in love with him. He was adorable. Because plus I really did fall in love with him. He was adorable and so smart. Aw. Well, and see, that's what's supposed to happen. Like, if you don't fall in love with somebody's kid too, like, what are you doing with their parent? What did Cuba Gooding say on Jerry Maguire? Don't be shoplifting the pootie from a single mother. Well, don't shoplift the pootie from a single father either, or, whatever. But, like, you better love their kids. That's ridiculous. And Star says, I couldn't stand when a man got jealous of me paying attention to my son. Oh, good Lord. I kicked his ass to the curb so fast. That's why I was single for so long. Never got married after. Nobody's going to be treating my kid any type of way. Because I'll be wearing freaking orange. Janet says, life is too short. Tomorrow is never promised. That is right, Janet. And it's better to be nice to each other. What do we have to really hate on somebody just because they don't like the way their YouTube channel is? Turn it off. Don't watch it. Just like somebody came in the other night and was like, your giggling is annoying. I'm like, well, then turn me off. Oh, here, better yet, I'll just block you. Like, it's crazy. I know, Janet. I know. Bless Nana. Good to see you. In our family, we're never stepchildren. We were bonus children. That's right. That's right, Nana. Thank you. That's wonderful. You never treat a child like that. Never, never. I mean, they forget. They forget that they were children at one point, I think, or, but you just don't do that. You don't do that to anybody, but especially not kids. Detroit Rock City says, sorry, yes, buried your uncle. I know, honey. And it was sad, but also comforting to be together and honor his life. Yeah, absolutely. Rest in peace. Yes, may he rest in peace. Well, I think that's wonderful. I'm glad that you were there, and I'm glad that your family had you there to do that. Yeah, it is sad, Red Eye. some people do thrive in the chaos and drama. Yeah, it's all they know. That's a really good point, Starflower. And that's really what my live was going to be about. You know, that's why I just wanted to focus on Coffin Doffer, because I said I would look at the QB interview because I did want to see what Aiden had to say and kind of watch him stand his ground. But then when I was watching it, it was just more or less like 7 people jumping on him at any given time and him just up there by himself. Another thing that I noticed when on the Elevated Truth podcast, when he came out and he started talking about, you know, his truth and the way things were going and everything, they all jumped on panel, and they've done that. I've seen them dogpile a lot of people, and it's annoying. That's what's annoying to me. You know, not the way somebody laughs, not that somebody is a happy person, not that somebody cries or gets angry. What I don't like is just all of this crap for no reason and just spreading the hate around. And then if you don't like what somebody says, a whole bunch of people jump on top of you like that. That's not right. That is not right. We can agree to disagree. We don't have to all agree to kick it. You know, it's just when the ugliness comes out. When people are like, "Well, you're stupid." Well, no, actually you're stupid because you can't even articulate a thought. You just calling somebody else stupid. You know, I mean, it's very ignorant. It really is. It's like they don't know any better. And Unnamed True Crime says, don't forget Megan Boswell's trial is coming up next month. Oh, yes, little baby Boswell. Oh my gosh. Thank you for reminding me. That is one that I was actually very much so, well, before Sebastian, I used to follow true crime. Well, that's another thing too. There's so much that comes out in this case that it's very difficult. Like even Saturday night, I hope you guys join me because I'm going to be planning a really great show talking about Crystal McCrory Jones. I really hope you guys make it. It's going to be very interesting. We're going to go over some timeline details, and I'm going to present some facts to you about her case. But it's just so hard because I keep getting all of this new information about Sebastian. It's always constantly coming in, and a lot of it isn't even relevant, and it just drives me bananas. Unnamed True Crime Channel, Lot Lizards are Terry Lynn's group, so in her chat, that's what we call ourselves, as the Lot Lizards. It's just kind of just something fun on her channel. It's really what comes down to is it's a negative turned into a positive. So they were making fun because she was out there passing out flyers in the parking lot, and so we started calling that's how the Lot Lizards were born. They're just pissed off because they're not spreading awareness or searching or doing anything. That's my opinion. It's just, you know, they ain't got nothing better to do. Oh, thank you, Detroit Rock City. I appreciate it. That's why we got her back. That's right, Autumn. I'm sorry, but you know, you just don't do that. You just don't do that. You don't do that to people. She don't deserve that. They're real shit bombs, I'm telling you. We're all getting that way. Find Sebastian. Amen. Red eye for sure. That's right. Margaret, we are Lot Lizards. Lot Lizards prevail. Yeah, there you go, Dreaming. Thank you. You drop that channel link. We are. Aw, Sebastian's Lot Lizards. That's right. I'm telling you. And I'm going to tell you right now, too. Thank you for dropping Gracie. I'm going to tell you right now. If it wasn't for Terry Lynn, I would have never passed out flyers in Missouri because I was like, why should I pass them out? He's not in Missouri. But too bad. When I went out there, guys, you wouldn't believe how many people never heard of Sebastian and how many people were interested in hearing about him. How many people took extra flyers to put up at their church. I wouldn't have done that if it wasn't for Terry. It was because she was searching. I wasn't able to make the search. So I did it in my own area. Margaret, I always pray for everyone. I know, we all need prayers. That's right, Margaret, because you're a sweetheart. And we love you for that. That's what I mean. Oh, thank you, Detroit Rock City. You are too. I'm glad you're here. Jocelyn says, my small town was just built was built a truck stop, so many so my daughter said, "Great, now we have lot lizards running around." That's like the general way of it. But even though I found like the cutest little lizards when I searched lot lizards today. So Terry Lynn was funny. She was like, "Ain't no ticks in the parking lot." Because she got ate up with ticks out there searching. Like, man, and there's that Tennessee terrain is rough, you guys. It is rough, rough, rough. All in the name of the dollar. Yeah, red eye. Unfortunately, it's awful. It's awful, awful. We do need to bring Sebastian home, Janet. Thank you. Oh, it's finally snowing for you, Margaret. That's great. That's great. All right, guys. Well, I think I'm going to go ahead and hop off of here. And yeah, they're doing all kinds of, all of them. All of them, Chief. And those are all good people. I like all of those people. You know what I'm saying? I don't have any beef with anybody on YouTube. I don't want any beef with anybody on YouTube. I just want to present the facts and things like that. Yeah, I've gone hard on the feet. I'm going to do that because I don't like the way they treated Sebastian. I don't like the way they've talked about him. Oh no, you got limes. Oh no, unnamed true crime channel. I'm sorry, honey. Yeah, and that's the thing. Like living in Missouri, you get the ticks are bad, bad. I had to have the beagle checked for it. You know, all of this different tick-borne illnesses and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely check her out, Red Eye. She's awesome. She's an awesome person, loving person. Just want Sebastian found, just like any of us. That's the whole thing. When you lose sight of that kind of stuff and all you care about is making fun of somebody else for however long, that's easy to do, you know. It's hard to get up here and talk about real issues, talk about your life experiences. They want to talk about everybody else. Why don't they talk about their own life experiences? You know, they need to do that instead of sitting there talking about somebody else. Why don't you talk about yourself? You know, and that was my thing with true crime, the true crime genre. I'm like, if I'm going to tell other people's stories, I'm going to have to say something about mine because my life's definitely not perfect. You know, and neither am I. And so, but I'll tell you, Detroit Rock City, whoo, she does deserve respect. But I'm going to tell you right now, Terry Lynn is a tough woman. And, you know, and that's who I look up to is people like her, you know, makes me laugh too, Margaret. Oh my God, does she ever? She makes me silly too, because I'd be saying stuff in her chat and I'm like, I don't know where I come up with this. And then you guys are always like saying the one-liners and it just makes me laugh. Well, absolutely, Red Eye. I'm glad to have you. Glad to have you. Everybody's welcome here, guys. That's what I mean. People don't have to worry about it. We're not a bunch of just jerks over here. That's the problem with a lot of these different creators is they haven't really quite figured out how to be interesting without being just hateful. You know, and I'd rather be boring than spread the hate around because I just don't operate like that. I just don't. Yeah, if you never sinned, throw the stones. Exactly, Janet. 100%. That is exactly right. That's exactly right. And we all do. We're all sinners. We're all saints in our own right. We all try to do the best we can. I think there's a lot of good-hearted people in true crime. I think it just more or less has to be, you know, you just have to make a conscious decision not to get sucked into the drama. It sucks because a lot of times that's what people want to be in for. I could probably have 4,000 people in the chat right now if I was willing to rip off, you know, one of the other creators. I'm just not going to do that. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of dedication. And so anybody that's putting the time and effort in, I give them props for that. What I don't respect is the drama. I don't respect somebody that has to come up here and talk so nasty and to me. But again, I will just not watch it. Like there's no way I'm going to go over there and be like, oh my God, I hate this person so much. And I'll just sit there and watch it. No way. You couldn't pay me to do it. Now, if Chris Proudfoot's on there and he's trying to talk about the case details or even talking in general, I go over there and listen because I want to know what the parents have to say. But that doesn't have anything to do with the creators that are doing it. I don't particularly have to like them or not. But um but yeah, guys, just always keep in mind that. Always keep in mind, do your own research. Remember that you don't have to believe everything you hear. You don't have to believe everything you see. You probably shouldn't. And if you have a gut feeling about it, go with your gut. It doesn't matter what any of us say. Who are we? We're just regular people too. So yeah, I can't do the drama or flat out lying. I can't either, red eye. No way. No way in heck. I cannot do it. I cannot. Um, Margaret. You guys are amazing. I love all of you. I will be back tomorrow and we will talk more true crime on Sebastian Rogers' case. And then Saturday, we are going to do a deep dive into Crystal McCrory Jones. I was going to put out some videos, but I think it would be better if I try to do it in a live format and then we can discuss, because I think it's a case that needs to be discussed. I think we need to talk about it. And I think that you will find that there is a lot of interesting details in there. Yes, Jocelyn, thank you. No drama zone. Please, please. We don't need it. We don't need it. Star says Terry Lynn has one of the biggest hearts of anyone I know, and I can't stand who hates on her. Yeah, I know. What reason could she have given them? Nothing. She didn't give them no damn reason. They don't need a reason. They're just hateful ass. They're just hateful, just like that miserable person that came in the other night, like, oh, I can't stand when you laugh. Like, I could have been doing so much worse. Trust me, I have done so much worse. But yeah, you're gonna sit here and have a shit fit because I'm laughing, because I'm giggling too much. You guys were the ones making. I'm gonna throw you under the bus. You guys are the ones making me laugh. But no, but really, it's because I have fun, because I'm having fun and that person's a miserable bastard. I'm sorry, I'm not a miserable bastard. You should have caught me 10 years ago. I used to be a miserable bastard. I'm not anymore. I'm gonna go live tomorrow night. I'm gonna be live tomorrow night, Red Eye. So I hope I see you. Usually I do it about 10 o'clock because that's like the safe time. Safe time. Trill's got a trill. Yep, yep. Unfortunately, yeah. It's just one of those things. I just hope. Oh, the Wolfman. That's what I woke up to, Margaret. when I fell asleep, there was some guy named Wolfman. I was like, "Who's this?" I thought I was listening to Terry Lynn, and I'm like, "Oh, it is on Terry Lynn." So, she's just a loving, accepting person. Anybody who can't see that is blinder than a damn bat, or as blind as one. Needs their eyes checked, their ears checked. All right, you guys. Hey, Faye. Hey, sweetheart. Aw. Yeah, Chief, you build your true crime channel however you want to, honey. You do it. I'm rooting for you. Hey, you know what? All of us, if we have a passion, that one guy, Wolfman, I think his name's Richard. Um, but you know what I mean? Like, just do you, and that's all that matters. To stay true to yourself. Here's the thing: you will never ever please everybody. You will never please everybody. But what you can do is please yourself, and other people will come, right? But if you're just trying to always please everybody else, you're gonna lose yourself. And when you're not true to yourself, that's when you're gonna do the worst damage to yourself, because you're not true. You're not staying true to who you are. So as long as you're true to who you are, Chief, and or anybody, that's when you're going to be not as successful as you would be. There's one quote that I have in here in my quotes. I take a screenshot of it, but it says something to the effect of, I've made more friends, or maybe gained more respect, been more successful while telling people my genuine story than I have telling a story that isn't true, right? So it's just all about being true to yourself, and other people will respect that. They'll recognize it. What does Dolly say? Real recognizes real. I don't know if that's a direct Dolly quote, but I think every time I hear Dolly say that, it's like his version of "To thine own self be true," right? And that's what it is. Stay classy, San Diego. Red Eye, thank you. But yeah, keep it classy, guys. I put that in my description too. Keep it classy. Keep it classy, YouTube. You know, don't be trashy. Keep it classy. I mean, it's not that hard. Um, you know, it feels so much better to be good. It really does. And then you don't have to, hate yourself for something you said later. There's nothing more that makes me more mad at myself is when somebody pisses me off and then I go off on them and then later on I'm thinking about it, I'm like, well, I shouldn't have went off on them. Damn. I don't want to feel like that. I don't want to feel that ick. I don't want them that negative transfer onto me. No, they can keep it by themselves. They can keep it over in their little side of the YouTube verse. So yeah. Well, I understand that. No, you always stick up for yourself, but there's a way to do it. There's a way to do it. Like, I mean, like I did with that other person that was upset with me for laughing on my own channel. I'm like, what the hell's wrong with you? If you don't like it, then leave. Like, I feel like that was mean in a way, maybe a little bit too forward, but in the same way, I meant what I said. I said what I meant. Um, and at the end of the day, it's my channel. A carpet bong. A carpet bag. I said carpet bong. Oh my goodness, guys, it's getting so late. Now I'm gonna really giggle because I'm slap happy. But either way, you all take care. I love all you guys. Faye, is so good to see you. Red Eye, I'm so glad to have you in here today. Oh yeah, feed the feral kitties. Aw, I love cats. I try to look for cats every chance I get. I'm gonna get a stray one of these days. Um, yeah, don't hide behind lawyers. Just get you a good disclaimer and then just, be careful what you say. But in the same way, um, you know, think of how many other people say the most foul things on here and they still have a channel. So, I mean, I consider that too. But it's about staying true to who you are and what, Margaret, and what, who you are and what you want to do. Stay focused on what you want your channel to be. If it's, true crime, do true crime. If it's, you want to do a cooking show, do a cooking show. You can do it all. Actually, you could have a freaking variety show for all it is, but don't let anybody else tell you. And definitely, if somebody tries to bully you on here for doing your, what you're going to do, then tell them to F off and don't watch you, but it's a whole nother level with some people. Either way, there is no spot for drama in the true crime genre. And I did a little misspelling last night on purpose to kind of make you guys laugh a little bit. But no drama in the true crime genre. Save that ever-loving mess for your mama. I'm trying to be like Justin now. He did a really good one. He was like chicken bone, chicken phone, Sylvester Stallone. Yeah, I got to work on mine. But either way, he's another good one. He's another good one. Margaret. I love you guys. I will see you tomorrow. Everybody be safe, stay warm, and pray for the people in California. Praying for all of you. I love you. Say prayers for me too. I need them. All right. Let's pray for Sebastian to come home safe soon, guys. Thank you.